The Jell-O program, coming to you from Radio City, New York, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with For No Rhyme or Reason. From California to New York, from Maine to Texas, every home has one common problem, and that's meal planning. You want to keep the family happy. You want to keep their appetites interested. Well, there's where Jell-O is a great big help. Jell-O is one dessert the family always likes because, first of all, there are so many different ways to serve it. With fruits or nuts or whipped cream, molded in shimmering layers of 2 and 3 lovely colors, or just served perfectly plain. A grand dessert anytime. And second, and most important, Jell-O tastes so delicious. It's a new treat every time, for Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit flavor, a wonderful real fruit goodness that makes every Jell-O dish a triumph. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy if you want to enjoy Jell-O's delicious extra rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to New York that little ray of California sunshine. That shivering, quivering, ice-kissed comedian, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you through a suit of long underwear. And, Don, it's sure great to be back in New York again, but, boy, this cold weather is really too much for me.
Oh, Jack, I'll admit it has been pretty cold, but it's certainly much warmer today.
I know that, Don, but I defrost very slowly. You know, coming from California, my blood happens to be thin, what there is of it. Oh. I can hardly stand it.
I know how you feel, Jack. After the sun goes down, it does get pretty frigid.
Frigid? Why, Don, the other night I slept under 6 blankets. I felt like the bottom wheat cake. But cold or no cold, it's good to be back in old Manhattan. Huh?
Well, tell me, Jack, you've been in town now since Thursday. What have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've had a lot of fun, Don. I saw some shows, went to a couple of nightclubs, and last night I was invited over to Fred Allen's apartment for dinner.
Oh, Fred Allen, huh?
Yeah, he and I are pretty good friends now, you know.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Has Fred got a nice apartment?
Oh, how could I tell, Don, with all that laundry hanging in the living room? But, Don, you should have seen the meal he put on. Now, you know me, Don. I mean, you know, now, I don't want to sound catty. But after all, how often do I come to New York? Maybe once a year.
Well?
Well, you think he could have had sardines some other night.
Sardines?
I wouldn't have liked them if he'd opened them with the key to the city. Oh, really? I got even with him, though. When I left, I took 3 spoons back to the automat. Wait till he finds that out. Huh?
Gee, it doesn't seem possible that Fred would invite you to dinner and serve that kind of a meal.
Well, he did. And wait a minute. Here's the payoff. No, the only ones there were Fred, Portland, Mary, and myself. And when we got through eating, Fred asked me to get up and make an after-dinner speech.
An after-dinner speech? What was that for?
Well, he was hoping I'd say something that he could use on his program next Wednesday.
Oh.
You know.
Oh, I get it.
I fooled him, though. I got up and recited the Gettysburg Address in French. Let him use that. Anyway, Fred and I are friends now. I'm not going to start running him down.
Running him down? What have you been doing up till now?
Well, oh, it's you, Phil. Well, welcome to New York. Eh? That's it. Keep bowing. Flash those pearly teeth. Yes, sir. You know, Phil, I was wondering if you'd show up tonight. I haven't seen you since we got in town Thursday. Where are you living?
At the Astor Bar.
The Astor Bar? Well, for goodness sake, why didn't you take a room in the hotel upstairs?
Funny, the bartender asked me that when I was shaving this morning.
Well, I can imagine the kind of time you've been having. Say, Phil, I was just looking over the boys in the orchestra. This isn't your regular band, is it?
No, Jack, these are local boys. What do you think of them?
They're a fine bunch. They look like you picked them up at a rummage sale.
What if I did? Their instruments are new.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's something, yes. But I can't understand why you didn't bring your regular band along. I offered to pay their expenses.
Their expenses? That's rich.
Well, I did.
Sure you did. I got 14 musicians, and you wanted to put them in 7 upper berths.
Well, the berths were opposite each other. They could have slept crossways. You know, the train was crowded.
Crowded?
Yeah, I had to share my berth with an Indian that got on at Albuquerque. Kept me up all night trying to sell me a blanket. Happened to snore once or twice. He tried to scalp me. I never thought of that. What a trip, huh?
Hello, Jack. Here's your little glamour girl.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you? That's it, Mary. Keep bowing. Show your silly hat. How do you like this New York weather, Mary?
What a change. Burp, it's cold.
Burp? That's burr. Burp.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary. Have you been having a good time since we got here?
Oh, swell, Don. Gee, I love winter New York. I've been taking long walks in Central Park every day.
Walking in the park with all this snow? Are you crazy?
It's almost gone now, Jack.
Well, maybe it is, but I saw a picture of Mayor LaGuardia in front of the City Hall last week, and the snow was way up to his ears.
Oh, how high is that?
Plenty high. He was standing on Grover Whalen.
Now, that's silly. What was Grover Whalen doing under the snow?
He was keeping his gardenia fresh.
Well, thanks, Mary. I'd have never thought of that. Well, anyway, you can all have this winter weather. Every time I go out of the hotel, I just about freeze.
Well, no wonder you came from California without an overcoat. Why don't you buy one?
Oh, we're only going to be here a couple of weeks, say. Well, I spend $50 or $60, you know.
That's right. You can get a can of Sterno for a dime.
Yeah. Now, Mary, if you don't stop ribbing me, I'll tear into that hat you're wearing tonight. You ought to see this one, folks.
I think it's cute.
Yeah, it sure is. Looks like something a bride would bake.
That's what the girl in the store said.
Well, she was sure clicking. Say, Phil, we got a long show to do. How about a number? Huh?
Okay, Jackson.
Okay. Hold it a minute. Come in. Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Jack. Are you busy?
Well, miss, right now I'm... Oh, for heaven's sake, I'll be doggone. Rosie Nicholson.
That's me.
Well, gee whiz. Come in. What a surprise. Hey, fellas, this is Rosie Nicholson, a girl I used to go with when I lived here.
How do you do?
Hiya, Rosie.
Mary, this is an old sweetheart of mine.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Rosie, Rosie, I haven't seen you in years.
I knew you were in town, Jack, so I just thought I'd come up and say hello.
Well, I'm glad you did. You're looking great. But, Rosie, you've gained a little weight, haven't you?
Yeah, now I go with a guy that feeds me.
Oh, boy, so same sense of humor, but you haven't changed, though, Rosie, really. You're a blonde now, and you were a blonde when I met you.
That's right.
Yeah.
A lot of peroxide has gone over the dam since then.
Miss Livingstone, please.
Ha, ha, ha.
Gosh, after all these years, it's sure good to see you again. Say, Rosie, are you married yet?
No, but I'm still in there punching.
That's the spirit, gal. Don't give up. Say, will you ever forget the fun we used to have, dear, and how crazy I used to be about you?
Yeah. Remember the time you gave me a lock of your hair?
I'll say.
Don't you wish you had it now?
Keep still, Mary. We're reminiscing. Say, Rosie, let's sit down and talk over old times, huh?
All right, Jack.
Play, Phil. Hey, Rosie, will you ever forget the time you got fired from the delicatessen for giving me extra pickles? Pocket Full of Dreams, played by Phil Harris and his Van Steeden Orchestra. And now, folks... and now... and now, folks, Don Wilson... Don Wilson has an announcement of great importance to make. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Homer T. Griddle in the thriving little town of East Orange, New Jersey. They've just finished their roast beef and are now enjoying their dessert. Let us tune in and hear what they have to say about our product.
Gee, darling, this is a swell dessert. It's so appetizing. What do they call it?
I'm glad you like it, Homer. It's called...
My, it's delicious. And tempting, too. Tell me, dear, is this the only flavor it comes in?
Lordy, no, honey. This economical dessert comes in...
Well, it's simply wonderful. I hope you serve it often. Oh, sweetheart, is there any way of telling this from other similar desserts?
Yes, indeedy, precious. All you have to do is look for the...
Well, I must run along now. I have an appointment at the office.
Where is your office?
It doesn't say here. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I venture to say that this happy couple were eating Jell-O. It is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
And now, folks, to resume in a lighter vein, tonight as we are visiting to New York, we are going to present an original murder mystery. A play that we feel...
Hiya, Jack. Am I late?
Oh, a little bit, Kenny, but it's all right. It's all right. Well, look at those rosy cheeks. Say, Kenny, how do you like this kind of weather? It's a little different from Glendale, isn't it? Huh?
I'll say it is. And you know, Jack, this is the first time I've ever seen snow.
Well, it looks beautiful, doesn't it?
It tastes good, too. Gee, but snow is funny stuff. Say, Jack, I wonder where it comes from.
Well, it's very simple, Kenny. Snow is fundamentally rain. But due to atmospheric conditions, the moisture in the clouds condenses into minute crystals. And these tiny particles fall to the earth in dainty white flakes.
Well, shut my mouth.
Well, it serves me right for even attempting an explanation.
Now, why don't you tell him about the stork?
Oh, keep still. He asked me a question, and I answered it.
I know, but ever since you bought that encyclopedia, you've been showing off.
I have not.
You have, too. The other day, I just asked you what time it was, and you told me how they make watches.
Oh, forget it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, we are going to present an original...
Say, Jack,
Yes?
is that Kenny Baker, your tenor singer?
Oh, yes, Rosie. Oh, Kenny, this is Miss Nicholson, the girl I used to go with.
Gee.
Yeah.
Do you live in New York, Miss Nicholson?
Yes, I do.
Are you a siren?
Kenny! You'll have to excuse him, Rosie. He's been reading the wrong kind of magazines. And now, folks, as I started to announce, Kenny, stand still and stop scratching. Tonight, we are going to present an original detective thriller entitled Murder in the Movies. Now, in this gripping drama, Phil Harris will be sergeant of police. Don Wilson will be lieutenant, and I will be the captain.
We knew that.
Phil, if you're not happy here, I can arrange a taffy pull with your contract. You see, they'd like that. Now, let's see.
Well, I think that
Stop
before...
arguing, Phil. Jack should be police captain and nobody else.
Why should he be? Just give me one reason.
I'll give you 2. He's got flat feet.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. My feet are not flat.
Go on. Your
Yeah.
footprints on the beach have fooled many a duck hunter.
Well, I can't help that. Now, let's see.
Oh, Jack, is it really true that you purposely flattened your feet the day the United States entered the World War?
No, Don, the World War had nothing to do with it. It was an accident.
An accident? How could you accidentally flatten your feet?
Because I was hanging out of a window at the time, and I was so surprised at the war news that I dropped.
That's ridiculous. Why were you hanging out of a window?
Because we were a large family, and shut up. Let me ask you something, Phil. Where were you during the World War?
I was in kindergarten.
Kindergarten? What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he had a flask at his rompers.
You said it. Any guy that'll put on rompers just to avoid being shot, I have no sympathy for. Now, getting back to our play, I will be the captain, and Kenny, you work in a moving picture theater, so you're a ticket taker.
Okay. Can I wear my new galoshes?
No, Kenny, and incidentally, you're not supposed to wear galoshes indoors, so take them right off.
What, and go barefooted?
Barefooted? Kenny, you mean to tell me you haven't got shoes under those galoshes?
What do you think I am, a sissy?
Well, you got a high voice, if that's what you mean. Now, Mary, you're going to work in the same moving picture theater. You're a cashier.
That's me, Shortchange Livingston.
Well, there'll be none of that. And now, folks, our play, Murder in the Movies, will go on immediately after Kenny's song. Are you ready, Kenny?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. And stop that scratching. Are you wearing long underwear or have you been to the flea circus?
Both.
Oh, you poor kid. Sing.
Let me hear you say it with a kiss. If you mean that look I've seen, say it with a kiss. You don't have to know the words to love's familiar tune. Say it with a kiss and say it soon. My eyes have looked at you and found you fair. My heart's been asking me if you could care. And now my heart and I are standing by. We await your reply. Let me hear you say it with a kiss. If you mean that look I've seen, say it with a kiss. There is wine and candles shine and music in your lips, magic in the touch of your fingertips. Words may not convey, say it with a kiss, and your look might speak a book that my eyes might miss. You don't have to know the words to love's familiar tune. Say it with a kiss and say it so.
That was Say It With a Kiss, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, that was simply marvelous.
Thanks, Jack. Your kindness is exceeded only by your good looks.
Well. Hey, where did that come from? And now, folks, before somebody says something, he couldn't let that line go by without making a face at me. And now, folks, we will proceed with our original dramatic thriller, entitled Murder at the Movies, or Please Don't Talk About Me When I'm Gone. The scene opens at police headquarters where we find Captain O'Benny and his assistants, Lieutenant Wilson and Sergeant Harris. Curtain. Music. Now listen, men. Things are going from bad to worse. The chief just called me up and said we better clean up the crooks in this district or else.
Oh, we're doing all right.
Doing all right. Now listen, Harris. You were on duty in Central Park last night when 2 men stole an elephant from the zoo. And you let them get away with it.
Well, they told me they were Barnum and Bailey.
I wouldn't care if they were Damon and Pythias. Which they probably were.
Well, I'm sorry, Chief.
Sorry. And you, Wilson, you're a fine-looking policeman. Why are you wearing your badge on the seat of your pants?
The patch fell off.
Oh. Well, listen, fellas, I want action around here. Action. I'll fill this jail if I have to serve a $1 dinner. That's what. I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, Cap. This is Mamie Livingston, cashier at the Bijou Theater.
Oh, hello, Mamie. How's tricks?
Fine. She just had pups.
I don't mean that. What did you call me up for?
Better get over here right away, Cap. A fellow was just murdered right in front of my box office. Gee, was cute.
Murdered, eh? How do you know he's dead?
He doesn't wink back.
I see. Well, tell me, when did this murder happen?
3 hours ago.
3 hours? Why didn't you call me before?
I was selling a ticket to a Scotchman.
Oh. Well, hold everything, Mamie. We'll be right over.
What's up, Cap?
Plenty. There's been a murder in front of the Bijou Theater. We better get over there at once.
Right with you, Cap.
Now, this may be dangerous, so take everything you need. Oh, Harris, where's your bulletproof vest?
At the cleaners. I'm going to a party tonight.
Oh, well, it's lucky you got an excuse. Come on, man. Let's go. Gee, it's cold out tonight.
Sure, it's cold. You ought to buy an overcoat.
Oh, I can stand it. There's the police car. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Murder at the Bijou Theater. Also free dishes. That is all.
Step on it, Wilson. I've almost got a set.
Say, Cap, can we stop by Joe's pawn shop for a minute?
What for?
I want to pick up my gun.
We haven't got time for that. Come on, give her the gas, Wilson.
Okay.
Here's the place, fellas. All right, break it up, men. Now stand back, everybody.
There's the body, Cap.
Yeah. Help me lift him up, fellas. I'll take his overcoat for evidence.
Evidence?
Shut up. Now, let's see. Well, he was shot right through the little finger.
Little finger? How could that kill him?
He was scratching his head at the time. There's Mamie in the box office. I'll get the lowdown from her. Hello, Mamie.
Hello, Cap. I'm glad you got here.
Now, listen, Mamie. Now, tell me all you know about this murder.
Well, Cap, I was sitting here selling tickets when all of a sudden... How many, please?
2 on the balcony.
Thank you.
All right, Mamie, all right. What happened?
Well, anyway, I heard a shot, and all of a sudden... How many, please?
6. I want to lie down.
Now, come on, Mamie. I got to get the facts. What did the murderer look like? What was the color of his hair?
I don't know. He had a hat on.
Well, his eyes, then. His eyes. What color were his eyes?
He had dark glasses on.
Oh, well, what about his face? What did his face look like?
A veal cutlet.
You're trying to shield him. Now, where did he go?
Well, as soon as he fired the shot, he ran into the theater.
That's what I wanted to know. Come on, boys. We'll go in after him.
We're with you, Cap.
There's the doorman. Hey, Buddy, did a man come in here a few minutes ago with a gun in his hand?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was the gun smoking?
Yes, so I made him sit in the loges.
You hear that? Now, let's go in, men. This is a cinch.
Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but you fellows will have to have tickets.
Tickets? We're the police, and we're after a criminal. Here, look at our badges.
They're very pretty, but you gotta have tickets.
Oh, all right. Hey, Wilson, buy 3 tickets.
Okay.
Now, see here, buddy. Did you get a good look at the murderer?
Yes, he had purple hair, yellow eyes, and light green complexion.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could he look like that?
It could have been something I ate, you know.
Oh, you're no help.
Here are the tickets, Cap.
Here you are, buddy.
Hold your stops, please.
come on, men. The kid told us he went upstairs. Follow me. Okay, men. Here are the loges. Now, let's take it easy. We got them cornered now.
Stubbs, please.
Oh, here you are.
I'm sorry, sir, but these tickets are for the main floor.
Now, look here, buddy. We're the law. We're after a desperate criminal. He's sitting in the loges.
Well, if he can afford it, can't you?
Oh, all right. What do we owe you?
45 cents extra for 3 tickets.
Here you are. Make a note of that, Harris. 65 cents for expenses. Now, let's see. Here are the loges. Hey, fellas, I bet that's him there on that end seat. He looks like a killer.
Yeah.
Quiet, men. Let's sneak up on him. Oh, darn it, there's the newsreel.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Army beats Navy 14-7 in thrilling football game. The crowd is in a frenzy as Army scores its first touchdown.
Wow, look at that guy run.
Harris, you're here on business.
New York City, New York. Animal lovers mourn the loss of Oscar the elephant, which was stolen last night from Central Park Zoo. Police are baffled.
We are not.
Then where's the elephant?
Never mind, we'll find him.
Hollywood, California. Bevy of beautiful girls arrive in Hollywood to take part in beauty contest. Look at those gorgeous creatures as they step off the plane. Woo!
Well, thank heaven that's over. Now, come on, men. We got to catch that murderer before he gets away.
Hey, Cap, there's a fellow with a gun sitting over there by the door.
That's the guy we want. Come on. Oh, now what's that?
It's the feature picture. Look!
Yeah, there's the title. Jack Benny and Artists and Models.
Why, that's my old picture. We can't nab that guy now. We'll have to wait until it's over.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm not going to sit through this. Take it away. I give up. I surrender.
What?
I confess. I killed him. I'm the murderer. But I'm not going to sit through this picture. I'm not hanged, you hear me? Hang! Hang!
Blast the bracelets on the men and take them away. I'm staying for the picture. Play, Phil.
People say there are tricks to all trades. Well, here's a trick every housewife ought to know about. It's a quick and easy way to add new excitement to your dinner table tomorrow night. Serve the new Jell-O vanilla pudding with crisp toasted nut meats folded right into it. It's inviting, it's new, it's delicious. For Jell-O vanilla pudding has a marvelous flavor, creamy, delicate, and smooth as satin. It's made with real vanilla. That's why it's so tempting and good. Then try the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's just as delicious as the vanilla, for it's rich with old-fashioned butterscotch flavor, a flavor your whole family will love. And it has a golden taffy color that makes you hungry just to look at it. And then try Jell-O chocolate pudding. Every bit as tempting as the kind that Mother used to make, but far quicker and easier. For all 3 new Jell-O puddings can be prepared in next to no time with just a few minutes cooking. Simple directions are in every package. So ask your grocer tomorrow for all 3 Jell-O puddings. Vanilla, butterscotch, and chocolate.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Is from Going Places. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program for courtesy of Marvin Loy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
For murder. I've always had a pretty low opinion of guys that commit murder. That's because I'm a cop myself. David J. Murphy, detective 2nd grade, age 34. I've always said, anybody who murders is cheap and dirty and yellow. So where does that leave me? When my wife puts a 12-inch bread knife through a vacuum cleaner salesman. It just burst on us out of nothing. I came home around 5 one afternoon, and there it was. Mary out cold on the couch with a bourbon breath you could use for a cutting torch. Spilled whiskey, broken glass, the place all torn up. And in a red velvet chair, a funny little guy named Hamilton with our bread knife right clean through him. I just went numb. I couldn't believe it. I watched the boys do all the routine things. Pictures, fingerprints, measurements. All the things I've done in 3rd Avenue flytrap. They took Mary down to the police emergency ward. And after she'd come to and been sick and then gone back to sleep for a couple of hours, I managed to get a little time alone with her. She sat on the edge of the bed, shaking and still half sick. We tried to put the story together from the beginning.
Oh, Dave, I just don't remember.
Honey, this thing's real bad, don't you see? The newspapers, they'll tear you apart. Cop's wife, ex-dancer, knife, vacuum cleaner, salesman. You've got to remember, baby. You've got to.
Well, this is Monday. It was Saturday, Friday. It was Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday afternoon. Yeah. He rang the bell and asked if I wanted to buy a vacuum cleaner. I asked him in.
Go on.
He put on a demonstration in the living room, and I said I'd take it.
Then what?
I gave him a $5 deposit.
Cash?
Yes, a $5 bill. He said he'd deliver the machine today.
Did you get a receipt?
Yes, it must be around the house somewhere.
Well, if it is, we'll find it. Then what?
He left.
And came back today with a new machine?
Yes.
Did you pour him a drink?
Dave, it was so hot. He looked so tired, lugging that thing around. I asked him if he'd like a highball, and he said yes. I asked him to sit down while he drank it. I was only being decent, Dave. He looked so tired, and it was boiling hot.
Did you have one with him?
No.
But, honey, you reeked of bourbon. You were plastered.
I didn't drink with him, Dave. You've got to believe me.
Oh, then what happened?
I went to get my purse to pay him the rest of the money.
Yeah.
And when I was at the hall, past the kitchen, and then everything went black.
Black?
I don't know. Something just seemed to hit me. Maybe it was the heat. I don't know. But the next thing I knew, I was being sick, and all those men were standing around taking pictures, and I didn't do it. I can't stand it.
Oh, come on. Hang on to yourself, honey. I can't stay much longer.
Dave, who phoned the police?
Mrs. Cole.
Mrs. Cole?
Yeah, she came over to buy some butter and saw this guy Hamilton sitting in a chair with our bread knife.
Dave, this isn't happening. It just isn't real.
Did you know that there was lipstick all over his mouth?
Oh. Dave, help me.
They wanted me to believe that Mary got plastered with a little guy who sold vacuum cleaners. A drunken, lecherous Mary kissing this guy, leaving lipstick on him. Kisses 1 minute and a blind, stabbing rage the next. The papers call her a bleached blonde ex-dancer. Everything I'd ever said about dames who knocked off their boyfriends turned up and smacked me right in the face. The department had decided she was guilty. Even Jock Dewson, my boss and my friend, even Jock had decided. He said so. Right in his office, he said so.
It was real bad, Dave. Real bad.
Jock, you know Mary. You know she couldn't. It's impossible. She couldn't do a thing like this.
Dave, you can't beat the system. Everyone's leaned backwards all down the line trying to help you out, but they all come out with the same answer.
Did you check the towel after she was sick?
No narcotics, but plenty of whiskey. She was plastered.
And then somebody poured it down her throat. Look, she doesn't drink. Hardly even a highball, and then only when she's with me.
What do you want me to say, Dave? I'm just telling you the facts.
What about the bruise on her head?
You still think she was slugged?
I only know she did not pass out from drinking bourbon.
Well, then the medical boys are wrong. They got a specialist from Mercy Hospital to examine her head. He found a bruise the intern missed. Skin isn't broken. There's practically no swelling. Doc thought it was something she'd done herself on a door or on the arm of a chair.
Then she blacked out. Plenty of people have. I did in the Pacific. I hit the beach. The next thing I knew, I was in a field hospital.
Maybe. In a battle. I'm sorry, David. It looks real bad. You better get a smart lawyer.
Oh, Jock, it's wrong. Don't you know? It's wrong, I tell you.
Everything points to the fact that Hamilton was paying a social call. Now, if he was delivering a vacuum cleaner, where is it?
The killer took it.
Why? Why kill for a $39.95 vacuum cleaner?
I don't know, but there's an answer somewhere.
And this $5 deposit. Now, we've been all over the house looking for that receipt.
People lose receipts?
Yeah, they do, all right.
She didn't kill Hamilton. I know what's going on here. The department's embarrassed. Embarrassed because the wife of the department man is in a tough spot. They're afraid of the papers. Hush it up. Get it over with, and let's forget about the whole thing. Look, I quit. Take your badge and go to the devil.
Dave, take it easy. I don't want your badge, but you just can't work on this case officially.
Why? Afraid I might destroy
Now,
evidence?
look, Dave, we're friends. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you're working on that guy who knocked over those service stations. But remember, if you get into trouble on this, I'll nail you. I'll have to. If the newspapers ever found out you were working on your wife's murder rap, they'd have my shirt. So take it easy.
Thanks, sir. I've arranged for bail. She'll be out in the morning. Can I go see her now?
Sure, Dave, sure. But remember, keep out of trouble.
Take it easy, honey. You'll be out in the morning. I got the bail. Please, Stacy, please. It's going to be all right.
What if they find them guilty?
They won't.
There's so many things I can't explain.
I'm working on it. I'm leaving here to see Hamilton's landlady. He lived in a rooming house on the east side. Then I'll cover his office. There were a couple of vacuum cleaners missing.
Missing?
Yeah, Hamilton had a new machine and a demonstrator. The sales manager told Jock.
Is that important?
Jock doesn't seem to think so. Says it isn't connected with a crime. Finding 2 vacuum cleaners in a city this size is going to be tough. But I'll figure it. Somehow I'll figure it. Don't cry anymore, huh? I know you didn't kill him. Even if you weren't my wife, I'd know you didn't kill him.
How can it be? Everybody else thinks...
Experience, honey. When a woman sticks a knife in a man's rib, she stands there screaming. No. It's just experience and 50 other homicides. Don't worry, honey. I'll figure it. I believe you. And I love you.
Oh, Dad.
Just hang on to that, huh? You'll be all right. You'll be out tomorrow.
You have to go now.
I gotta work, honey. I gotta do a lot. And first call is that landlady where Hamilton lived.
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm from the police department, lady.
Police. They've been here a dozen times about poor Mr. Hamilton.
Well, they're here again.
I told them everything I know. Because you guys are too dumb to figure something out. It's plain as your nose that this babe killed him. If a dame bleaches her hair, you know what she is. I can spot him a mile away.
Shut up!
Hey, wait a minute. Your mercy, you're a husband. Well, aren't we being high and mighty?
Look, I just want to ask you a few questions. Give me a break, will you?
Mr. Hamilton stayed in nights. He didn't drink. He never took anybody up to his room. He paid his rent prompt, and that's all I know.
There are 2 cleaners missing. One a demonstrator, the other one was new.
Cleaners? What are you talking about?
Hamilton had 2 airbrush cleaners. One was a demonstrator, an old one in a case. The other was a new machine. His office doesn't know where they are either. I thought maybe you might have some idea.
Well, how should I know? I didn't follow him around. They searched the place till I'm nearly crazy. You want to look at his room, too?
Yeah, why not?
They've been over it 10 times.
So I'll look again. Come on. Take me up. He was tall and had dirty gray hair, and I hated her. She watched me go over Hamilton's room. There was nothing. No letters, no vacuum cleaners, no nothing. Somehow I didn't trust her. Well, I couldn't figure why. Finally, I left. My next call was the airbrush vacuum cleaner company in the Morgan building. The sales manager's name was Richard. All he wanted to do was to keep everything quiet. He said so.
This is very upsetting, Mr. Murphy. Airbrush salesmen have always had the highest reputation for integrity and honesty.
Yeah, so has my wife.
Yes, of course.
Hamilton had 2 cleaners, right?
Yes, a demonstrator and a new machine.
Where are they now?
I don't know and I don't care. This publicity is ruining our business. Our salesmen can't even get inside places anymore. For 4 days, nobody's even made a demonstration.
That's too bad. Where's Hamilton's sales book?
I don't know that either.
You got any sort of record of his calls?
We have a record of every house where he gets inside and makes a demonstration.
I want a list of his demonstrations for the last 5 days he worked.
I have it here. The police have already been over it. It's the last 3 pages in this book.
Why isn't my name in here?
Well, Mr. Murphy...
Come on, let me have it. Been taking a lot of trouble lately.
Well, he either didn't make a demonstration in your house at all, or... Well, it could have been that...
That what?
If he made a sale right away, He'd just make out a sales slip in his order book and not bother listing one call as both a sale and a demonstration.
I see. There's nothing else you can tell me? No phone calls to Hamilton, nothing unusual?
Salesmen often get called. Customers phone in for service. I can't remember anything unusual. Several people have been phoning since Mr. Hamilton's murder, accident. Several people have been into the office about it.
Will you get me a list?
There isn't a list.
Okay. I'm going to check his calls for the last 5 days he worked.
I just hope this can get off page 1, that's all. It's ruining business.
Yeah. It's ruining a lot of things, Mr. Richards. A lot of things. I started in making his calls. The last 5 days he's spent on Van Buren Street. And believe me, that's a long street. Can I interest you in a vacuum cleaner, lady? The old college try. Doorbell after doorbell after doorbell. I'm from the police. We're checking on a man who called here to sell you a vacuum cleaner. Over and over and over again and nothing. Housewives, maids, kids, old men, old ladies, nothing. Then I came to the 47th house on Hamilton's list. A big place that had seen better days. I leaned on the doorbell and finally the door opened. The guy was nervous. A tall, pretty boy in a $200 suit. I couldn't figure why he was nervous. We just stood there on the doorstep, looking at each other.
I don't understand what it is you want.
Look, mister, we're checking a little guy who sold vacuum cleaners. He rang your doorbell along with a lot of others. He got himself killed. You see, we look into things like that.
He was killed?
A knife in his ribs.
I remember him. He woke up my aunt ringing the doorbell. I told him off and sent him away.
He didn't get inside?
Oh, no, he didn't.
That's funny.
Funny?
Yeah, he made a list of every house where he gave a demonstration. Your house is on the list.
Well, there must be some mistake.
He didn't make mistakes about his other demonstrations.
What do you mean?
Is your throat dry, Bub?
Say, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Nothing, but 1,000 years ago they hanged guys who couldn't spit. I think you're lying. But I can check it with the neighbors. People see things. I'll find somebody who saw him go into your house.
Well, yes. Yes, he was inside.
Then why the runaround?
Well, my aunt's very sick and very old. I thought you might want to question her, and I didn't want you to disturb her. I thought you might just go away.
I think I'll talk to your aunt.
Oh, please. She's not well at all. She's senile. You'll upset her if you try to cross-examine her.
Look, mister, I may look tough, but I can be very gentle with sick old ladies.
David, it's 3:30. Jock's really coming up to the house. What's keeping him?
He'll be here, honey. I didn't want to talk at the office. I'm not supposed to be working on a case.
Oh, honey, you look so tired. You're worn out.
This is a tough fight, baby.
That's Jock now.
I'll go.
Well, shall I make something to drink?
No, we'll keep the liquor out of sight.
Hi, Dave.
Come in, Jock.
Sorry I'm late.
That's all right. Come on in and sit down.
Oh, Jock, I'm glad you got here. How are you?
Hello, Mary. I'm fine, thanks.
Jock, I've spotted something.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've been checking all the calls Hamlin made in the last 5 days. I got into a big house on Van Buren Street. Big place. Used to have dough. Guy named Dolph. Harold Dolph keeps house for his aunt. Her name's Stone. Miss Alice Stone. Ever hear of her?
Don't think so.
They used to have dough. Now they broke. The aunt's about 70. Sits in a wheelchair and won't talk. I think she's got a skin full of dope, Jock. I had trouble getting in. Dolph tried to give me the runaround. When I got in, the old lady just sat there and wouldn't speak. Dolph says she's a bit off. But I think she was afraid to talk in front of him.
So?
So I want to get into the house when Dolph isn't there and have a talk with the old lady.
Why?
I can smell something. Dolph's wearing $200 suits and the grass on the lawn hasn't been cut all summer. He's greedy and he's hard up. I think he's trying to kill his aunt. A guy that'll torture old ladies will kill.
But, Dave, you've got nothing to go on, nothing.
I know, but it's a hunch, and there's some connection. I'm sure of it.
I don't see it. Maybe the old lady's in pain. Maybe she has to take dope. There's any one of 100 reasons why.
Look, will you put somebody to watch the house? If Tall and Pretty goes out, I want him tailed, and I want to be phoned.
Why?
I want to talk to the old lady alone.
You mean break in?
If necessary.
No soap.
Jock, why can't you give us a break?
Because I have a wife and 3 kids, and I need my job, Mary.
I know what you're thinking, Jock. Yes, I was a dancer. I danced in nightclubs. Ask Dave how long it took him to get a date with me.
Mary, I know,
But
but
I do bleach my hair. I bleach it a little because it's so fair anyway. Does that make me a tramp?
Now, look, Mary.
Nearly every man in the department has been in this house. They know me. They're supposed to be our friends.
Mary, please, I know how you feel.
No use, honey. It's the system.
Oh.
The system has got us licked. Our fair-time friends don't believe us.
Dave.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Okay. Okay, I'll put a man on the house. But if you get caught, I'll nail you. That old lady makes a scene. If anything happens, I'll swear you had no orders from me. That you were acting on your own.
I'll take that risk. Jock set 2 men to watch the house on Van Buren Street. Late the next afternoon, Tall and Pretty came out and hailed a cab. One of the men followed him. The other beat it for a phone and telephoned Jock. And Jock phoned me, and I went over. The old girl wouldn't or couldn't come to the door, so I broke in a back window. I tiptoed to the living room door and peeked in. She was sitting in a wheelchair by the window. When she looked up and saw me, her eyes went wide with terror. A tiny, delicate old lady in a wheelchair. She whimpered with fright when I came over and took her hand. Look, Auntie, I'm your friend. I'm not going to hurt you.
Oh.
Can you talk? Can you answer me by nodding? Huh? Oh, come on, please, honey. Don't be afraid. Look, I'm in trouble, see? Bad trouble. They think that my wife killed that little man who came here to sell vacuum cleaners. Do you remember him?
Yes.
You do? Well, can you tell me anything about him? Anything at all? Honey, I don't get it. Are you being kept in this house against your will? Does that mean yes? Huh? You are. Does he give you stuff? Does he give you dope? He does. Well, do you want to get out of here?
Oh.
Well, I'll take you. I've got my car outside.
Rings.
Rings? Oh, honey, I just don't understand you. Why do you keep pointing to your fingers?
Rings. Rings in vacuum cleaner.
Your rings are in the vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
Oh, honey, God bless you. God bless you. You'll have to stay in this house one more day. I can't take with me now a pretty boy will catch on, but we'll get him, don't you worry. Is there a picture of him anywhere?
Piano. On the piano.
On the piano. I get it. Look, I'm going to take it. And don't you worry, honey. I'll be back tomorrow. I was so excited, I was shaking. Everything was starting to fit into place. I made a quick search of the house, but there was no cleaner there. That made me glad. It meant he still hadn't got the rings back. Now I could see the whole picture. Dolph waiting for the old lady to die, pushing her towards death, keeping her doped, she hating him, knowing he was waiting for those rings. So she decided to beat him to it. She dropped them on the carpet in that dark old room. The vacuum cleaner sucked them up. Hamilton finished his demonstration and left. No sale. Then Dolph missed the rings from his aunt's hands and did a tailspin. He must have been afraid to go to the airbrush company. Afraid to talk too much. For fear his aunt would have to identify the rings, and people would find out he was persecuting an old lady. So he started tailing Hamilton. And he tailed him right up to our house. Right to Mary. I was so excited I went through 3 red lights on the way home. Oh, Mary. Mary.
Dave, if it's only true. If it's only true.
Look, I've got a picture of Dolph. If Richards can identify him as one of the people who inquired about Hamilton within the last week, we're hot. Really hot.
You've got to be right. You've got to.
We'll nail him right to the wall.
Dave, it isn't going to work. It is going to work out, isn't it?
You bet it is. Dolph is afraid to come right out and say the rings are missing.
Afraid?
Sure. Afraid they'd find out he was slowly killing his aunt with dope. So he followed Hamilton, getting more frightened all the time. Mary, it clicks all the way down the line. See, that's the way it works, honey. One piece at a time. Suddenly the puzzle isn't a puzzle anymore. Dolph was afraid the cleaner would be emptied. He got hysterical thinking about those rings dumped in somebody's garbage. Oh, honey, I'm so excited I can't sit still.
I knew you'd do it. I knew it.
Oh, can't you see what happened then? Mary, it's like a mirror. He followed Hamilton.
Go on. Go on, Dave.
He followed Hamilton here. He sneaked in the back way, through the kitchen. He can hear what's going on, see? This is a sale. This is goodbye cleaner, goodbye rings, goodbye everything. So he gets panicky. He's got to get that cleaner back. He picks up a bread knife. You go for your purse. And he slaps you when you pass the kitchen door.
I knew it. Everything just went black.
And Hamilton, the meek little salesman, charges out to help. Charges straight into 12 inches of bread knife.
Oh, Dave, if you can prove it, if you can only prove it.
Then the cover-up. He puts Hamilton in the red chair. Pours half a quart of bourbon down your throat, honey. Slings you onto the couch. Smears your lipstick in Hamilton's mouth.
Dave, it fits all the way.
Sure it fits. Now, if I can only get hold of those cleaners. Somewhere there are 2 vacuum cleaners covered with Dolph's fingerprints. If I can get... Hey.
What?
Hey, he got the wrong cleaner.
What do you mean?
There were 2 cleaners, 2.
Well, I don't understand.
2 cleaners. A new one and a demonstrator. The rings are in the demonstrator. Hamilton brought you a new cleaner.
Oh, Dave.
Baby, I'm getting hot on this. Listen. The rings would be in the demonstrator. Don't you see? Pretty boy swiped the wrong cleaner. That means he still hasn't got the rings back. There's no vacuum cleaner in his house. I looked. Oh, honey, I'm hot on this. I gotta go now, quick.
Have luck, Dave. Have luck for me.
I'll have luck, honey. We'll win this yet. My head was going like a hammer. I phoned Jock. He told me that while I'd been talking to the old lady, his man had tailed Pretty Boy to the airbrush vacuum cleaner company. There, he asked for Hamilton's address. I went up to the airbrush place myself and checked that. Richards identified Dolph by the picture I'd swiped. Dolph had just left after getting Hamilton's address. He still didn't have the rings. He still didn't have the cleaner. Then the last thing fell into place. I got so excited I was sick. That landlady, that dirty, greasy-haired landlady had held out on me. Held out on a beaten-up old vacuum cleaner.
Are you here again? What's the matter? Can't you leave me alone?
Where is it?
Where's what?
That cleaner.
Are you crazy?
Get out of my way.
Hey, listen, you get out of here. I'll yell for help. Your wife knocked off a guy.
Tell me where it is, or I'll break your arm. I'll break it, so help me. I'll pull it out of the socket. Now, where is it? Where is it?
I don't know.
Listen, Hamilton had 2 cleaners. The new one I don't care about. We'll find that later. But you swiped the demonstrator. It's either you or the nephew. He hasn't got it because he was in asking for this address at Hamilton's office less than half an hour ago. Now, come on. Yeah.
It's in there. Cover in there.
Yeah, this is it. Mary, baby, this is it. Empty it. Empty the bag.
Look, you don't have to pull a gun on me.
The gun isn't for you. Come on. There's some newspaper. Spread it out.
Yeah.
Hurry.
I am.
Now empty the bag. Come on, step on it. Shake it harder.
Don't get sore. I'm doing the best I can.
Shake it harder. That's it. That's it.
They're rings. 4 of them. Emeralds. Look at diamonds and emeralds.
Yeah. 4. Comes a papa.
Look, I didn't know about those rings. I'm not trying to steal. I just...
Damn it. And you can keep the clean.
Will I answer?
Yeah. I'll be behind the door. Just ask him in. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
I'm from the airbrush company. Mr. Hamilton has a cleaner here. They sent me to pick it up.
Well, come in. It's here.
Thank you.
Are you open it? What's going on here? Hello, pretty boy. Looking for something?
Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
That knife. What are you going to do with that knife?
Why, nothing, Kitty. Nothing at all. I'm just going to cut you open and see if you've got a heart. See, I don't believe you have. And I just want to prove how a body can walk around without one.
Nicky.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The 13th Floor. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Winifred Wolfe is The 13th Floor.
Hotel corridors scare me late at night. They're too long and too creepy. I'm always afraid the walls like big black plaster hands are going to close in on me. I wish somebody was around. No, not anybody. Anybody might be Nicky. And his hands aren't made out of plaster. They're bone and they're blood. And they want to choke the breath out of me. I just got to get down this corridor and close the door behind me. I'll lock it and hide under the covers till I turn on the radio and I hear that switch. It's pulled in a little room. And Nicky's dead, full of hot sparks and his big hands hanging like putty. Then I won't have to be afraid anymore. It's what happened tonight, just now, making the inside of me all curdled and sour and sick. Even if I live a million more days, I won't forget how I came into that lobby. Just like always. I walked over to the desk. Hi, Joe. What's a good word?
Here. Got a rent statement from the hotel. No letters.
Certainly it's hot out, isn't it? Sort of muggy and sticky. Think it's going to rain?
Maybe.
You don't like me very much, do you?
No, not very much. You'll excuse me, I'm quite busy, Miss Holmes.
Hey, you're a fresh little punk. I ought to tell the manager. It's a fine way to treat guests who pay their bills. Don't I always pay my rent on time?
Sure. Why not? $5,000 lasts a while if you take care of it.
Ah, you. Hey, wait a second. Hold that elevator.
Sweet dreams, Miss Holmes.
I said hold the elevator a second. What's the idea almost slamming it in my face?
Sorry, Miss Holmes.
Yeah, I bet you are. Oh, Mr. Talbot. Good evening.
Good evening.
Sure is hot out, wouldn't you say? I was saying to Joe, muggy and sticky.
Yeah.
I was, just at an awful good movie. It's a Franklin. Tomorrow night they're having Lana Turner. You like Lana Turner?
Very much.
Yeah, me too. A lot of women don't because they're jealous of the way she looks. Me, though, I got blonde hair myself. I was planning to see it tomorrow night. Do you plan to...
Sorry, Miss Howard. I have an appointment tomorrow evening.
You run the elevator, you fresh punk. That's what you're hired for.
Oh, by the way...
Me?
No, Tommy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Will you let me in with your pass key? I forgot mine.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Talbot.
car stopped and I got out. I was glad to get out.
Your floor.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. That's when it began, right there. The light from the elevator looked like a lot of lemonade, only being poured the wrong way, up instead of down. Yeah, I remember thinking that. Funny to remember it now. I looked at my watch. It was 2 minutes to midnight. I started down the hall. I'm feeling something's wrong. Don't try to get the jitters for nothing. Everything looked the same. Nothing was any different. My room was at the end of the hall. I took my key out and shoved it in the lock. Nothing. I kept twisting it and pushing it. Against it with my knee. All of a sudden, I looked up and realized what was wrong. The number on the door was 1307, not 1407. I was on the wrong floor. That was it. That rotten little kid. I'll fix him. I was ready to bet he'd done it on purpose. Then...
Give Nicky a kiss, baby. Aren't you glad to see me? Come on in. I've been waiting for you a long time. I said come in. I'm getting a draft.
Nicky, let go of my arm. You're hurting.
Sorry, baby. Maybe I don't know my own strength, huh?
What do you want? How'd you get in here?
One thing at a time. Don't rush me.
What'd you lock the door for?
I don't like interruptions. You never used to either when you were alone with me. Remember, Kitty?
I don't remember nothing.
Yeah, I know. You got a memory like a faucet. You turn it off and on, off and on. Wonderful. Take me, for instance. I have the kind of a memory you can't turn off. Keeps running all the time. The longer it runs, the hotter it gets. So hot now, Kitty, it'll scald you.
Look, Nicky.
I am looking. You're still a nice-looking number, you know. I always did like the way your waist curves in, how white your neck is.
You didn't come here to tell me how I
look.
look.
Toss your hair over your shoulder like it gets in your way. Go ahead, Kitty. Toss your hair back for Nicky.
What are you trying to do, dangle me on a string?
No, you're still a good-looking number. I don't look so hot, though, do I? You think maybe I lost a little weight?
Look, Nicky, please.
My face looks
let me...
kind of pasty. That's because you don't get much chance for fresh air, sweating what's left of time away in a death cell.
If I scream, the police will come and get you. If you come near me, I'll
You
scream.
won't scream.
No, come one step closer now.
You won't scream because there's not that much sound left in you. It's all frozen and sticking in your throat like an ice cube. Because you're afraid. You're afraid of me. Try screaming, Kitty. You see? What'd I tell you?
Nicky, I can help you. I can hide you here so they won't find you. Then I can help you get away, Nicky. Anywhere you want, I promise.
I asked you before to kiss me. You still haven't, you know.
No, don't come near me, please.
You used to like it. You never used to wait for me to ask you.
Nicky, no.
Sometimes you used to come over to me without me asking. Oh, what's the matter? Do I look as bad as all that? Oh, you afraid I'll get your pretty dress dirty?
You gotta give me a chance. I can explain.
I know I'm not clean. You know, I crawled for half a mile in the mud until I couldn't hear the dogs chase me anymore. If I'd known you were going to act like this, I would have said...
You gotta give me a
break. I would
break.
have said, Warden, call me a taxi. A nice, clean taxi so I can go see my girl, Kitty Owen. The cheap little squealer who sold me down the river for 5 G's. 5,000 lousy...
Hands off.
Oh, I like to hold your face like this. Such a little face. Those big eyes. Big green eyes like a small tiger. Kitty, Kitty. Like a cat. Sly, sneaky cat with long blonde hair. Don't you remember how I used to kiss you like this?
Look at this.
Little fish. Kiss.
Okay.
Oh. You act like you do remember.
You remember, too, don't you? You remember how it used to be with us, Nicky? Feel my hair the way it used to. Go on, you like to do it. You said it was soft like silk. Feel my hair, Nicky. You're not mad at me, are you? I said I was sorry. I went crazy. I didn't know what I was doing. I'll help you now, Nicky. Come on, run your fingers through my hair.
You old lousy little tramp. Don't make me laugh. You crying, huh? crying crocodile tears. Are you crying because you're sorry for me? You're sorry because sooner or later the cops will catch up with me and drag me back and I'll burn to a crisp in the chair, huh? Or you're crying because you know what I'm going to do to you?
Remember how it used to be with us, Nicky?
I know when I broke out they'd find me, but I wanted to say goodbye to you first. I wanted to kiss you. See if it still did the same things to me. I'll tell you something, Kitty. It'll leave me cold.
That knife. What are you going to do with that knife?
I'm going to cut you open and see if you've got a heart. I don't believe you have. I just want to prove how come a body can walk around without a heart.
No.
Just arms and legs stuck together with nothing to make them run.
I'll get you through this. Do it.
Yeah? What are they going to do? Electrocute me first, then take me out and hang me? What's the difference?
I'll tell you, Nicky, how it was. Just let me tell you. After you held up that jewelry store and the old dame was killed, when they put up the $5,000, I went crazy.
Yeah?
Honest, Nicky, I must have been clear out of my head. I've been sorry ever since, but I figured the cops would get you for it anyway, and then I'd be left with nothing. I didn't have a cent.
So you didn't wait. You turned me in yourself.
But I didn't know what I was doing.
I know what I'm doing. I'm going to kill you, Kitty Orm.
It won't help any.
It'll help me.
Stay away from me.
The only prayer Sam, it should be good for a laugh.
No, please.
Kitty, 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 like a cat.
No.
Yeah, Kitty, yes. I'm going to kill you.
Following me slow like that, he didn't notice when I backed up to the table, picked up the vase. And after I hit him, he didn't know it then either. He just went down looking surprised. I knew he wouldn't be out long. So I bent over and took the key out of his pocket. He moved and made a funny little noise through his lips. Then I stopped breathing altogether. I was free. The hall was empty, no one around. I started to run down the narrow little corridor to the 13th floor. I pressed the elevator button, and I waited. Help, that was the only way I could get it. It seemed like hours instead of seconds. Finally, I heard it coming. I felt like I was standing on hot coals. My insides wouldn't stand still. The hand of the clock above the elevator climbed slowly from 5 to 6 and to 7. I was going crazy just standing there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And my heart exploded. My legs were soft, sticky pieces of dough, hardly able to hold my body up. The elevator had stopped. 12. And then went on to 14. Then I remembered it wasn't going to stop. It couldn't stop. Because in this building, there wasn't any 13th floor.
A man from the death house. And the girl who betrayed him playing cat and mouse on a floor that doesn't exist. The hand of the elevator indicator did not stop at 13. But the hands of the watch on Kitty's wrist have stopped at 12. All ready for... Murder at Midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight and the 13th floor.
13th floor. Yeah, that's where I was. A floor that didn't exist. So how could I get out? How could I get away? What was I going to do? I didn't understand. I didn't understand anything.
Pretty good little slugger, baby.
Nick.
You took so much trouble to unlock the door, you should have taken a little time to lock it again after you.
Don't come after me with that knife. Please, don't. I don't want to die.
You think I did?
Why don't you give me another chance?
What chance did you give me?
Oh!
Well, I didn't think you had that in you. Well, why doesn't somebody come, huh? Maybe it's because there isn't anybody besides us. Cozy, huh? Try it again. Go ahead. Try your own again.
Maybe you'll have better luck.
He was leaning against the door halfway down the hall, just leaning there and watching me because he knew he had me cornered. But I wasn't cornered. I turned and I ran the other way around the corner and down another hall. I didn't know if I'd really heard him running after me or if it was just the pounding in my head making the noise. I got to the end of the hall, and I stopped out of breath and looked behind. He wasn't there. No sign of him. I sucked in my breath so even that didn't make any sound. And I listened. I listened to nothing at all because it was so quiet. It was so awful quiet I could hear it. The wall I leaned against was big and flat and gray, and the corners jutted out into the hall like dead fingers. I looked to the right side of me, down the corridor. He wasn't there. So I turned my head. I looked up the hall, almost hoping in a way I'd see him and get it over with instead of this wait. I wasn't there either. I tried to squeeze my shoulder blades into the wall so I could hide, but it was hard and cold. It wouldn't move. Nicky, where are you? For the love of heaven, say something so I'll know where you are. You just keep standing here. I can't see you. Nicky! Nicky, I'm sick. My stomach's sick. So am I. Just make some noise. Nicky, where are you? I found myself back at the elevator again. I knew he was around somewhere. Around one of those corners that were jutting out like dead fingers, waiting. The elevator was coming up again. The hand was up to 11. I had to stop. I pressed the button, threw all my weight against it. And it did. It did. The big door was sliding open, and I was safe.
Going up or down, Kitty Owen? I'll take you wherever you want to go.
Oh, not again. I can't stand.
I'll take you for a ride.
No, I won't go.
Well, didn't you ring me? I heard you ring. Come on. Get in. Just the two of us. We'll go for a ride. Only just one of us will come back. I said get in.
All the time he was talking, I was backing away. And then all of a sudden I saw at a door with a bright red sign that said stairway down. My last chance, I almost leaped to it. I opened the door and I flew down the stairs. Sounds that looked like music. Sweet, hot music from a clarinet, because I knew they were taking me down. Faster. I fell a couple of times. I caught myself. I clinging to the bed and forgot it was still there. So I kept running. Suddenly, there I was. I was out on the street again. Now I was really safe. There were always a lot of people in the street. I didn't see any people, just a big policeman with a red face. Boy, he sure looked good to me. Hey, wait a minute.
Now, take it easy, miss. Don't get excited.
Hey, look, Nicky Carstairs, he's in that hotel. He's after me.
Carstairs?
Yeah.
Sure, and who you wanting the kids? It can't be.
Look, he's out, I tell you. I saw him. He wants to kill me.
But Nicky Carstairs is in the death cell. Don't you read the papers?
Say, I'll have you reported. What kind of a cop are you anyway?
What kind of a woman are you without a heart? Just arms and legs stuck together with nothing to make them go.
You're not a policeman. You're Nicky. You're still Nicky. You didn't look like Nicky a second ago. I don't understand. I don't understand.
What's the get-up? How do I look?
Nicky, please, no, not anymore.
I told you we were playing cops and robbers, and this time I'm the cop. And I'm still gonna kill you, Kitty Owen.
It wasn't over yet. I had to run again. My last stronghold. My last hope, the hotel lobby. If there was no one there, I just gave up. I was through. As I ran around the corner, I thought the war had ended all over again because there was confetti coming out of all the windows, so much of it falling. The sidewalks were beginning to look like it had been snowing for a long time. I ran over them like a carpet. house, prison. No one had to tell me this. I ran into the lobby to find people, to tell them where he was. There was no one there either. Only Joe at the desk. Joe?
Home early that night, Miss Owen. Not quite midnight.
Look, Joe, I know you don't like me, but you gotta help me.
Reading the papers about Nicky Carstairs breaking out?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to...
$5,000 should last you a little while if you take care of
Hey,
it.
Joe, he's here. He's in the hotel. He's chasing me.
It's a lot of money. $5,000.
Wants to kill me. You gotta help me.
Sweet dreams, Miss Owen.
He's here. Can't you understand? He's on the 13th floor.
There's no 13th floor in this
He's
building.
there. I tell you, he's...
Sweet dreams, Miss Owen.
I know there wasn't any use arguing, and he wouldn't believe me. Even if he did, he wouldn't help me. Didn't like me.
Going up.
No one would believe me. There was only one thing left for me to do. Lock myself in my room on the 14th floor. Stay there until they caught Nicky. I leaned against the back of the car, crouched in a corner. My eyes closed because I was so tired. I was so tired. Just thinking of the bed, a big white bed, big white sheets to crawl between, and a door that was locked.
Sorry to have to bother you about that passkey, Tommy. I just forgot to pick mine up at the desk.
It's like a glass of cold water had been thrown on top of me. I opened my eyes. That Talbot guy was in the car again. No, not again. Still. And he was talking about the passkey the way he had before. No, not before either. Because when I looked at my watch, it was still minute midnight. Then I suddenly knew. I was so weak with relief I wanted to cry. Yeah, I heard him say it. Sometimes you can see your whole life pass by in just a second. That lifetime I lived in the elevator, all in my head, was sandwiched in between a couple of floors. It never really happened. It was just that I had been dreading it for months, coming back some night, finding Nicky there waiting for me. My mind had invented a 13th floor, when it never was there at all. And the cop and the newspapers that said Nicky was out were all part of it. That crazy half-dream. Of course he wasn't out. I told myself it was all part of it. I never got out of the elevator. I was there all the time. All the time.
Your floor, Miss Owen.
14?
Sure, 14. Ain't that your floor?
You sure this time, aren't you?
What are you talking about this time?
I mean, never mind. 1401. I was on the first floor. I was on the right floor this time. I'm feeling better already. What a fool I'd been. Started to walk down the hall. I had a feeling Talbot and the boy in the elevator was watching me. They shut the door and go on.
Say, Mr. Talbot.
Yes?
Did you read about Nicky Carstairs?
No, what?
He escaped. Got out of the death house.
Is that so?
He's on the loose. Good night, Miss Owen.
Yeah. Hotel corridors scare me. They're too long and too creepy. I'm always afraid the walls, like big flat plaster hands, are going to close in. Now I know it was more than just dreading it for weeks. Made me imagine Nicky was out and after me. Must have known it all along. Had a feeling I wasn't safe. I go to my own room. I'll lock the door and hide under the covers till I hear they found him. Took him back. Till I hear he's dead, I won't have to be afraid anymore. Not anymore.
Give Nicky a kiss, baby. Aren't you glad to see me?
13th floor this time. A floor that does exist. But the hands of the watch on Kitty's wrist still stand at 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when the door marked exit only opens and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight. The part of Kitty was played by Ann Shepard, and Paul Mann was Nicky. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Midweek Theatre. We present Murray Ney and Barbara Cooper in The Weather for Murder by Philip Levine.
Oh, Miss Pierce.
Just coming, Mr. Rayton. Won't be a moment. Yes, Mr. Rayton. Something else you'd like?
Just my bill, please. Time I was back in the shop.
Busy, are you?
I've a pile of prescriptions that high.
In July? Wouldn't have thought you'd be overworked this time of year.
Warm weather brings its quota of complaints, too. You'd be surprised.
Let's see, but a coffee and,
A toasted bun. I promised myself I'd lay off the starch, but whenever I come in here, my resolutions fly out of the window. Still, this little place is like an oasis in the desert. I don't know what we do without you,
That'll be tenpence.
Cheap at half the price. See you at tea?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rayton.
Say, miss, what's happened to my order?
I didn't take it, did I?
No, it's the other lady, the short, thin one.
Oh, dear.
Waiting about 10 minutes now.
Oh, coffee, was it?
No, a pot of tea and a round of toast.
Oh, I expect it's on its way. I'll go and hurry it up. Millie, have you seen my sister?
Wasn't she in the shop, Miss Sarah?
Well, if she was, I'd hardly come out of the kitchen, would I?
Oh. Oh, here. Another typing machine upstairs?
Very probably. Now, I want a pot of tea and a round of toast. And be quick about it.
Right, Mum.
Elsie? 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 Oh, Elsie.
Oh, did you call, Sarah?
Did I call? I've been shouting myself silly for the past 2 minutes.
Really? I was concentrating.
What on earth are you doing?
I had a sudden inspiration. The most brilliant idea.
Oh, surely it would have kept till later. You know I rushed off our feet between 10 and 11. It's bad enough with the two of us. I can hardly cope on my own.
This is the most ingenious idea, Sarah. A whodunit, and it's set in one of those laundrettes. You know, where people take their laundry.
Well, I'm afraid I can't stop and chatter now.
Yes, but Sarah...
Later, dear, later. Now leave that and come along down.
Oh, good morning, Sergeant Foster.
Oh, hello, Miss Elsie.
Very pleasant out this morning, isn't it?
Not that it make much difference to me. Stuck away in a miserable office. Wish I was back on the beat sometime.
Oh, but it's much more fun investigating, isn't it?
The only investigating I done this week is to check on one dented mudguard and 2 lost cats.
Oh, you know, I was hoping you'd drop in this morning. There was
you?
something I wanted to ask you.
Picking my brains again, eh? What are you scribbling this time?
Scribbling? I'm busily writing, if that's what you mean.
Another thriller?
I suppose you'd call it that.
I'd have thought romantic novels would have been more in your line.
Oh, I don't know. Some of our most successful thriller writers are women. Agatha Christie, Dorothy Sayers.
Is that how you see yourself, eh? No, Agatha Christie.
Oh, it's a trifle ambitious, I agree. But even she had to start somewhere.
All right. What is it this time?
Well, I've set my story in a laundrette, and I wondered,
Would heat destroy a fingerprint?
Direct heat, certainly.
Oh.
Now, mild heat might preserve it.
Yes.
But if there's any moisture about, or steam or anything like that, they disappear.
Oh, would they?
Afraid so.
Oh, what a pity. That's ruined everything. I shan't be able to use that after all.
Oh, sorry about that. But you know what I could use right now? A nice, strong cup of tea. Think you might oblige?
Oh, certainly, Sergeant. I'll bring it directly.
Oh, Millie, is the roast in the oven?
Yes, ma'am.
It's cream of celery today. You haven't forgotten?
Oh, no, Miss Sarah. Cream of celery, roast or curry, date pudding and cheese to follow.
That's right. Oh, how are we off for curry powder?
Enough for today, but you'll need to order some more. Are you off shopping, Sarah?
Just going. But I'll be back for the first of the lunches. Oh, have you typed up the menu?
Yes, I've got them here.
Fine. Put them round the tables. It reminds me, I must see if Mallards have got that sample in yet.
What sample is that?
The plastic tablecloth.
Oh, surely not, Sarah.
And what's the objection?
I simply loathe plastic.
Well, that's no argument. They're highly practical.
I dare say, but must everything be practical? Oh, Sarah, customers prefer good old-fashioned cloth linen. They're more homely.
That may be, but very impractical. Do you know what our laundry bill is each week? It runs into pounds.
Well, then, let's put up our prices.
Oh, they're quite high enough already. Elsie, you may not realize it, but we barely make ends meet.
Well, why don't we put in a few more tables?
Oh, my dear, if we put in another table or chair, there wouldn't be room to move.
But didn't you say something about enlarging the place?
Yes, I intend to, if I can acquire that small plot next door.
Oh, yes. The one that belongs to Mr. Everett.
Mm-hmm.
Have you spoken to him yet?
No, but I shall at the first opportunity.
He usually comes in about 11, though he hasn't been in this morning.
Well, if he does, for heaven's sake, don't you say anything. It needs a tactful approach.
Yeah.
And let's face it, you've no head for business. So I think you'll agree it's best left to me.
Oh, yes, indeed, Sarah. I'd be quite hopeless.
Good. Well, you set out those menus. You've put on the correct date, haven't you?
Yes, the 16th of July.
Fine. Then when you've done that, I should have your coffee. Oh, don't leave the shop, will you?
Oh, no, sir.
I'll see you shortly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Sarah.
Good morning, Mrs. Clark.
Morning, Miss Elsie. Oh, I forgot the donuts when I was in earlier. They haven't all gone, have they?
Oh, no, there's half a dozen left.
Well, I take them then. Oh, my, it's been such a morning in the post office. I ran out of 7-8 insurance stamps.
Good morning, Elsie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Everett. If you'll find yourself a table, I shan't keep you long.
Thank you. There's no hurry.
That'll be 1 6.
Oh, yes. That's it, then. Well, thank you so much. Morning, Mr. Everett.
Good morning, Mrs. Clark.
The usual, Mr. Everett.
Please. Well, I seem to have missed the rush.
Yes, we were frightfully busy earlier on. I was just about to have my coffee, too.
Oh, well, join me if you like.
Oh, may I? Anything with your coffee?
Just a plain bun, I think.
Right. I shan't be a jiffy. Yours is half and half, if I remember rightly.
Yes. No milk for you?
No, I prefer mine black. They say black coffee keeps the mind alert and clear. And that's very essential if one's doing creative work, don't you think?
Oh, very. How's the writing coming along?
Oh, not too badly. But it's so difficult finding new ideas. Oh, excuse me, just a moment. There's the postman.
It's for you, Miss Pierce.
Oh, is it?
One parcel, but no need to sign.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Oh, dear.
Another rejection? Well, never mind. There are a great many other publishers.
No, I'm afraid there aren't. I've exhausted them all. Oh, well, into the waste paper basket, I suppose.
Tell me, what was it about?
Oh, I'd hate to bore
But
you.
you'll never bore me, Elsie. On the contrary. Now then, come along.
Oh, well, it was about a private detective in Soho.
Do you know any private detectives?
No, I don't.
Have you ever been to Soho?
No, but I've seen pictures and read books.
Ah, but that's the trouble, you see. Surely it's best to write from your own experience.
Possibly. But I could hardly write about Frockstein, could I?
Oh, why not? You know Frockstein.
Oh, it's so dull and boring, and this tea shop wouldn't make a very exciting background for a thriller.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. At least you'd know the people, and murder isn't limited to any particular background or class. I bet there isn't a person anywhere who hasn't thought of murdering someone at some time.
Oh, not you, surely, Mr. Everett.
Oh, you'd be surprised. And whilst I remember, I wish you'd call me Victor.
Oh, well, as long as Mrs. Everett won't object.
Oh, why should she? Now, if you'll take my advice, Elsie, you'll start your next novel nearer home.
I'll try. I must say I'm getting a little tired of rejection slips. I meant to ask you before, what happened to your dog?
My dog?
Yes, Dandy, wasn't that his name? Such a lovely Labrador with the best coat I've ever seen.
I'm afraid I had to get rid of him.
Oh, not destroy.
No, I had to find him a new home.
Oh, however could you part with him?
But it wasn't through choice. Nora, Mrs. Everett, felt there wasn't room for him in the cottage.
Oh.
We've one or two fine pieces and, well, he was rather a large dog.
Oh, what a pity.
Yes, well, one has to give and take in marriage.
I suppose so. And anyway, you've still got your dahlias.
Well, no, I haven't, actually.
Oh, haven't you? But I thought you had a wonderful collection.
I did, but Nora doesn't care for dahlias. She says they attract black fly, so we've switched to a herbaceous border.
Oh, sad.
No, not really. I must say those black fly were a bit of a nuisance.
But in spite of them, I heard that one year you took almost every prize at the county show.
Oh, that's quite right, I did. Before you and your sister came here, before I remarried, several summers ago. Odd, when I think back now. Just Dandy and I. My dahlias, black fly and all.
Your wife's from London, isn't she?
Yes, though we first met on a cruise. It's funny how that happened. My first holiday in years. She was a science teacher, you know. You wouldn't think it to look at her, but she's terribly bright. Good brain. Used to teach in the secondary modern. Well, we seemed to get thrown together on the cruise.
Mm-hmm.
And we were never out of each other's company.
Oh.
And when I got back, I found I missed her. I wrote, and then out of the blue, she turned up here. And, well, that was that. Not terribly romantic, is it? Won't give you much copy, I'm afraid.
Well, didn't your wife find it very quiet here in Froxteen?
Well, at first, Nora was all for moving back to town. Then suddenly she changed her mind. I think it was the cottage.
And I'm not surprised at that. It's adorable. Though I only know it from the outside, and I love that beautiful bay window.
Yes, that's the lounge.
Oh, is it? It looks rather like an inn with that, what do you call it, bubble glass?
Bullion glass. It's genuine, too. Not this mass-produced stuff.
Yes.
It's a bit warm in the summer, but I must say I find it delightful. The only thing is, one has to be careful with the furniture or the sun can blister the varnish.
I can't imagine a lovelier cottage for retirement, Mr. Everett.
Victor.
Oh, yes.
I'm not completely retired, you know. Not by a long chalk. I'm still on the boards of several companies.
Are you?
Yes, Harmsworth, Mutual Investments, not forgetting McCowan's.
What, the big London store?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'll be driving up to a board meeting tomorrow. You wouldn't be going up to town, would you?
Me?
I thought perhaps I could give you a lift and we might have a bite of lunch together.
Oh, thank you. Oh, but I rarely go up to town.
Oh, well, some other time.
Yes.
Here's your sister. Well, time I was off. I'll take my bill, if I may.
Good morning, Mr. Everett.
Hello.
I'm glad I caught you. I wondered if I might have a word with you.
Certainly.
Here, Elsie, give these groceries to Millie, would you?
Yes, sir, yes.
Well, now, Mr. Everett, I hope I'm not holding you up.
No, of course not. What can I do for you?
To come straight to the point, it's about that small vacant plot next door. I understand from my solicitors that it belongs to you.
Yes, I bought it some years ago. It was part of the old Lingfield estate.
Well, my sister and I were thinking of enlarging the shop. We're rather cramped here, as you can see.
Well, if you're thinking of making an offer, don't make it to me.
I'm sorry.
I made over a few properties to my wife at the time of our marriage, and I have a feeling that's among them.
Oh, I see.
Well, there's no harm in your having a word with her. I'll tell you what. I'll mention it to her when I get back and ask her to telephone you.
Would you? I'd be most grateful.
But knowing my wife, I better warn you. She'll drive a hard bargain.
Oh, Millie?
Yes, Miss Sarah?
Are the new Gatto ice?
Yes, I'm just going to put the walnuts on.
Oh, answer that, Elsie, would you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Millie, You did check that delivery yesterday?
Twice.
Well, then where's the curry powder?
In the cupboard.
Oh, I told you a dozen times, Millie. Spices go on the shelf by the stove.
Oh.
Elsie, that wasn't Mrs. Everett by any chance?
No, Sarah. It was Mrs. Clark from the post office. She asked me to put aside a jam sponge.
Oh, I think Mr. Everett forgot to speak to her.
Oh, Sarah, if he promised, then I'm sure he will. He's a frightfully nice man. Such perfect manners.
But easily led. Fancy handing property to his wife just like that.
No, that shows how considerate he is. I admire him for it. I think Mrs. Everett's a very fortunate woman.
Well, you're not the only one. From what I hear, there were quite a few broken hearts in Froxteen when the bands went up. Isn't that right, Millie?
Oh, yes, ma'am. There were dozens who had their eye on him. Well, a cottage and a car and pots of money. Oh, I wouldn't have said no to him myself. Still, he hasn't done bad for himself, has he? I mean, she's very smart and not at all bad looking. Got pots herself, I expect.
Oh, a shop, Elsie.
Oh, right, Sarah.
Oh, that smells like the scone.
Oh, ma'am.
Yeah, Millie, take the cloth or you'll burn your fingers.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Everett.
Good morning. I'll take a wholemeal loaf and a small gatto.
Certainly.
Is that all you've got? Chocolate. The one I had the other day was rather sickly. Haven't you anything else?
Oh, we've a new line. Walnut cream. I'm sure you'd like that.
May I see one?
Oh, Millie's just topping them with walnuts.
Well, I've got a lot to do this morning. How long will they be?
Oh, 5 minutes, no more.
Oh, well, if I've got to hang about, I'll stop for a coffee.
Oh, yes, do. I shan't keep you waiting long. Sarah, Mrs. Everett's just come in. She's staying for coffee.
Really?
Yes, but would you believe it, Sarah? She said our chocolate gatto was sickly.
Oh, what nonsense. We've never had any complaints before.
I know. I almost gave her a piece of my mind.
I hope you didn't.
Oh, no, of course not. I persuaded her to try one of the walnut creams. Are the walnut creams ready yet, Millie?
Almost. I'll be throwing it, Jessie.
Well, then, I'd better take in her coffee anytime.
No. I'll serve her. It'll be a good opportunity to talk to her about next door.
Oh, yes, Sarah.
Black or white, Mrs. Everett?
Just a dash. That's fine.
Oh, there's no sugar bowl. Just a moment.
Don't bother. I take saccharin.
Of course. I should have remembered by now. Anything else for you?
No, not just now. Though I'm glad you brought the coffee in, Miss Pierce. It saves me telephoning. My husband mentioned you'd been inquiring about the plot next door.
Oh, yes. As he may have told you, we're anxious to enlarge our premises.
Business is flourishing, is it?
Not exactly, but... Well, as you can see, we're rather limited for space. In our busy times, it becomes rather chaotic.
I see. Well, what sort of figure had you in mind?
I'm not very sure. Judging from what we gave for these premises, I suppose the land must be worth about 300.
300? Oh, Miss Pierce, you're way behind the times.
Oh?
In the past year, prices have simply soared.
Have they?
Well, don't you read your newspapers? Building land's at a premium. Yours isn't the first inquiry I've had. Oh, no, I'm afraid I couldn't let that plot go under 1,200.
1,200? But that's exorbitant.
Well, I don't think there's much point in our discussing the matter further, do you? So if my gatto's ready, I'll settle the bill and then I must fly. I have a very busy day ahead of me.
Oh, the heat. Elsie, if you're on your way to the kitchen, put on the other fan, will you? It's terribly close.
I intended to, Sarah. Put on the other fan, Millie.
All right, Mum.
And 2 pots of tea, 1 china, and an egg on toast.
Oh, wasn't it turned warm? I'm sweltering.
Well, we've got both fans on now. I should open the window fully.
Must be the hottest day we've had this summer.
Have you got that ham sandwich for Sergeant Foster?
Yes, here it is. With mustard. Oh, and that round of cinnamon toast.
Oh, thank you, Millie. Your sandwich with mustard, Sergeant.
Thanks, Miss Elsie.
I expect that uniform's a trifle warm this weather.
Oh, you can say that again. Still, I suppose I should be thankful I ain't on traffic duty. I wouldn't fancy that with the thermometer touching 80.
Is it as high as that?
Yes, a sudden high ridge sweeping in from the Azores.
Oh, is that what it is?
That your telephone?
Yes.
Answer that, would you, Millie?
Yes, Mum.
It's all right. Millie's taken it.
Oh, you know, I could do with an issue of Tropical Kit.
Oh, I'm sure you'll feel refreshed once you've had your tea. Sergeant, I meant to tell you, I've given up writing stories about private detectives.
Oh?
I'm going to concentrate on something nearer home. from my own experience.
Well, that should be interesting.
Yes.
Sergeant Foster.
Yes, what is it, Millie?
There's a phone just now.
Now, just take it easy and catch your breath.
But that was your constable. He's had an urgent call. The Everett's cottage is on fire.
What?
Oh, no.
He sent for the brigade, but there's a terrible blaze.
Quick, let's have me helmet.
I'm afraid there's little we can do, Sergeant. It's like a raging furnace in there. Just burn itself out.
Are you sure there's no one inside?
Well, my men couldn't get within 10 yards of the place. We can only pray and hope.
How do you think it started?
Your guess is as good as mine. That old timber construction's a menace. Once it's alight, there's no holding it.
Some blaze.
We're lucky it's isolated. At least there's no damage to surrounding property.
You'll have to watch that garden shed.
Oh, not to worry. My men have got their eye on that. Oh, I see we got ourselves an audience.
Yeah, half the village turned over looking at it.
I wish they'd keep their distance. Begin a bit close to that fence.
You leave them to me, I'll handle them. All right now, folks. Now, keep well back in that fence. Come along back now, please. Come along back.
Sergeant, what a pity about that lovely cottage.
Why, Miss Elsie, what are you doing down here?
I never could resist a fire.
Well, I must say, you won't see an oven like this in a hurry. That roof will be in any minute.
Is Mrs. Everett safe?
We're keeping our fingers crossed.
She was in the shop this morning.
Was she? What about her husband?
He's gone up to London for a board meeting. He mentioned something yesterday.
Now, where was this meeting, did he say?
Yes, he's the director of McCowan.
Oh, that's helpful. I'll try and get him on the blower right away. Now, do keep away from that fence, please.
And so, finally, gentlemen, I have no hesitation in saying that we can look forward to a highly profitable and satisfactory year.
Oh, Mr. Everett.
Yes, Miss Brown?
There's a telephone call for you.
Well, I can't be disturbed now.
It's the police sergeant from Proxine. He says it's extremely urgent.
Oh? All right. I'll take it. Where is it?
Next door in the outer office.
Would you excuse me a moment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yes, of course, Everett.
Hello? Oh, I shan't give you a moment, Sergeant. He's just coming. Oh, here you are, sir.
Thank you. Hello? Yes, speaking. Please come to the point. I'm in the middle of a board meeting. What? When did this happen? I see. But is my wife all right? Well, if she returns before I get there, tell her I'm on my way back. Yes. Yes, I should be there by 6. It was good of you to call, Sergeant. Thank you. Miss Brown.
Yes, sir?
Get me a brandy, would you?
Certainly, sir. The usual with soda.
No. Make it a double. At least.
Honestly, Elsie, I don't understand people at all. They only have to hear the word fire and they start behaving like a bunch of schoolchildren.
It's just natural curiosity.
Well, I can't see anything natural about it. It's morbid, if you ask me. I never seen such a stampede. You, Millie? But the place emptied itself so quickly, you'd have thought the tea shop was on fire.
Well, you should have come too, Sarah. It was still burning when I left. Oh, poor Mr. Everett. He will be upset.
Well, I hope he had the good sense to be insured.
But that'll hardly compensate for the loss of such a charming cottage. And all the inconvenience, Sarah. I mean, where will the Everett live?
Well, they'll have to find a hotel.
And to think of all their beautiful antique furniture.
It'll be replaced if it's insured.
Oh, but it's not the same.
Be practical. One chair's the same as another.
But they've lost everything. Except the garden shed.
It's about time Millie was back. I'll have something to say to her, gallivanting off without so much as a by your leave.
Oh, if she is now.
And about time.
Sorry, Mom, but the most terrible things happened.
Oh?
The fireman found a body in the cottage.
Oh, no. Dear.
It's Mrs. Everett, there's no doubt. Oh, to think she was only in here this morning.
Now, use your handkerchief, Millie, for goodness sake. Are they certain it was Mrs. Everett?
Yes, I heard the fireman say. Oh, how dreadful. Oh, it was terrible, Mom. They had a police car there, and she was all covered in a sheet.
Oh, dear. All right, Millie. Now, just pull yourself together. Get the tea things washed up, and then you can go off.
Right, Mom.
Oh, poor Mr. Everett.
Oh, yes. Poor man. But people get over these things like everything else.
Still, we could offer to help.
Help? In what way?
Well, Sarah, it's an awful thought that the poor man will have to stay alone in some ghastly hotel room. Couldn't we offer to put him up for a day or two?
Well, I suppose we could.
Oh, we've a spare room, Sarah, and he wouldn't be much bother. He could eat down here. Oh, surely it's the least we could do.
I'm sorry to have brought you down here, sir, but it wasn't necessary for identification purposes.
I understand, Sergeant.
Oh, there's a deed box in my office. I'm afraid that's all that was salvaged.
Thank you. Well, I suppose I'd better look round for a room of some sort.
No need to worry, sir. Miss Pierce in the tea room said they'd be happy to put you up.
Really? I don't know whether I could bother them.
Oh, they'd be only too pleased. They're much more comfortable there in the hotel. And we shall need you for the inquest.
Now, Doctor, you examined the remains of the deceased?
Yes.
Would you state your opinion as to the cause of death?
Shock, following multiple burns to the chest and abdomen. I should perhaps add it was not possible to conduct a normal postmortem beyond a routine examination of the throat and lungs.
Due to the extensive burns?
Yes, though after reading the fire officer's report and noting the position in which the deceased was found, I'm of the opinion that Mrs. Everett was asleep in a chair when the flames enveloped her.
Thank you, Doctor. Call Victor Everett.
Victor Everett.
I swear by Almighty God to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Do take a seat, Mr. Everett.
Thank you.
You are Victor Everett, formerly of Hillside Cottage, Meadows Lane, Froxdean.
Yes.
On what occasion did you last see your wife?
On the morning of the 17th of July, at about 10:30. I was due at a board meeting in London that afternoon, but I thought I'd go up a little earlier. My wife had some shopping to do, and we left the house together, as I say, around 10:30.
And later that day at approximately 6:15 p.m., you identified the body of a woman at the Froxdean police station as that of your wife.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Everett, although we shall be calling an expert witness in a few moments, have you any comments to make at this stage as to the cause of the fire?
No, I'm afraid I haven't. We didn't have gas in the house. My wife preferred electricity. And the entire cottage was rewired by the board about 18 months ago, shortly after my wife and I were married.
Was your wife in the habit of smoking?
No.
Were there any inflammable materials stored in the house?
None at all, as far as I know. I've a bottle of Sinners and some methylated spirits, but they're kept in the garden shed, well away from the house.
So you can offer no explanation as to the cause of the fire?
I'm afraid I can't.
Well, thank you, Mr. Everett. You may step down. Call Mr. R.A. Jenkins, County Fire Officer.
Mr. R.A. Jenkins, County Fire Officer. I swear by Almighty God to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
You are Ronald Arthur Jenkins, Fire Officer of this county.
Yes, sir.
And on the afternoon of the 17th of July, you examined the debris and what remained of the residence known as Hillside Cottage, Meadows Lane, Froxdean.
I did.
And did you reach any conclusion concerning the origin of this fire?
I did, sir.
Will you state these conclusions to the court?
Certainly, sir. I have had extensive experience in locating what is known as the seat of the fire. That is its point of origin. And I am of the opinion that the fire commenced in the region of the lounge window.
How exactly?
Well, the afternoon of the 17th was extremely hot. Temperatures were in the 80s. The lounge window contained bullion glass. Now, due to several factors, the angle of the sun, the bubble in the glass, the sun's rays were concentrated onto the curtain, rather like a child playing with a magnifying glass. I should say the temperature reached might have been in the neighborhood of 200 to 230 degrees centigrade, sufficient to ignite a curtain made of cotton or similar fiber.
Were they of cotton?
I can't say. They were completely destroyed in the fire, though the residue suggested they might have been.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. You've been most helpful. In the case of Honora Everett, aged 42, who died in the fire at Hillside Cottage, Froxdean, we've heard the evidence of her husband, also the police pathologist, and the county fire officer. And from their evidence, it appears that this fire was the accidental outcome of the combination of a number of elements.
Come in.
Oh, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Mr. Everett.
Of course not.
I brought you a few flowers from the garden. Help cheer up the room.
I saw you cutting them, but I didn't realize they were for me. Dahlias, too. Oh, thank you.
Are you quite comfortable?
Oh, very. I really can't thank you and your sister enough. You've been so very kind.
Oh, not at all.
Though I don't think I should stay here much longer. I've been here over a week.
Oh, you're not any trouble. And it's quite a change having a man about the house.
Well, I'm negotiating for another cottage, but these things do take a little time.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome to stay till everything's settled.
Thank you. How's the writing coming along?
Oh, well, I've been thinking about what you said. Finding a subject nearer home.
Yes.
And to tell you the truth, I did get an idea, but, well, on reflection, I thought it might be in bad taste.
Ah, now, that immediately makes my ears prick up. Tell me more.
Must I?
Come now. It surely can't be as bad as all that.
You might change your mind if I tell you.
Well, do try me.
Well, if you must know, it came to me during the inquest.
The inquest?
On your wife.
Please, do go on.
Well, I don't know how to say it, but I thought it might be an idea to start my story with a fire in the village.
Well, it's been done rather often.
Yes, I suppose it has. I haven't really worked it out in detail. I thought I'd talk it over with Sergeant Foster when he drops in for tea. And unless, of course, you object.
Well, why on earth should I? No, do go ahead. Though, personally, I should have looked for something a little more original.
Have you seen the Gazette, Sergeant Foster?
What's that?
There's a picture of you and Mr. Everett leaving the coroner's court.
Oh, is there? Oh, those reporters, they just can't leave well alone, can they?
Mr. Everett's turned away slightly, but it's a very good likeness of you.
Well, let's see. Good grief, that's an insult, whoever that was, but take it away. Oh, by the way, I noticed you at the inquest, Miss Elsie, scribbling away in your notebook.
Did you? Yes. You see, finding myself in a coroner's court amidst tragedy, as you might say, I had a sudden inspiration.
Oh, not for another thriller.
Why, yes. Surely it's best to write from your own experience.
Now, you watch your step. That sort of thing can upset people, you know, and you could find yourself in a libel suit.
Oh, no, my village would be entirely fictitious, Sergeant. I was going to call it Medborough or something far removed. I shouldn't think of causing anyone offence.
Well, who's your choice for a victim?
Well, I had in mind an attractive middle-aged woman.
I say. That's pushing coincidence a bit too far, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see what you mean. Oh, well, she could be young, I suppose. It doesn't really matter.
What about method? Given that any thought?
Well, to be honest, the thing that sparked me off, forgive the pun, was the idea of the bullion glass. But instead of it being an accident, in my book, the fire's caused deliberately.
Sounds a bit far-fetched to me.
As I dare say it is. Oh, but I was hoping you'd be some help, not put a damper on it.
You must be realistic, Miss Elsie. Now, sit down a minute.
Oh, yes.
Now, perfect murder requires, among other things, perfect timing.
Yes.
And no murderer would ever leave things to chance. What happened at Hillside Cottage depended on quite a few things outside anyone's control. Now, for one thing, the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Then Mrs. Everett being alone and dropping off like that. And as the fire expert said, the choice of curtains.
Yes, you have a point there.
Mind you, I suppose there is such a thing as dramatic license. I suppose your murderer could have kept his eye on the weather reports. We're just waiting for a scorcher. But with our climate, he might have had to wait half a lifetime. And then to make sure the victim did drop off, you could always slip her a couple of sleeping tablets.
Yes, Sergeant, yes, but wouldn't that show at the autopsy?
Depend on what's left of the victim. In the case of fire, it's unlikely. Then regarding the curtains, I suppose one could persuade the victim to buy cotton. Well, that's stretching imagination a bit, don't you think?
Yes, doesn't sound very convincing. And anyway, even if the murderer did go to all that trouble, how on earth would I catch him out?
The husband, you mean?
Yes, how would I solve it?
Well, that's your little problem, isn't it? I'm no writer. Although, for what it's worth, in my experience, criminals invariably have to lie somewhere along the way. And the trouble with liars is they have such bad memories. Sooner or later, they'll drop a clanger. So when you settle down at your typewriter, I'd bear that in mind if I was you.
Yes.
Oh, forgive me, Elsie. I didn't realize you were in here.
Oh, do come in.
Oh, thank you.
The pot's still warm. Would you like a cup?
Oh, thanks. No, don't you get up. I'll see to it. Would you like a second one?
Oh,
It'd give me pleasure to serve you for a change.
thank you. Sarah's at a club committee meeting.
Well, Mother?
She can't sit still for a moment. Always doing something. Been like that all her life, even as a child.
It must get rather lonely for you.
Oh, I'm used to it.
I'm afraid that's one thing I've never got used to. Loneliness. I'm a person who needs companionship. You are?
Thank you. You must miss her dreadfully.
Hmm? Who?
Your wife.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I'm sorry. That was tactless of me.
Oh, not at all. One can't grieve forever, can one? No point in moping. There comes a time when one must face reality.
Oh, I imagined you were something of a sentimentalist.
Oh, now, Elsie. I know you will hate the cliché, but never judge a book by its cover. Throughout my professional life, I've learned to adapt myself to the situation. It's the only way.
I'm different. I've never been willing to accept second best. That's probably why I've remained an old spinster.
Not old.
Oh, come now. As you said, one must face reality.
Perhaps. But it still puzzles me why somebody hadn't snapped you up long ago.
Oh, do forgive me. Would you like a piece of cake? It's chocolate.
Yes, I think I will. No, not too large a slice.
It's our own, you know.
Yes, I've had your gâteaux on several occasions. They're excellent. But the one I'm really partial to is that new one of yours. What do you call it? Walnut cream.
Yes, that's one of Sarah's creations. Walnut cream, did you say?
Yes. Even Nora was aghast when I asked for a second helping. Oh, don't look so surprised. I have a very sweet tooth. I'm sure you must have noticed.
Yes, of course.
Oh, what is it? Are you all right?
I'm sorry. I hope you won't think I'm being rude, but I've a slight headache. I think I'll have an early night.
Elsie? Oh, in bed already?
Yes, I was feeling rather tired.
Oh, well, then I won't disturb you.
No, don't go, Sarah.
Hmm?
Did the meeting go well?
Very. The bazaar's to be held on the 25th. I've promised them one or two things.
Oh, I should give them a sponge or a gâteau.
I probably will.
That new one of yours. Walnut cream is very popular.
Yes, I'm feeling rather proud of that.
You know, I suddenly realized the very first one went to Mrs. Everett.
Oh, did it? Oh, yes, you're right. I remember now. The day of the fire.
And if Mr. Everett drove to London at 10:20, he couldn't have had any of it.
Well, he's made up for it. He had several portions of tea yesterday.
Oh, did he? Yes, but what I mean was...
Now, you lie back and I'll straighten your pillow. There. If you're feeling tired, this is no time to chat.
Your tea cake, Mr. Rayton.
You'll be the ruin of me, Elsie. Here you're looking a trifle pale this morning. Had a bad night?
I didn't sleep too well.
You ought to try a nightcap. Or maybe you need a tonic. Come across to the shop. I'll fix you up.
Oh, no. I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Well, whatever else you take, don't let me see you with a prescription for sleeping tablets. Although I sell them, I don't approve of them. It's a bad habit to get into.
No, I've never taken any.
Well, I shouldn't start. Confidentially, if you knew the number of people who take sleeping tablets, you'd have a fit. In this village, too.
Really?
Mrs. Turner from the manor.
No.
Bert Parker at the pub. Oh, Mrs. Denton. Mr. Everett. Charlie
Mr.
Miller.
Everett, did you say?
Yes, I thought that would shake you. But I filled a prescription for him not a fortnight ago.
Millie, have you seen Mr. Everett?
Yes, he went out early.
Where to? Did he say?
He's gone along to the cottage, I think.
What, Hillside Cottage?
I expect so. Fancy going back there. Gives me the creeps every time I walk by.
Look, Millie, I'm going out for a little while. If my sister wants me, tell her I'll be back within the hour.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, Elsie. Oh, you did startle me for a moment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Everett.
What are you doing out here?
Oh, just taking a stroll. I noticed the shed door was slightly ajar, and I thought someone had broken in.
No, it's been under lock and key since the fire. I came by for a few tools.
What have you got there? In your hand?
Oh, this tin, you mean? Just some sodium chlorate. Your path could do with weeding. I thought it'd make myself useful. You don't mind my helping out in the garden?
No. I'm sure Sarah will be most grateful.
Yes, but what about you? I was hoping I'd save you a few back-breaking jobs.
Oh, well, thank you.
Elsie, I have a confession to make to you.
Confession?
Yes. Trouble is, where to begin?
Is it about your wife?
I can see no one can keep things hidden from you. The truth is, we didn't get on very well. During the past 6 months, it became almost unbearable. It was as much as I could do to sit in the same room with her. Oh, I escaped whenever I could. You know, your little tea room was a haven to me. Oh, the fire was a shocking, dreadful thing to have happened, but if I'm to be honest, I'm not unhappy. Far from it.
Why are you telling me this?
Because with everyone offering their condolences, it's been a great strain having to keep up this pretense. I needed to tell someone. Who better than you?
Oh. You were up rather early this morning, weren't you?
Always been an early riser.
Oh, didn't you sleep well?
On the contrary, never better.
Sarah came in rather late. I thought she may have disturbed you.
No, I'm a very heavy sleeper.
Have you always been like that?
Yes, since I can remember. I'm one of those people who drops off the moment their head touches the feather.
Oh, Mrs. Clark, you haven't by any chance seen Sergeant Foster, have you?
No, hasn't he been in?
Not yet.
Oh, he's probably over at the county court. I think he'll be in later on. I can't see him missing the roast. Oh, by the way, Miss Elsie, is Mr. Everett still with you?
Yes.
You know, my husband and I offered to put him up, but you got in first. Oh, I don't doubt he's comfortable here. Not much trouble, neither, is he?
Oh, none at all.
Awful thing to have happened when you come to think of it. Such a nice man, so considerate to her, although she was a bit of a so-and-so.
Yes.
You know, I've never known a man worry about his wife's health and comfort as much as he did.
Really?
Yes. You know, she was very susceptible to rheumatism, Mrs. Everett.
No.
Oh, well, nothing serious, but he'd never take any chances with her. Now, this would take a lot of believing, but do you know, he used to ring me up at the post office daily to put him through to London for the weather report. Never missed a day throughout the summer, just in case of rain. Now, wasn't that considerate?
Yes. Very.
Oh, my gracious goodness, look at the time. I'll have a queue of customers at the counter, I'll bet. Oh, yes, Sergeant Foster, now.
Hello, Mrs. Clark.
Oh, I can't stop just off the way, Sarge.
Is the roast still on, Miss Elsie?
Yes, it is. I'm so glad
well, a
you've come
generous
in.
portion for an hungry cupper. Then maybe we'll talk. Go on at the double, I'm famished.
Oh.
Have you finished, Sergeant?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Lovely bit of beef.
Glad you enjoyed it. Elsie's bringing the coffee.
Why, you seem to be your last customer. Hope I ain't holding you up.
No, we won't start serving tea till about 3.
Your coffee, Sergeant.
Thank you, Miss Elsie.
Oh, Elsie, while I remember, as it's half day tomorrow, I promised to help with the bazaar. Will you be going out?
I don't think so. Why?
Well, that new mixer should be arriving. I'd like someone here to take delivery.
I'll be in,
Fine. Then I can let Millie go off.
Well, Miss Elsie, you found a solution to your fire story yet?
Yes and no. You remember that lie you spoke about?
Uh-huh.
Well, I had an idea about that. In my story, the wife purchases a cake on the day of the fire, after the husband was supposed to have gone up to town. It was a new kind of cake, but the husband at some later date remarks on its flavour. Now, that would prove he was at the house at the time of the fire, wouldn't it?
Not bad. Well, it might be difficult to convince a jury.
But if one could prove he got a prescription for sleeping tablets, though he was a sound sleeper...
Possessing sleeping tablets doesn't mean he administered them.
But if one also had a witness to prove he made daily inquiries about the weather, on the pretense of his wife's rheumatism...
You still have to prove criminal intent. I mean, that merely sounds like the action of a considerate husband. Ah, you need something more definite than that. No, I don't want to encroach upon your territory.
Oh, no, please do.
And I think some of these ideas are jolly good, but you know where the weakness lies, don't you?
No.
Those curtains. You see, cottons vary so. I mean, and no matter how odd it was, you could never be certain they'd catch a light.
Unless one experimented.
Still a bit risky. No, what's needed is some really inflammable material. Say a piece of loose weave cellulose net.
Loose weave net?
Well, after all, I mean, it's pretty commonplace. If it was hung in front of the other curtains, no one would give it a second glance. And it wouldn't leave any trace.
Yes, that's certainly an idea.
And then to be double sure, it'd need impregnating with something highly inflammable. Not petrol or anything like that, but something odorless. Now, let me see. An ideal thing would be sodium chlorate.
Sodium chlorate?
Yes, it's used in weed killers. You can buy it neat without prescription. I bet there's a tin in almost every other garden shed.
Yes.
Oh, I can see I've given you something to think about, eh? So I'll take my leave now. Oh, just one other thing. What about motive?
Motive?
Well, one doesn't usually commit murder without rhyme or reason. Is the husband hard up?
No, I imagined him being quite well off.
Well, then, if it's not revenge or fear, that leaves you with the other woman.
The other woman?
Well, you know the sort of thing. The sympathetic friend in the background. Somebody he can escape to when the wife gets too much for him.
Would a man really commit murder for another woman?
Would he? You're joking, ain't you? Well, what better motive than the eternal triangle? Why, sometimes the other woman doesn't even know it's happening. The husband waits until the wife's dead and buried before he drops a hint.
Really?
Oh, I see. I made you blush. Oh, well, I hope I haven't been too forward.
No, of course not.
Well, it's time I was moving. I hope the book goes well. But if it sells, I shall expect my 10%. Afternoon, Miss Sarah.
Oh, good afternoon, Sergeant Foster. Oh, Elsie.
I'm just going out. I'm going to get my coat, sir. I'm going across to the draper's.
What for?
Well, the sun bothers me when I'm at the typewriter. I thought I'd get a few yards of net curtaining.
Net? Well, that's not terribly practical. Why didn't you get some casement cloth?
No, Sarah. I'd rather have the net.
Afternoon, Miss Pierce. Something I can get you?
Yes, Mr. Potter. I want a few yards of loose weave cellulose net.
Nothing like knowing what you mean or what you want, is there?
Have you such a thing?
I'm afraid we don't carry a very large selection of net curtaining. Funnily enough, you're the second one who's asked for loose weave in the past month.
Oh? Well, forgive me for being curious, but I'd hate to have the same curtains as my next-door neighbour who asked for the net. Can you remember?
No, not offhand. My new girl, Connie, was serving. Connie?
Did you call, Mr. Potter?
Here a minute.
Yes, Mr. Potter?
That inquiry you had for loose weave net, who asked for it?
Loose weave net?
I was in the stockroom at the time.
How long ago?
Oh, 3 or 4 weeks.
It was the first week I was here. I didn't know whether I was coming or going.
Well, I remember I told you to tell the customer to try a theatrical place, Harrington's of Retford. They usually stock loose weave.
Yes, I remember that. But I can't remember the customer. Oh, never mind. What was the place you mentioned, Harrington?
That's about the nearest, bar going up to London.
Sarah.
You didn't have any luck, I see.
No, I shall be going into Retford tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow? But you were going to take delivery of the mixer.
Oh, was I? Oh, dear. And I've already bought my ticket.
Oh, well, you might have told me. I've already given Millie the afternoon off.
Perhaps she'll stay if you ask her.
Oh, really, Elsie? You are the limit.
Yes. Can I help you?
I wonder if you can.
Harringtons are renowned for their selection, madam. What are you doing? Gilbert and Sullivan? Or would it be a play?
I beg your pardon?
What costumes are you looking for?
Oh, no. No, it's material I want.
Over here, madam. Taffeta, rayon, damask, nylon, silk, satin. We carry over 5,000 lines.
5,000? Well, no, actually, all I require is some net.
Net? What kind of net?
Loose weave. Do you stock such things?
Of course, madam.
One moment. This is what you had in mind, madam?
Well, I'm not terribly sure. You see, I believe a friend of mine bought some here, and I'd rather like to get the same. It looks very nice in their window.
I'm sure. When did they purchase it?
Oh, within the last month or so, I think. But I don't suppose you can remember all your customers.
On the contrary, madam, we have records of every transaction. Of course, most of our customers are trade or professional. But I suppose I could look among the retail receipts.
Oh, would you? That would be most kind of you.
Moment, I'll just get the receipt book. Here we are. And what was the name?
My name?
No, madam, not your name, your friend.
Oh, I see, yes. Everett.
Everett. Yes.
You found it?
I believe so. I haven't the original letter, but as you can see, the receipt is addressed to V. Everett.
V?
Yes. Is that your friend?
What? Oh, yes. Well, on second thoughts, I don't think this is quite right for me. I'll leave it if you don't mind.
As you wish.
Good afternoon, Miss Pierce. Looking for Sergeant Foster?
Oh, yes. Yes, Constable, I was. Is he about?
Oh, you just missed him, but he should be back shortly. Can I take a message?
No, but I would like a word with him as soon as possible. Perhaps you'd tell him I called.
Oh, certainly. I'll put a note on his desk right away.
Oh, Miss you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, dear, I do wish you wouldn't creep about like that. What are you doing up here?
The laundry came. I put yours in your room. This is for Mr. Everett.
Is he in?
No, he went out after lunch. The mixer arrived.
Did it?
Oh, it isn't half smashing, all red and white. There's ever so many gadgets. Well, I'd better get rid of Mr. Everett's laundry, I suppose.
No, I'll put it in his room.
Oh,
really?
right, Ma'am.
Oh, thank you. You can go off now.
Oh, thank you, Ma'am. See you tomorrow.
Mr. Everett? Mr. Everett? Oh. Now I wonder. A deed box. Why, it's open. Oh!
Elsie, what are you doing? That deed box was in the drawer when I left.
I suppose you've destroyed the receipt.
Receipt? What receipt?
Don't pretend. You know very well. The receipt from Harrington's for the cellulose net. You've gone quite pale, Mr. Everett. It's always something of a shock to be found out, isn't it?
Found out?
Is that all you can say? Not that I want to listen.
No, please.
Kindly let me pass, Mr. Everett.
No.
I asked you to let me pass.
Elsie, please, I must talk to you.
I see no
Look,
point.
I can guess what you must be thinking. You imagine that...
Imagine? Really? Do you deny that you lied to the police and the coroner about the time you drove up to London?
No.
Or that you obtained a prescription for sleeping tablets when you sleep perfectly well without them?
You obviously know, so how can I deny it?
Or that for weeks you inquired daily about the weather?
That's perfectly true.
And that you purchased 6 yards of loose weave netting and impregnated it with weed killer to make it more inflammable?
That I do deny.
But I saw you with the tin of sodium chloride.
But I didn't purchase it.
Your name was on the receipt for the
No,
net.
I can...
Don't deny it. I saw it with my own eyes.
Look, I don't blame you for what you're thinking.
That's most kind of
If
you.
only you'll listen to me, just for a few moments. Look, I'll move away from the door. It's unlocked. You're free to leave whenever you like. But just a few minutes of your time, that's all I ask. Please.
All right.
Thank you. Well, you remember I told you that Nora and I didn't get on very well together?
Yes?
Well, that was something of an understatement. The marriage was a terrible mistake. I'd have left her, but frankly, I couldn't bear the thought of a divorce and all the scandal. And if you ask why she stayed, I can tell you in one word. Money.
But I thought she was quite well off.
Oh, believe me, when I married her, I wasn't concerned one way or another. But she deliberately lied to me about her income. The fact is, she hadn't a penny. There's little doubt why she married me. You were quite right. On the day of the fire, I was at the cottage for lunch.
Then why did you...
All in good time. After lunch, Nora went across to the hatch to pour out the coffee. There was a mirror facing the table, and as I looked up, I saw her drop some tablets into one of the cups. I imagined it was her saccharin, but as she turned, I realized that my cup was the one with the tablets.
She'd handed you the wrong cup.
So I thought. I suppose I could have said something, but it would only have led to an argument. Nora was never one to admit a mistake.
Then what did you do?
Well, there was no dessert, and she asked me if I'd like some gatto, the walnut cream. I said yes, and while she was cutting it, I swapped the coffee cups.
She didn't notice?
No. She suggested we take our coffee into the lounge. It was rather close in there, I remember. I wanted to get off to my board meeting, but Nora insisted I rested for a few minutes. We both sat there without a word, when suddenly she dropped off. I was very grateful and crept out and left for London. During the drive, I reached for my handkerchief and found a small tube in my pocket.
What tube?
Nora's sleeping tablet.
Mr. Rayton said he supplied them to you?
He did. Nora rowed with everyone, including the local GP. Phenobarbital's on prescription, so I had to pretend they were for me. It was the same with the weather report. She got a sudden mania about her health. If I didn't check, she wouldn't step out of the house.
But what were the sleeping tablets doing in your pocket?
You may well ask. I'd seen them on her dressing table earlier on. It was full. But now, 3 tablets were missing.
What?
I didn't know what to think. Then after the board meeting, I received the message from Sergeant Foster. He didn't mention Nora, but during the drive back, I felt uneasy. It suddenly struck me that Nora might still have been in the cottage. Understand, I was confused. Supposing those sleeping tablets were meant for me. She drugged my coffee and planted the tablets in my pocket to look as though I'd taken them myself. And the fire wasn't just an accident. I realized that if traces of phenobarbital were found in Nora's stomach, it might prove very embarrassing, to say the least. That's why I lied about the time. Everything was destroyed in the fire except that old deed box. Nora used to keep odd bits of correspondence in it. I didn't look through it until after the inquest. I knew about the sodium chlorate, but it wasn't until I found this that I was certain Nora had tried to murder me.
Murder you?
Yes. Look at this.
What is it?
It's a brief note from Harrington's confirming her order for the cellulose net.
But the receipt was marked out to you, V. Everett.
Her name was Venora. I called her Nora for short.
Venora? But then, why didn't you go to the police?
Well, what purpose would it serve? Another inquest, more questions, reporters? Besides, I'd have had to admit I lied about having lunch at the cottage. And after all, if I could lie about one thing, I could lie about the tablets, the weather reports, and even that order for the net.
Yes.
I'll make no bones about it, Elsie. I was afraid. I don't say I would have been found guilty, but there was always that possibility.
Yes.
There is still, if you go to the police. But that's up to you. I shan't stop you. You're free to leave whenever you like. Come in.
Oh, yes, Millie. What is it?
Sergeant Foster's on the phone, ma'am. Said you left a message for him.
Oh, yes. Well, look, Millie, apologize for me, would you? Tell him it wasn't frightfully important. I'll call him back later.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe you, Mr. Everett.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I still think you were very foolish to lie to the police, and if you'll take my advice, you'll dispose of that weed killer.
I have.
But keep that note from Harrington's. It proves you're innocent. And if my novel's published, someone may put 2 and 2 together.
But surely you're not going to...
Oh, don't worry. I'll change the names. Besides, everyone's bound to say it's far-fetched, but I'm sure it'll sell.
I've no doubt. Well, thank you again, Elsie. And if there's anything I can do for you at any time, you won't hesitate to ask, will you?
Well, just watch over my dailies, that's all. And, there is just one other little thing.
Yes?
Please don't think I insist by any means. I'd hate you to feel that, but my sister's terribly anxious to acquire that little plot next door.
Oh, she can have it.
Oh, no, we'll pay the market price, Mr. Everett.
Please, Elsie, not Mr. Everett. Victor.
Now, Elsie, I need your signature. Here, here, and here.
Terribly exciting, isn't it?
Fine. Now, this can go straight off to the solicitors. And the builders should be able to start early next month.
Oh, I'm so pleased. I can't tell you.
It wasn't easy. Mr. Everett was a hard nut to crack. I had to fight every inch of the way.
Did you?
But finally, I got him down to 200.
How clever of you.
It's a good job one of us has a head for business.
Oh, it certainly is. I have to hand it to you, Sarah. Oh, you're the practical one. You are really dear.
That was The Weather for Murder by Philip Levine, in which you heard Marie Ney as Elsie Pierce and Barbara Cooper as Sarah Pierce. Mr. Rayton was played by Derek Blomfield, Millie by Peggy Butt, Sergeant Foster Julian Summers, Mrs. Clark Vivian Chesterton, Mr. Everett Derek Birch, Mrs. Everett Stella Tanner, Miss Brown Zibba Mays, Coroner John Brining, Mr. Jenkins William Edel, Mr. Potter Louis Stringer, Connie Angela Piper, and the costumier Donald McKillie.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
Murder at midnight.
Let go of me. Let go.
First, I have a little surprise for you. Look there, right in front of you.
Tombstone. 3 of them.
The first one is your mother. The second one is your brother. They're both sleeping soundly under them. And the third one...
It's mine.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in The Man with the Black Beard. And now, Murder at Midnight, Tales of Mystery and Terror by radio's Masters of the Macabre. Our story by Sigmund Miller is The Man with the Black Beard. A few minutes before 12 o'clock, midnight, Charles Corbett is sleeping peacefully, but not his wife, Evelyn.
No. No, don't touch me.
There's no use running. You can't get away.
Please let me alone.
You mustn't be afraid, Evelyn.
You. That black beard. I've seen you before.
Of course you've seen me before. Everybody does. Sooner or later.
No. I don't want to see you. And I won't.
Scalpel, please.
What are you doing? You can't operate on me. You can't.
Just hold still. After this first incision, you won't feel anything.
No, there's nothing wrong with me. Let go of me.
No one's holding you. Get up.
I'm trying to.
No, Evelyn.
Your face. Your growing beard.
Yes, Evelyn.
A black beard. You're the man with the black beard who's been following me.
Yes, Evelyn.
No.
I'm afraid you're going to die. The prisoner will rise.
Prisoner.
I find you guilty. Guilty of trying to run away from the man with the black beard. You are sentenced to be guillotined.
No. No, please, I didn't do anything wrong.
Step up these stairs, please.
My husband. Let me call my husband.
No time for that. Raise the guillotine.
Please, give me another chance.
You'll only run away again. Head down, please.
No, no, no. Oh, why do you hate me? Why do you want to kill me?
Because you hate me. And for this you must die.
Evelyn! Evelyn, for heaven's sake, what's the matter, darling?
Charles, help me.
Oh, Evelyn, stop it. Now, you're perfectly safe. Look, darling. Look, you're in bed.
I'm in bed?
Yes.
Oh, Charles.
Oh, what was it, darling? What was it? Was it a bad dream?
Oh, Charles. It was the most dreadful dream I've ever had.
Oh, there.
There was a man with a black beard, and he was trying to kill me.
No, darling.
At first he was a doctor. He was going to operate on me. And then he tried to guillotine me.
Evelyn.
And the knife was just going out.
Oh,
But you...
poor darling. It's all my fault.
Oh, no. Why is it your fault?
I'm telling you about that latest case of mine, that murder case.
No, Charles. No, I don't think it was that. No, I've dreamed about that man with the black beard before. Charles, it means something.
When did you dream about him before?
I don't know. It was about a month ago.
Oh. Oh, yes. That was when I got my new job. That makes sense.
No, Charles, there's something else. I can't help feeling it. I can't help feeling that I'm going to die.
Don't say that, Evelyn.
No, I feel it in my bones, Charles. I'm certain. I'm going to die. Soon.
Corbett speaking.
Mr. Corbett, I'm glad I got you. Central Hospital's been trying to reach you.
Who?
Central Hospital.
Oh, they must have the wrong Corbett. I don't know anyone there.
Oh, they said it was about your wife.
My wife? What about her?
Well, she collapsed down the street, and they brought her into the hospital.
Okay. I'm going right over. Evelyn.
Oh. Hello, Charles.
Oh, darling, what is this? I came right over. What is it?
Charles.
Oh, baby. Please, honey, don't cry. Oh, look, tell me.
Charles.
Huh?
Charles, I saw him.
You saw who?
The man.
What man?
The man with the black beard.
The one you dreamed about last night, you mean?
Yes.
Where?
Well, he was in the street.
In the street?
No, I left the office. I was going out for lunch. And I was just going out of the lobby when I saw him. A man with a black beard.
Oh, now, darling.
I stared at him. I tried to place him. And then I realized that he was the man from my dream. He nodded to me, Charles. And I guess I must have fainted.
Well, Evelyn, honey, it can't be the same man. It's just your imagination.
No, Charles, it's not. It was the same man. I remember his face in every detail.
No, I don't see. Oh, I guess we have to do something about this, darling. What can we do? Look. Suppose we go to see Dr. Lieber. He should be able to help you.
No. It's no use, Charles. He's after me. The man with the black beard. I'm going to die, Charles. I'm going to die.
describe the man to me, Mrs. Corbett?
Yes, Doctor, I can. He has a long, narrow face, deep-set black eyes, and a black beard.
Had you ever seen him before before you dreamed of him?
No, I don't think so.
And you believe the man you saw in the street and the one you dreamed about are the same?
I know they are.
You say he nodded to you, as if he knew you.
Oh, he knew me, all right. He wants me to die.
You met him twice?
Yes, and both times he nodded.
I can understand your being afraid of him. But I think you also hate him. You do hate him, don't you?
Hate him? Doctor, I could kill him without even thinking twice about it.
I see.
What do you think, Dr. Lieber?
If she did not hate him, the explanation would be simple. She might have seen this man with a black beard before she dreamed of him just passing in the street. And she could have had a nightmare about him. But hate is important. Hating him the way she does, that means he has become a symbol to her.
A symbol? Then you don't believe he's a real person, do you? That he's really threatening me?
Not in the way you mean. What we'll have to do is to find out just what he does stand for.
But, Doctor, I tell you, I know what he stands for. He stands for death.
I'm not going to tell you to forget him, Mrs. Corbett, because you won't. But if you'll come back again tomorrow, well, we'll see if we can't find out a little more about him.
Why, Charles, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you, darling. We're going to have lunch together.
You mean you'd like to take a look at the man with the black beard?
Well, yes. Look, you say you met him right here on the street corner,
Yes, right here. Twice. Oh, Charles, are you doing this because you believe me or because you don't believe me? Or is it because you think I've gone mad?
Oh, my dearest, what a question.
Well, maybe he won't show up today.
Well, then I'll try again.
Yes, and maybe that I can see him, and maybe you can't. Maybe it's just a... Charles.
Huh?
Look.
Where?
There. Coming towards us.
Well, I'll be... Oh, just as you described it.
Then you do see him.
How do you do?
He spoke to me. He never did that before.
Getting into that car. Hey, you! Wait, I want to talk to you.
He isn't paying any attention, Charles. He's driving away.
Can't let him get away. Taxi! Come on. Taxi! Here, inside, Evelyn, quick.
All right.
Where to, bud?
Follow that black car. We've got to see where he goes.
Listen, mister, how much longer are we going to keep tailing this guy? We're way outside the city limits.
Yeah. We're going to tail him until we find out where he's going. You haven't lost him, have you?
No, he can't go much further because this road... Hey, he's turning off.
Huh?
Into the cemetery.
What? What did you say?
The Cypress Cemetery. He's going in.
Don't step on it, will you? I'm going to catch him.
Don't worry. There's just this one road, and the entrance gate's on the other side of this curve. There's an attendant there. He'll have to stop and show a pass or something. Holy smoke.
He's gone. Hey, stop at that gate, will you?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, we're looking for a big black car that just came through here.
Black car? There hasn't been a car through here for an hour.
You see, Charles, you see, I told you.
Stop it, Evelyn.
I told you.
Stop it. Look, there must have been one. We followed it all the way from town. A man with a black beard was driving it.
Mister, I say there hasn't been a car through here for an hour, with or without a beard.
A man with a black beard and a black car vanishing into thin air at the gates of a cemetery. But then, where would you expect the trail to end that began with a nightmare, a dream of murder at midnight? And now back to Murder at Midnight and The Man with the Black Beard.
we find Evelyn deep in another terrifying encounter with the man who haunts her day and night.
Evelyn.
You again? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. You were looking for me, remember? You and your husband, right here in the cemetery.
No, I've got to get up. This is just another dream. It's a nightmare.
Is it?
Yes.
Look at me. I'm very real. Here, touch me.
Oh, no. No, you're cold.
Always.
Oh, why don't you leave me alone? Why are you pursuing me?
It's you who are pursuing me.
It's a lie. I hate you.
Naturally. I have a surprise for you.
I don't want to see your surprise. Oh, I've got to wake up. I've got to.
First, you must look at my surprise. Look there, right in front of you.
Tombstones. 3 of them.
The first one is your mother's. The second is your brother's. And the third one, do you recognize that?
It's my own.
Can you read the inscription?
Oh.
It says, Evelyn Corbett, beloved wife. Simple, but dignified.
No, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Now, if you kindly step down into your grave, our business will be finished.
Oh, I won't do it. I won't. I don't want to die.
I'm afraid I must insist.
No, I won't.
This time you can't help yourself, even by waking up. This time in you go.
Evelyn! What are you doing on the floor? What is it?
Oh.
Darling, what's the matter?
It was he again.
Who?
It was the man with the black beard. He threw me into my grave.
Oh, no, darling. You fell off the bed, that's all.
Oh,
Here, darling, let me help you up. Back on the bed. There.
Oh, Charles. Oh, Charles, if this keeps up, I'll go out of my mind.
I know, darling.
Oh, Charles, do something. You just got to do something.
Saw him, this man with the black beard, Mr. Corbett.
I certainly did. He looked just as Evelyn described him to.
And he disappeared at the cemetery.
Yes, Doctor, he did.
Well, that isn't so mysterious. He might have gone off on a side road or something like that.
But he didn't, Doctor. He just vanished into thin air.
Mrs. Corbett, I want you to try to remember how many times you've dreamt about him. That's important.
Yes. 3 times.
Are you sure?
Well, I think I am.
When was the last time someone close to you died?
Died? About 6 years ago.
Who was it?
It was my brother. My only brother.
Were you very fond of him?
Yes.
Did you have nightmares then?
Well, Yes, I think so.
Did you dream about the man with the black beard then?
I'm not sure.
Think back.
No, I can't remember. I have a feeling that I did. Only I can't be too certain.
It will come to you. Maybe not now, maybe tomorrow or the day after. Let me know immediately when it does.
I don't get this, Doctor. What has that got to do with the immediate problem?
A great deal, Mr. Corbett.
But the man with the beard is a real person.
No, he isn't. He isn't a real person.
But he was
no,
there.
I think he's dead. Hunting for me.
I see. Of course, one way we can prove he's not is to get hold of him. Talk to him.
Well, I'll take that job. I'll find him. And when I do, he's going to do a lot of talking. Hello.
Mr. Corbett?
Yes?
Oh, this is the office calling. The boss wants you to investigate a new case.
Yeah.
The body of a Mr. Hampton was found in the river today. He was heavily insured, and they want you to go down to the city morgue to look at the body as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll go down right now. Goodbye. When was that body fished out of the river?
Several hours ago.
Uh-huh. Okay. You can put the sheet back.
So what do you think? Murder, suicide, or accident?
Well, I don't know yet.
Hey! Hey, there he is. Here.
He? Who?
The man with the black beard. He just walked out of the slab room.
I didn't notice.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, gone. He must have taken the elevator. I'll ring. Oh, got to find that guy. Come on.
Okay, watch your step.
Did you just take down a man with a black beard?
No, sir.
But you must have. He came out of here just a minute ago.
Well, maybe he walked down. It's only 2 flights.
Oh? Where are the stairs?
Right over there.
Okay, I'll see. Hello, Dr. Lieber?
Yes?
This is Charles Corbett.
Anything wrong?
I just saw the man with the black beard again.
You did? Where?
Down at the morgue.
Did you talk to him?
No, he disappeared. I ran after him, but he just vanished.
That's too bad.
We've got to get a hold of him, Doctor. Perhaps we can meet him at the street corner near my wife's office. She's seen him there several times.
I have a very heavy schedule, but when's the best time?
About 1 o'clock?
I'll be there.
Look, should I have Evelyn come too?
Yes, that might be a good idea.
Good. Maybe we can clear this up today.
Charles, I'm afraid.
There's no reason to be afraid, dear. I'm with you, and Dr. Lieber will be here any minute.
Well, if I see him again, I don't know what'll happen.
Nothing will happen. Believe me, darling. Look, once we talk to him... Here he comes.
Where, Charles?
Right there. Dr. Lieber.
Oh, I thought you startled me.
Hello.
I'm glad you could come, Doctor.
And I'm terrified. Doctor, do we have to do this?
It's the quickest way of getting to the bottom of it. What time have you got, Mr. Corbett?
I have 5 to 1.
Yes, it's just about the time he passes by.
I hope he doesn't keep us waiting too long.
Dr. Lieber, really, you've been wonderful about this whole thing. If it hadn't been for you and Charles, I don't...
What is it, Mrs. Corbett? What's the matter?
Look, over there.
It's he.
And he really does have a black beard.
I've got to get away. I've got to get away.
Stay here. Nothing's going to happen to you.
He's coming over here.
Good.
Oh, don't let him touch me. Don't.
Please, Mrs. Corbett.
Good afternoon.
How do you do, sir?
I believe you're the people who are looking for me.
How did you know that?
The guard out at the cemetery told me. He described you and the lady perfectly. Oh, look out.
I've got her. Evelyn.
She's fainted.
Evelyn,
Better take her someplace quiet where she can...
My place is just up the street there, a few doors. If it won't bother you too much,
Of course not. Show us.
Here we are.
But this is... It says Blakely's funeral parlor.
Yes, I'm Mr. Blakely.
An undertaker?
Yes, a mortician.
Of course. This is finally beginning to make sense. Put it down on the couch there, Corbett.
Makes sense. How?
Do you know Mrs. Corbett, Mr. Blakely?
I've seen her a few times in the street. We seemed to have lunch at about the same time. She stared at me, and I assumed she knew me, so I nodded to her.
You've had no other dealings with her?
Not that I know of, no.
What was your wife's maiden name, Corbett?
Huh? Harper. Why?
Would you look that name up in your files, Mr. Blakely?
Why, yes, of course. Let me see. Hadley, Halton, Harper. Cecilia M. Died January 26, 1926. Buried...
Why, that was her mother.
And that's the answer. She loved her mother very much.
Very much. Yes, she was only 6 years old at the time, but she always said...
An age of deep feeling, without any real understanding of cause and effect. Her mother died, and Mr. Blakely came and took her away. As a result, she attributed her death to him. He came to represent death to her, and thus became an object of terror and hatred.
But I don't understand. After all these years...
She didn't remember him consciously because she wanted to forget about him. But the subconscious mind never forgives or forgets. She must have seen him in the street without really being aware of it. Then her subconscious mind went to work, started creating those nightmares.
And you think that when we tell her all this and we explain...
I'm sure of it.
Yes, but Doctor, how can we explain the attendant at the cemetery and the guy at the morgue? You know, they said they hadn't seen him.
Now that we know that Mr. Blakely, the bearded man, is an undertaker, a mortician, The explanation is simple. He was such a familiar figure at the cemetery and the morgue that his presence did not quite register on their conscious mind. Just as we never notice our waiter at a restaurant.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, of course. I see.
Now, let me take a look at her. She should be coming to now. Good Lord.
What is it? Doctor, what's the matter?
I don't seem to find any pulse. I'm afraid. The strain and the shock.
You mean... You mean...
I'm afraid she is, Mr. Corbett. After all, when we believe someone to be deaf, they can be deaf.
A woman dead of fear created in her own mind, lying on a couch in a funeral parlor. The logical place to end a story that began with a nightmare. A terrifying dream of
murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death steps smiling from behind a tombstone and the clocks strike 12 for
murder at midnight.
The part of Evelyn Corbett was played by Mercedes McCambridge. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Whitehall 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in case number 604MR530 from the official files of Scotland Yard. Leo M. Stefanovich, former member of the Polish Navy.
Yes, I deserted the Navy.
Marian Konieczki, who'd fought in Spain.
What I am interested in is money.
Kazimir Kashuba, who was found dead. Albert Stevens, the coppers narc.
It's a living.
Superintendent Alistair Watkins of Scotland Yard.
I must warn you that if you expect high adventure in Limehouse or sinister Orientals lurking in dark byways, you'd best turn off your wireless now. We're quite ordinary people at Scotland Yard. Professional policemen, catchers of criminals, and we don't go in much for the picturesque, the way we're sometimes pictured. However, If you'd like to see how we proceed upon a case, I'll ask you to step inside our Black Museum and meet the man in charge of it. Come in. This is Chief Inspector John Davidson, who's in charge here.
How do you do? I'm afraid that the so-called Black Museum is neither black nor a museum, nor is it the Grand Guignol. We have here a large number of guns, knives, other weapons which have been used in crimes. We have also disguises, clothing, exhibits of all sorts that have helped in solving many of these crimes.
I think you ought to explain, John, why we keep these gruesome relics.
Yes, indeed. They're here for a purpose quite removed from idle curiosity. They're principally for the use of the men of Scotland Yard in studying crime techniques and exemplars of crime methods. They bring to life the cold words contained in our files, and the most useful as well as graphic. For example, in this case, Superintendent Watkins is reenacting for you. Now, this is a bullet that killed a man. It was fired from this gun, 32 caliber Waltham automatic pistol. And it was Scotland Yard's job to prove that. And this, the top of an ordinary mechanical pencil. This was a very important bit of evidence. Just a cheap little metal pencil.
It wasn't cheap for the man who lost it, John.
Well, it cost him his life, you see.
We were standing in the corner of a saloon bar in Whitechapel, talking. Albert Stevens, the copper's narc, and me. I expect you don't know what a narc is. N-A-R-K. In America, I think you call him a stool pigeon. Every detective in the world has his pet narc, and Albert Stevens was mine. It was an insignificant place we were in, and Albert Stevens' 2 mild and bitters had set him talking 16 to the dozen.
I don't suppose you'd know him by sight, sir, but I could tell you how to find him. That is, I've seen him about here and there. It's American cigarettes they're handing now, but they ain't got many left. And when they're sold out of them, they'll try something else.
Have you got any ideas, Albert?
No, sir, not yet. But it'll be something big, I'm sure of that.
Do they know you, do you suppose?
Nobody notices a taxi driver, sir. They've rode in my cab twice now, and they've never even looked at my face. But I've looked at them.
Will you have another mild and bitter, Albert?
Well, I wouldn't say no, sir. Here, miss. Fill this up here, will you, again? Will you? Thank you. They're some kind of foreigners, sir, they are. Thank you, miss. This I know. They're in the black market up to here.
You said that. What kind of foreigners?
I can't understand them much, except when they talk about, well, what they think is English. Greeks or Spaniards or Russians, I think. All 3 of them. Oh, they tip quite nice, too.
But you're sure they're in the black market?
No doubt about it, sir. I hear enough about it.
Don't know their names?
Well, one is called Marion.
Marion?
And the other's name is Kashmir. Kashmir. Maybe he's an Hindu. And the other is a gentleman in some kind of navy, sir. Not ours. Some foreign navy. He wears a uniform.
Who seems to be the boss?
Well, I'd say this here Kashmir is, sir. Cool. He's an odd man, he is, sir.
Is that all you know about them, then?
That's all I know right now, sir. Well, ain't that worth 3 pints of mild and bitter, sir?
Just about, Albert.
Well, I was sort of hoping you'd have a spare 10-shilling note on you, sir.
I have, Albert, but not for you, my lad. When you've something better than a comic trio of foreigners who gibber about American cigarettes, maybe, but not till then.
Would you like to buy a magnificent new solid gold mechanical pencil, sir? Here. A sacrifice for 10 shillings.
Where'd you get it?
A lady gave it to me, sir. Now, what say 7 and 6 to you, sir?
Come now, Albert. You know that's worth all of 9pence.
9pence, then, sir? I need the money.
Come off it, Albert.
Well, then, sir, What did you say if I told you these foreign blokes is murderers?
Shouldn't believe a word of it.
Oh, they might be, sir.
Well, when you can prove it, come round and see me, Albert.
Well, don't I get another pint, sir?
Here, miss. Another of the same for my friend here. Night, Albert. Scotland Yard next morning, I walked leisurely down the long corridor on the second floor that leads to my office. A voice hailed me as I opened the door to my office, and I looked back. It was Detective Sergeant Llewellyn, a Welshman who had been a constable at the Wardour Street police station when I was a sergeant. Here was a welcome face. David, I said, I've not seen you in 6 months.
Longer than that, indeed, Superintendent. It's 10 months, and I'm very glad to be seeing you.
Where have you been?
To the Army all this time, sir. I was seconded to MI5.
Yes, I heard that.
It was tiresome work, but now I'm back, thanks indeed to the Lord.
Taking a well-earned rest, I expect.
Oh, indeed, to goodness, no. There's no rest for the wicked. I'm on a case already.
Can we have dinner this evening, then?
I'm not so sure, sir.
What have they given you?
Oh, a murder.
Good bloody one?
I've just seen the man. He's bloody enough, indeed. They found him shot to death in his car early this morning.
Where?
Chepstow Place, Notting Hill. The constable who found him in his car parked beside the curb thought he was taken with drink and sound asleep. But it was a .32 caliber bullet in the back of his neck and out the front of his head. Very gory.
Know who he was?
A foreigner, it seems, with the name of Casimir Kasuba.
Oh.
Whatever's the matter, then? Do you know him?
Come on in my room here. I don't know the chap, but I have an idea I know someone who does.
Well, indeed, to goodness.
Come on in while I telephone. I've got his number in my book here. At least a number where I can reach him. Ah, here it is.
Whoever is he, Superintendent?
Chap named Albert Stevens, a narc. Talking to him just last night. Mentioned a chap named Kashmir, he called him. Foreigner. Just might be. Now, where is the beggar? Every little bit.
Yes? Who is it?
Oh, hello. Is Albert there? Albert Stevens?
Yes, been home since yesterday morning. Who wants him?
When he comes in, tell him to telephone Watkins. Watkins, got that?
Hoskins?
Watkins. Watkins. He knows me.
What do you want?
Just tell him to call me, that's all.
Does he know where to call?
Yes, it's very important. Do you understand?
He ain't come home since yesterday morning.
All right, have him telephone me at once.
You needn't shout at me, Mr. Bloody Well Watkins.
Goodbye. Not there. No, telephone me. I say, where can I reach you?
Oh, I've got all this report on the man to write up, for goodness sake. I'll be in my office till noon.
Oh, he'll telephone me before that, I'm sure.
Well, I must be going, sir.
I'm sorry I couldn't reach him just now. But I'll be in touch with you as soon as I hear from him.
I'll be very grateful to you, sir. It was good seeing you again.
Been a long time, Llewellyn. Well, goodbye.
So long.
So long, old chap. Oh, you dropped something.
Eh? Where?
There on the floor beside your right foot.
Oh, must suppose this.
What is it?
Found it in the car with the dead man.
Huh?
A top off a cheap mechanical pencil.
Let's see it. Do you mind?
Not at all. Don't have to be careful of fingerprints. They've had it in the laboratory. Nothing on it.
That's it.
Beg your pardon, sir?
I've seen this pencil before, Lou.
Oh, millions of them about, no doubt. The chap that was killed must have lost it.
No.
Eh?
I've seen this particular one before. I saw it last night.
I don't follow you, sir.
Huh. That settles it. Look here, closely.
Yes?
See these initials scratched on it? Very tiny here. Probably done with a pocket knife. See it? A.S.
By crikey, A.S., that's what they are. Whose do you suppose?
He offered to sell it to me last night.
Who?
Albert Stevens, the copper's narc. I was just trying to telephone.
Goodness sake.
So that's why he hasn't come home.
Eh?
He said he knew this Casimir. He said Casimir had money, and money was what he needed.
Well, Casimir was robbed, we know that. But I never knew a copper's narc to have the courage to commit murder, sir.
Why, I bought him the courage, old boy. 4 pints of mild and bitter. Suppose that makes me an accessory to murder?
The constables who were dispatched to the home of Albert Stevens reported that he was still absent. At 11 the next morning, he had not yet come home. His wife knew nothing of his whereabouts, nor did the garage people where he usually kept his cab. At noon, a teletype signal was sent to all metropolitan police stations giving a description of the man and the number of his cab, GLP 301. The same information was published next day in Metropolitan Informations, which goes to all police officers. There was no immediate response. Neither the man nor the cab could be found. By now, Superintendent Watkins had been officially assigned to the case, and on the morning of the fourth day, we held a strategy meeting in his office. He had some new information for me.
They found the gun.
Indeed, sir.
They've been taking the car to pieces down at Hendonport, you know. They found a .32 caliber Walther automatic pistol hidden in the lining of the top.
Good.
Our friend Casimir was killed by a .32 caliber bullet, you know. And ballistics assures me that this is the gun from which it was fired.
Good. Fingerprints?
What?
Fingerprints.
None. The ballistics say they're sure that more than one shot was fired from the gun.
How could they tell that?
There are 2 cartridges missing from the clip. And it seems they found too much powder fouling in the receiver and the barrel for one shot. I don't quite understand, but they're quite positive.
They find more than one bullet?
Only the one that went through Casimir's head. It was embedded in the dash of the car.
Where's this other one, then?
Somebody else's body, I expect.
That?
Whose, I say.
Yes.
Oh, blast. Superintendent Watkins here.
Hi, Watkins. Fletcher here, T Division.
Hello, Sailor.
Okay, we found your man Albert Stevens.
Oh, good. Found him.
Oh.
Where was he?
Sitting in his taxicab.
Where?
At the bottom of the Thames.
What?
Near Wapping Old Stairs. One of our boats found him.
Is he dead?
Twice dead, old chap. Drowned and a bullet through his heart.
Well, so that's where the other bullet went. I admit I'd more or less dropped a brick in pinning all my hopes of a quick solution of the case on Albert Stevens. Llewellyn and I moved at once to realign our strategy. This was our estimate of the situation.
It is possible that Stevens did murder Casimir, of course.
Possible, but not probable.
The forensic laboratory people, the ballistics people, say that the bullet they found in Stevens' body was fired from the same gun that killed Casimir.
The .32 Walther automatic they found in the car.
But then, who killed who?
I suspect that since the gun was found in the car with Casimir, he was the last one shot, wouldn't you?
Well, then, of course, Stevens couldn't have killed him.
Right. Stevens must have been dead and at the bottom of the Thames when Casimir was shot.
Then who killed Casimir? Obviously not Stevens.
The forensic laboratory can tell us who died first, I hope.
We know.
How?
The gun. It was with Casimir, remember? Unless someone shot him, then took the gun and killed Stevens with it, pushed him into the Thames, and then brought the gun back.
Sounds silly.
Indeed.
Then who shot Casimir?
One of Stevens' friends might have if he knew Casimir killed Stevens. Revenge.
How do we know Casimir shot Stevens?
Well,
Besides, Stevens didn't have any friends. Except me. I don't think I did it.
His wife, perhaps?
Yeah. Perhaps. Well, besides, how could she get that gun?
No friends.
None I know of. I knew Albert rather well.
What?
Casimir had friends, though. Albert told me about them.
Who?
A man named, woman's name, Marion.
I don't know. Him.
And a man who wears a foreign Navy uniform.
Polish? Casimir was Polish, and a deserter.
I suspect our man's a deserter, too. They were all mixed up in the black market, Albert said.
What sort of black market, sir?
Oh, all sorts, it appears.
Why should they kill Casimir? Or Albert Stevens?
Well, Albert, that's simple. They found out he was an informer, a narc.
Why Casimir?
Oh, people have been murdered for money before. Perhaps Casimir was cheating them. He was apparently the boss.
Well, a crook who cheats a fellow crook is asking for it.
Let's get on to Marion and the Navy officer.
All we have to do is find them.
Now, allow me to digress for a moment. There was, of course, no record anywhere of Casimir's former address. We put people on that at once, suspecting that Marion and the Navy officer might live close to Casimir's home. But another day dragged by without tangible result. I was sitting gloomily in my office, trying to think of a more tenable theory than the one we had tentatively adopted. Oh, blast the phone. Yes, Watkins here.
Lady to see you, sir. Inspector.
What's her name?
Name, please.
Miss Dottie Telfer.
Spell it, please.
Taliafero. You've heard of me. I'm the actress.
Miss Dottie Telfer, sir. And...
Actress. You know me.
Actress, sir.
What's she want?
She says it's in connection with Casimir... What was the name, miss?
Kashuba, I said.
I heard her.
Yes, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir.
And ask Sergeant Llewellyn if he'll just step in here.
Yes, sir.
Come in. Good afternoon, madam.
Are you Superintendent Watkins?
I am. Sit down, madam.
I thank you.
You said you knew something about Casimir Kashuba.
Yeah, I saw in the Express that he's dead.
Extremely.
And good enough for him, I'd say.
You knew him?
Yes, he was a crook.
I'm afraid you're rather late in telling us that, madam.
Well, I mean to say,
What sort of dealings did you have with him?
I never had any. Well, I mean, he cheated me, and now he's dead. How am I going to get back the £17 I gave him? That's what I want to know.
Why did you give him £17?
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Come on in, Llewellyn. This is Miss Dottie...
Telfer. I'm a music hall star at the Shepherd's Bush Empire.
How do you do, madam?
Sit down, Llewellyn. Seems Miss Telfer has given Casimir £17.
Whatever for, miss?
Well, it was rather silly of me, but I couldn't resist it.
Resist what?
Well, I was having a late supper after the show last Tuesday, and there was a man, Kashmir Kashuba it turned out to be, sitting 2 tables away from me.
That the first time you met him?
Of course. Do you think that... On the table before him was the most magnificent handbag.
Handbag?
A woman's handbag, the kind I hadn't seen for simply years. I couldn't resist doing what I did.
What did you do, madam?
Oh, I know it's breaking the law, but isn't everyone in the black market?
Not everyone exactly.
Oh, well, I just stepped over to the table and introduced myself, and he gave me his name, and I said, would you mind terribly telling me where you got that adorable bag? I wanted one myself, you know.
Black market.
So he said he manufactured them and that I could have one if I liked. All I had to do was to give him £17 so that he could buy the special leather it was made of. And in a day or two, I could call at his flat and it'd be ready for me, do you see?
And you fell for that old one?
You called at his flat?
Would you believe it? When I called, he professed never having seen me. He said he was not a manufacturer.
He wasn't.
And nothing I could say would make him give me back my £17 or the bag.
And did you kill him then?
I did not.
Later, perhaps.
I never killed anyone in my life. I'm a law-abiding...
Will you give us the address, my dear law-abiding young woman?
Oh, it's in Maida Vale somewhere. I think I have it here, in my shabby old handbag.
Thank you very much, Miss...
Telfer.
An actress, I think you said, yes. Well, that'll be all, Miss Telfer, and thank you very much. Come along, Llewellyn.
Right. Yes, but how am I going to get my £17 back? The man's dead
You're
now.
not going to get it back, Miss Telfer.
What?
You're very fortunate. The black market's cost you only £17. It cost Casimir his life. Ready, Llewellyn?
Within 20 minutes, a Scotland Yard car dropped us at the address in Maida Vale Miss Telfer, actress, had supplied us. We interviewed the proprietor of that dismal place, a cross-eyed young man in an unusually dirty waistcoat in the red Mingus tartan. His name, he informed us, was Ian Kalbfleisch, and he had a cold.
No, he ain't here. We're quite aware of that, my good man. He's dead.
Did you murder him?
No. Are you in the black market, too? No.
May we see his room?
Tain't this anymore. Whose is it, then? Another man. Who? An officer. Navy officer. Oh? RN, RNR, or RNVR? Not one of ours. Polish Navy.
When did this Polish naval officer take the room, Mr. Kalbfleisch?
Day after the murder.
Oh, you know the day of the murder, then?
I can read. Was it all the papers? Is this man here now? No. Will he return? He always has.
Was this naval officer a friend of Casimir's?
I don't know. May we see the room? Got a warrant? Yes. All right. Second door on the left. Come on, Lou.
All right.
It's unlocked. Come on. No, leave the door open, Lou. Our friend with a runny nose might just warn him that we're here.
Right. I'll keep watch.
While Llewellyn kept watch from the open door, I made a quick search of the place. I found nothing at all of any apparent importance until I went through the pockets of the navy greatcoat in the closet. I was about to exhibit my findings to Llewellyn when he hissed sharply at me from the doorway. What's up?
Chap coming in, wearing a navy uniform.
People in your room, Commander.
Who are they?
Police. Scotland Yard.
What do they want?
If you'll come in, Commander, we'll be glad to tell you.
Who are you?
Sergeant Llewellyn of Scotland Yard. I think you'd best come in, sir. Come in, sir.
What is the meaning of this, may I ask?
What is your name, please?
Leo M. Stefanowitz, Commander, Polish Navy. What do you want?
I should like to ask you a question.
Well?
May I ask you where you got this mechanical pencil, sir?
I will tell you. I got it,
Well, where did you get it?
I didn't kill him.
Kill whom, Commander?
Why, Casimir Kashuba.
This was Albert Stevens' pencil, Commander.
I didn't kill Albert.
The top of this pencil was found in the car with Casimir Kashuba's body, Commander.
I didn't do it.
Perhaps you can explain, then.
Yes,
Well?
Marion did the killing.
Oh, indeed, Marion.
Yes, I told him not. It was Marion who did it, not me.
Oh, our friend Marion. He did it.
Yes, I am telling you the truth. Marion.
Do you know where Marion is?
I will take you to him. Yes, I will help you. He did it, and I will help you find him. Please, let me take you to him.
Please.
Will you please? Casimir was my friend.
I'm just wondering something, Inspector.
Huh?
I am wondering if Albert Stevens was also his friend.
Let's go and find your friend Marion, shall we, Commander?
It was a quiet little hotel we drove to in the West End. Inspector Watkins and me and the commander all jammed in the police car together. The clerk nodded in a familiar way to Stefanovitz when we entered.
Is my friend in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't announce us, please. We will work the lift ourselves. Get in, gentlemen.
All right.
Now, we shall see justice done.
Indeed.
The first floor, gentlemen. The door directly opposite. Here.
Who is it?
Leo, Marion.
Who is with you?
No one.
Come in. Ah, Leo, my boy, I am glad.
We are from Scotland Yard, sir. I warn you, both of you, that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
What is the meaning of you murderer? What? Yes, these gentlemen have come to arrest you for the murder of Casimir.
Sacre, you traitor! You coward!
Arrest him, gentlemen. He is the murderer.
You look, this man. He's the one who fired shot.
Huh?
He's the one who did it. I see him do it.
You see me? You know you did it. He is the one, gentlemen.
I'm not. He should catch me from behind as I sit in front seat.
I was in a front seat. He did it.
Sacre!
Oh, tak for yourself, Marion Konechny. You murderer, you thief, you...
Gentlemen, Marion Konechny and Leo Stefanovitz, I arrest you both on suspicion of having been involved in the murder of Casimir Kashuba and of Albert Stevens. You've both been warned. Have you nothing to say? At the trial, the two men admitted all the details of the two murders. Albert Stevens, it seems, had talked too much about his relations with the police, and someone in a moment of rage had shot him, and his cab had been dumped into the Thames. Walking away from there together, they'd stolen a motor car. Casimir Kashuba, who had been drinking heavily, twitted his companions about the new hold he had on them as murderers. He boasted that he'd had no part in the crime, and one of the two men had shot him in the back of the neck with a Walther automatic pistol. Each man blamed the other. The jury took 25 minutes to decide who was guilty. Mr. Justice McConaughey placed the black cap on his head.
Marian Konyatsny and Leo Stavanovich, the jury have found you and each of you guilty of the murder of Casimir Kashuba. It is the sentence of the court that you and each of you be taken to a lawful prison and thence to a place of execution, that you be there, each of you, hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your bodies respectfully...
The two men appealed the verdict and won. They were immediately tried for the murder of Albert Stevens and again heard the fatal words,
that you there, each of you, be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
The latter sentence was carried out.
You have heard the eighth in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled by special permission from the official files of Scotland Yard. Only the names have been changed. Otherwise, the story is true. Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper and produced by Jack Goldstein and Collie Small. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure zooming your way today with Joel McRae featured in another authentic story based on the files of the Texas Rangers.
Rolling Cigarettes present Earl Stanley Gardner's A Life in Your Hands. Did you hear the shots fired? Where were you standing? When did you miss the gun? Listen while we place A Life in Your Hands. You never know when you step from the safety of your home, when you may witness a violent death and be called upon to testify as to what you saw and heard, and suddenly find yourself with a life in your hands. Murder is a dark enigma that strikes fear into the heart of man. Strange, baffling, mysterious. But the darkest crime one man can invent, another man can unravel. Such a man is Jonathan Kegg, created by Earl Stanley Gardner, the world's most popular writer of mysteries. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jonathan Kegg.
Good evening. As each of us has the right to trial by jury, so each of us has the duty to bear witness truthfully when we're called upon to do so. It might happen to you tomorrow. Does that sound far-fetched? Don't be too sure. For even now, somewhere in the city, there may be a crime in the making.
Come in. Door's unlocked.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. O'Malley, but I can't find any towels in my room.
Oh, my goodness, I believe I did forget to put fresh towels in there. I'll get them for you right away. You like your room?
Well, I just love it. So bright and airy. Oh, what you making? Curtains?
Oh, yes. I made all the curtains in the house. As a matter of fact, it seems all I do is sew. Make my clothes, slip covers, just about everything, I guess. My own electric machine goes a lot of the time.
Well, that's wonderful, Mrs. O'Malley. I wish I could do things like that.
I'll be glad to show you how, dear, anytime. Oh, here are your towels.
Thank you. Oh, what time is supper?
6:30, sharp. You'll meet all the other boarders then. There's one of them, Mr. Smith, who can be a little difficult. Well, you'll get used to it. Be sure you're on time.
I will. And don't worry, Mrs. O'Malley. Your Mr. Smith won't bother me.
More potatoes, Mr. Cohen?
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. O'Malley. I couldn't eat another thing. Your supper, as usual, was delicious.
Oh, thank you.
You certainly know the way to a man's heart, Hilda. Too bad the late Mr. O'Malley isn't still here to enjoy such wonderful foods, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You care for anything else, Mr. Smith?
Not a thing. Don't you think you're lucky, Miss Winthrop, to find a place to live with a cook like Hilda?
Why, I think Mrs. O'Malley is a very good cook.
How long you been in town, Miss Winthrop?
About 10 days. I just got a job at Parker & Close.
Oh, the advertising agency. What do you do?
Well, so far I'm just learning the ropes. I majored in advertising at college, and this is my first job.
Well, say now, I've met Tom Parker. Maybe I could put in a word for you. That never hurts, you know.
That'd be very kind, Mr. Smith.
What are you trying to do, Bill? Get us fired?
You haven't minded my doing you favors, Ruby, have you?
Haven't I?
Oh, please. We don't want Miss Winthrop should get the wrong impression.
She won't be getting any wrong impression by finding out that Bill Smith is a heel.
Miss LaBelle, that'll do. I don't care for bickering in my dining room.
And I don't care for that fat slug. Why don't you throw him out? What's he got on you?
Don't take on so, Ruby. You and me are good friends. Say, how's that boy of yours getting along in school?
Oh, you devil. You filthy
Ruby.
Excuse me, please. I'm going to my room.
That gets her every time. She can't stand it. Hey, you see, Miss Winthrop, Ruby's a stripper in a joint on 3rd Street. She's got a boy in military school. He's about 14 now. He don't know how Mama makes a living.
If you'll excuse me, please, Mrs. O'Malley. I'm meeting a friend. I expect to be in around 10.
What's the matter with her?
There are people who don't think you're very funny, Mr. Smith.
Oh, yeah? Well, don't think there isn't something about that hoity-toity young lady she wouldn't want broadcast. And I'll find out what it is.
I suppose you will. Now, if we're all through, I'll clear off the dishes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be through with my coffee in just a few seconds, Mrs. O'Malley.
Take your time, Mr. Cohen. There's no hurry.
So now you'll try to get something on that girl. Why do you always have to get something on everybody? Tell me why. You don't want money.
Well, I'll tell you, Izzy. When Bill Smith says jump, I like to see folks jump. They know they'd better. By the way, Jacob, how are things in Albany these days?
Someday your yearning for power will go too far. Someday Bill Smith is going to say jump to the wrong person.
Why so quiet? It's only a little after 10.
I don't want to make a bad impression on my landlady the first night. She's still up. I can hear the electric sewing machine going.
If you never get in later than this, you'll be a star boarder. Say, how do you think you're going to like your new job?
Give me a chance, Bruce. I've hardly started.
Well, I know I'm going to like having you work there.
Now, how could you know that? We only met day before yesterday.
Don't worry, I know. Kiss?
Oh, Bruce, no.
Don't be like that. Come here.
Wait. Did you hear something?
All I hear is the music that sings in my ears when I'm with you.
Oh, be serious. It sounded like a shot.
Probably a car backfiring. Forget it. How about that kiss, baby?
Now, stop it, Bruce. I hardly know you.
Well, looks like you kids are having fun.
Mrs. LaSalle, I didn't know you were here.
Obviously. Don't mind me, kid.
Well, what are you doing up this late?
Late? I'm just going out to work.
Hey, what's that?
Murder! He's been shot!
Izzy, what are you yelling about?
What's going on out there? What's all the noise about? It's Smith! Call the police! Somebody killed him!
Van Ryn.
It's very kind of you to receive me, Mr. Kegg. I know how busy you are, but I simply had to talk to you.
If I can be of service, I'm only too happy.
My husband is Colonel James Van Ryn, the commandant of Macon Military Academy.
Yes?
The mother of one of our students, Bobby LaSalle, is on trial for the murder of a man named Smith.
Oh, yes. That's the case the papers have called the rooming house murder. I've read about it.
As far as I can tell, Mr. Kegg, Ruby LaSalle is going to be convicted of that killing, and she didn't do it. I'm sure she didn't.
But how can you be sure, Mrs. Van Ryn? As I recall, the murder was committed with her gun, and she had plenty of motive.
That's just it, Mr. Kegg. The motive. The district attorney says she killed this man Smith so he wouldn't tell her son she made her living as a stripper.
That's right.
Well, he knows now. He not only knows how his mother made the money to support him, he also thinks she may be a murderess. She must have known that would happen. Now, what had she to gain by killing this Smith?
People do many strange things under emotional strain, Mrs. Van Ryn.
I've met her, Mr. Kegg. She's been to the school several times. She may not have had all the educational advantages in the world. She may not earn her living in the most conventional way, but I swear that she's a good woman, not a murderer. Please help her.
Your Honor, I request the court's permission to enter the case of the State versus Ruby LaSalle as amicus curiae.
Why, Mr. Kegg? Are there facts of which the court is not aware?
I have been persuaded that is possible, Your Honor.
What facts?
I don't know yet, Your Honor. I hope further cross-examination will reveal such facts.
I'm afraid the court cannot grant your request on that basis, Mr. Kegg.
If the court please, the State has urged that Ruby LaSalle killed William Smith in order that her son would not discover how she earned her living. And to strengthen this argument, it has shown how for years Ruby has struggled and sacrificed to provide for that son. In the light of that struggle, and for the sake of that son, let us leave nothing undone to find the truth.
It looks to me a little like a fishing expedition, Mr. Kegg. But in view of the many services you have rendered this court, I will permit it. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Kegg is very well known for his ability to learn the truth through cross-examination. As amicus curiae, he will serve neither the prosecution nor the defense. He will seek the truth, no matter whom it helps or hurts. You may proceed, Mr. Kegg.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to recall the defendant, Ruby LaSalle. Mrs. LaSalle, it has been established that William Smith was killed with a .25 caliber automatic pistol which belonged to you. Where did you keep that gun?
In the drawer of the night table by my bed.
When was the last time you saw it?
I'm not sure. A couple of weeks before the murder, I guess.
When did you notice it was gone?
I didn't. First I knew was when the cops found it by Bill's body.
Did you keep the door to your room locked when you were out?
No. No, there are no locks in any of the rooms.
In other words, anyone in the house could have gone into your room and taken that gun?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Tell me, Mrs. LaSalle, were you and Mr. Smith friendly?
I hated him.
Yet it has been testified that you went out with him on several occasions. Why did you do that?
I never wanted to go. But Bill said he'd tell Bobby, my son, about my job at the club, if I didn't do what he said.
Mrs. O'Malley, how long had you known Mr. Smith?
For over 30 years. Bill and my late husband used to travel for the same company.
How long ago did he come to live at your boarding house?
About 12 years ago. When Mr. O'Malley died, I took the insurance money and bought the house. Mr. Smith was my first boarder.
Did you ever have any trouble with him?
Well, not exactly trouble. He was loud and overbearing, and several people moved out rather than put up with him, but there was never any real trouble.
Where were you when the shot was fired?
I was in my room sewing.
Did you hear the shot?
No, the sewing machine was making a good deal of noise. The first thing I heard was Mr. Cohen shouting.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Malley. That will be all. I should like to recall Mr. Isidore Cohen.
Mr. Cohen, take the stand.
Mr. Cohen, how long had you known Mr. Smith?
About 3 years since I come to live at Mrs. O'Malley's.
Was Mrs. LaSalle living there at the time?
No, Ruby moved in about 6 months later.
Did Smith and Mrs. LaSalle seem friendly?
Well, at first they did, and then after a while I noticed he was needling her about the boy.
Needling? Please explain what you mean, Mr. Cohen.
Oh, he'd say stuff like, wouldn't Bobby be proud if he knew Mama was a stripper? You know the kind of thing. He did it to everyone.
He needled everyone?
Yeah, that's right. There was something queer about Smith. He couldn't be happy till he found out something about everyone and then needled them. He drove 5 boarders out of that house in the 3 years I lived there.
That's very interesting, Mr. Cohen. Tell me, what do you do for a living?
I'm a bookkeeper for the John Hill Company downtown.
How long have you worked there?
About 3 years.
I see. Mr. Cohen, what did Bill Smith have on you? What did he needle you about?
Me? What? Well, nothing at all.
But you've just testified that Smith needled everyone. You've lived in that house for 3 years. Surely he needled you, too. What about?
Bill Smith had nothing on me.
Would you mind stepping down for just a moment, Mr. Cohen? I would like to recall Mrs. LaSalle for a few questions. Mrs. LaSalle, you've heard what Mr. Cohen has said about Smith's habit of needling people. In your opinion, is that the truth?
That's right.
Do you recall what particular remarks he would make to Mr. Cohen that seemed to upset him?
Well, when Bill would get on his, he usually made some crack about Albany.
Albany? Did he ever say anything else?
Oh, I don't... Yeah, sometimes he called him Jacob. That'd really drive Cohen wild.
Thank you, Mrs. LaSalle. That is all. Now, Mr. Cohen, will you please return to the stand? Well, Mr. Cohen, suppose we were to investigate in Albany for someone named Jacob, who probably got into some sort of trouble about 3 years ago. That's when you came to live at Mrs. O'Malley. What do you think we'd find? What did Smith have on you?
I told you, he... Oh, what's the use? You'll find out anyway. My real name is Jacob Baum, and I'm wanted in Albany for embezzlement. Smith found out about it somehow.
Did he try to blackmail you?
No, that was the crazy part of the guy. He just needled all the time.
Where were you when the shot was fired?
I was in my room reading.
And what did you do?
Well, I listened for a minute, and I went out in the hall. Smith's door was ajar. I looked in the room, saw him lying dead. Then I yelled for help.
When you listened after the shot, what did you hear?
I didn't hear anything.
Not anything?
No, I don't think so. But then with that sewing machine going in Mrs. O'Malley's room, I probably wouldn't have heard anyone who was trying to be quiet.
I see. And how long after the shot did you go out into the hall?
Oh, it must have been about a minute, maybe. I wasn't sure it was a shot, and I debated a while before I went out.
That's all. Your Honor, 2 facts have been brought out that indicate we need further witnesses.
The court will call anyone you want, Mr. Kegg, and that person must testify.
Jonathan Kegg is about to call as witnesses 2 people who had absolutely no connection with the crime, except that they happened to be in a certain place at a certain time. If one of the next witnesses were you, could you recall what you have heard? Your responsibility would be great, for you would hold a life in your hand. After a brief recess, during which Jonathan Kegg dispatched a marshal to bring a new exhibit to the courtroom, the court has reconvened and Betty Winthrop has been called to the stand.
Miss Winthrop, where were you when the shot was fired?
I was standing just inside the front door, talking to Bruce Foster.
Did you hear the shot distinctly?
Well, it was a little muffled, but I thought it came from inside the house.
Then what happened?
We were discussing it when Ruby LaSalle came up and spoke to us.
Mrs. LaSalle was leaving the house?
Yes, she said she was going to work.
Tell me, Miss Winthrop, did much time elapse between the shot and when Ruby came to the front door?
No, not a long time.
Long enough for her to leave Smith's room and come downstairs so quietly you didn't hear her?
I think it would have been possible. You see, the stairs are carpeted, and with the sewing machine going, I don't think we'd have heard her.
Thank you, Miss Winthrop. That will be all for the moment. I'd like to call Mr. Bruce Foster to the stand. Mr. Foster, did you hear the shot?
I didn't notice, especially, no.
You were standing talking to Miss Winthrop. She heard the shot and you didn't. Can you explain that?
Frankly, I had my mind on something else. If you must know, Mr. Kegg, I was trying to get Betty to kiss me good night, and it wasn't going too well. Order. Order in the court.
I think I understand. After Miss Winthrop heard the shot, did you stop talking and listen?
I don't think so. I remember thinking that Betty was just trying to distract me so I wouldn't kiss her, and I didn't want to be put off.
Did you hear the sewing machine going?
Yeah. Yeah, Betty mentioned it as we came in. And that's how we knew Mrs. O'Malley was still up.
Your Honor, we have Mrs. O'Malley's electric sewing machine here in court. I would like the court's permission to conduct an experiment.
I'm not sure I follow your line of questioning, Mr. Kegg. Can you connect all this up?
Yes, Your Honor, I can, and very quickly now.
In that case, you may proceed.
Bailiff, will you connect that machine to an outlet? And while that's going on, I'd like Mrs. O'Malley to identify this machine.
Mrs. O'Malley, will you please step forward and identify the sewing machine? Well, I must say things have come to a pretty pass when people go and take your sewing machine right out of your room. Is that your machine, madam? Yes, it is.
How do you operate the machine, Mrs. O'Malley?
You press this lever here with your knee. See?
Thank you, Mrs. O'Malley. You may sit down. Now, Mr. Foster, I want you to listen as I turn on this machine. Is that the sound you heard that night?
Yeah, I think so. It was upstairs, of course, but that's what it sounded like.
Now, did it go off and on, like this?
I don't know. I don't remember it sounding like that.
Did it keep going, like this?
That sounds more like it.
And that's all, Mr. Foster. I would like Miss Winthrop back on the stand. Miss Winthrop, you heard the sewing machine just now. Is that the sound you heard that night?
Yes, Mr. Kegg.
Do you remember the machine going off at all? Or did it run continuously?
I hadn't thought of it before, but now I recall that it never stopped once until Mr. Cohen shouted.
That's all, Miss Winthrop. I'd like to recall Hilda O'Malley. Mrs. O'Malley, what were you sewing that night?
Why, I believe I was hemming napkins. Yes, I'm sure I was.
Here is a large handkerchief. Will you step over to the machine and show me how you would hem that?
That's ridiculous. Besides, this already has a hem.
Just do as I ask, please.
Oh, all right.
That's fine, Mrs. O'Malley. When you put in the hem, you run one edge through the machine, then stop and start another edge. Is that correct?
Yes, I guess so.
What sort of hem were you putting in a napkin that kept that machine going continuously for 5 minutes?
It didn't go for 5 minutes. They're lying.
We know Bill Smith had to have a club over everyone he knew. What did he have on you?
He didn't have anything on me.
How much rent did he pay?
I don't remember.
You don't remember because Bill Smith didn't pay any rent. He had a tremendous hold over you, Hilda O'Malley. So you tied that knee press back so the sewing machine would run and went into his room and shot him with the gun you stole from Ruby LaSalle. What did he have on you?
It isn't true. It's a plot. I'm so confused.
How did the late Mr. O'Malley die, Hilda?
You're a devil. You know everything. All right. I killed Bill Smith. He deserves it. My husband was drunk one night, and by mistake he took a dose of arsenic we used around the garden. Bill was there at the time. He advised me not to say anything so there'd be no complications with the insurance.
When the doctor finally got there, he thought it was a natural death. And Bill sponged off me, threatening to have the body exhumed. I'm glad I killed him.
Order in the court. Mr. Kegg, I would be interested in knowing how you arrived at the truth.
3 people could have killed Smith, Your Honor. We knew the motives of Mrs. LaSalle and Mr. Cohen. Neither seemed strong enough to lead to murder. I didn't know if Hilda O'Malley had a motive, but I felt she must have had one.
I'm not sure I follow you.
Bill Smith made a point, almost a fetish, of knowing something about everyone with whom he was associated. Something they wanted to hide. It was almost a mathematical certainty that he knew something of that kind about Hilda.
I see.
Now, look at the timing. Smith came to live at Hilda's boarding house right after her husband died. It seemed possible that Hilda's guilty secret was connected with the death of her husband. If so, and Smith knew of it, it would give her a powerful reason to kill.
But the sewing machine, Mr. Kegg, that seemed to give her a perfect alibi.
Why was everyone in the house conscious of the sewing machine that night, Your Honor? They'd heard it so often, it must have been the most normal sound in the world to them. And yet, they were all strangely aware of it that one night. There had to be something abnormal about the way it ran. Once I knew that, then Hilda's alibi evaporated.
Mr. Kegg, you've again proved the accuracy of your fine reputation. I should like to extend to you the court's sincere thanks and congratulations.
Thank you, Your Honor. A most interesting line of reasoning, Mr. Kegg. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. I'd like to call our listeners' attention to a most interesting event to be heard during this half hour next week. That is, the return to the air of my good friend Art Linkletter as the star of that popular program, People Are Funny. It's been a pleasure to be with you these past weeks, and I sincerely urge you to listen every Tuesday night at the same time for lots of fun and laughs to the Raleigh Cigarette program, People Are Funny. Thank you. Good night. Good night, Mr. Kegg. And friends, Raleigh Cigarettes extend to you a most cordial invitation to join again with your old friend Art Linkletter for the rollicking fun to be heard on People Are Funny every Tuesday at the same time. And smokers, remember, there are 4 extra coupons in each carton of Raleigh Plain End cigarettes. So buy them by the carton and get your Raleigh premiums 40% faster. A Life in Your Hands is created by Earl Stanley Gardner with script by Bob McKee. The program is produced by Jack Simpson and directed by Homer Heck with musical effects by Adele Scott. Jonathan Kegg is played by Ned Lefevre. This is Myron Wallace inviting you to be with us next week when Raleigh Cigarettes, the pack with the coupon on the back, will return to the air that popular program, People Are Funny.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, the noted mystery writer, Brett Halliday. Mr. Halliday is creator of the world-famous detective character Michael Shayne, author of 25 mystery novels, and whose latest work, This Is It, Michael Shayne, has just been published.
Good evening. This is Brett Halliday. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Ursula Curtis. From the thousands of thrillers she has read and heard, Miss Curtis has selected a fast-moving, intriguing story of a man seeking to use the elements to cover murder as written by that master of suspense, Harold Swanton. And now we present Lawson Zerbe in Conspiracy.
So I'm a murderer. So people look at my picture in the papers and point at it and shudder. I wonder how many of them are entitled to do that. I wonder how many of them are murderers, too, in their minds, with only the law between their hands and the throat of someone they hate. You take a city, see? A city full of people, the pious and the profane, the innocent and guilty, with their loves and hates, their pride and avarice and jealousy. And in that city a pronouncement is made that on this date, between this hour and that one, there is no law, no retribution, that the crime of murder will go unpunished. How many of them would stand still? How many? Would you? It sounds like a philosophical problem, but it happened. The city was Greendale, Oregon, and the thing that set it free from the law for 24 hours was the Columbia River. Oregon Times, Kennicott speaking.
Joe, this is Flournoy.
Oh, yeah, Chief.
Just got a report from the sheriff. It's getting tough out on the 7th Street levee.
Yeah, I just heard the news over the radio.
If the river busts through, they'll start looking for Greendale somewhere off the coast of Japan.
What, they got the army out there? I thought they'd take
They're losing ground, Joe. The levee might hold another hour, maybe more, but you'll go tonight, and I want you there when it happens.
Oh, you're liable to pick me up off the coast of Japan.
I'll send a boat after you, sweetheart, but phone that story in first. You know, color stuff. I was there. I saw it happen. Hot coffee, sweating soldiers. Man versus nature. Got it?
Yeah. Okay, Chief.
Great. Now get going. You've got 15 minutes to get there.
In 10 minutes, I was driving through Greendale, a low, flat, flimsy town with nothing between it and the Columbia River but a levee. Flournoy was right. If the levee gave way, Greendale would go down the drain like wet cornflakes. I hit 60 on Willamette Avenue, heading toward the 7th Street levee. That's when I passed Marilyn's apartment. And that's what started me thinking again about Marilyn. She was beautiful. She was a two-timer. And she was the one human being on this earth I wanted to kill. I'd promised myself weeks before that I'd get her out of my mind, that hate was no good for anyone, but she kept coming back. That vicious, heartless laugh of hers, the brittle voice, the way her eyes could smile at you while she drove a French heel into your stomach. Yeah, Major. What are you doing here? Joe Kennicott, Oregon Times.
Reporter, huh? Okay.
How's it look?
You can see for yourself. Look at that river boil down there.
Yeah.
Levee's like a hunk of Swiss cheese. Hey, over there, pull the truck around. Oh, no, to the left, man.
It was a weird scene. Men, trucks, equipment fighting the river in the glare of those gas lamps. Heaving sandbags, pouring gravel, trying to save a town they all knew was doomed. My eyes took it all in. My pencil was making notes, but my mind was on Marilyn. Wondering if she was back in that apartment in Greendale, hoping she was asleep. That somehow she'd get washed out to sea with the rest of the rubbish. Then suddenly, everything stopped still. My pencil stopped writing. My eyes shut out the scene in front of me. It was so simple. I could kill Marilyn. The river would cover for me.
Hold it, fellas. There's no use punching any longer. We're licked. She'll break through any minute. Pull the equipment out. Evacuate. That's an order. And you, Kennicott.
Yeah, Major.
Take your car and beat it down to Greendale. Tell them they've got 5 minutes to get to high ground. Understand?
Yes. They say all murderers are crazy. Maybe they're right. All I know is that I hit 70 on the river road down to Greendale, hoping against hope that Marilyn would still be in that apartment, so I could kill her before the flood came. Marilyn! Marilyn!
Joe! Joe, what are you...
There's a flood on the way, baby.
Yeah, it came over the radio. I was just throwing a few things together to take with me.
You're wasting your time.
What do you mean, Joe? Hey, what are you going to do with that lamp?
You aren't going, baby.
Now, look, honey, don't be silly. I'm not going to lug that lamp out of here.
You aren't going anywhere. No, you're not.
Joe. Hey, wait a minute. You're crazy, Joe. Help! Help!
I looked down at her for a minute and set the lamp back on the table. I began to feel dizzy. The floor seemed to be swaying underneath my feet. I wasn't faint, just dizzy. The door was open. Then I watched it close, then open again. I wasn't dizzy at all. The building was swaying. The flood had come. I ran into the hall. Right smack into a guy. A little pasty-faced guy standing right outside the door.
Look, mister, let me out of here.
No, you don't.
You can't stop me.
Oh, wait a minute.
Let go of me, dear. Let go.
No use yelling for help.
Come on.
Hell, no one's good.
Let go of me.
Hey. I got him. I got it. I tackled him at the end of the stairs. We went down together from the bottom end over end. I knew he'd seen it. I knew I had to kill him, too. Or I was dead right now. The main door was open. Water pouring in. Foot deep in the lobby.
Please don't. Let me go.
Too late, pal.
Let me go. The water. I can't do it. Let me go.
No.
Let me
bad,
go.
mister. Murder's a solo job. A solo job. Door.
Now.
Oh.
Help. Someone. Help.
I hit my head on the door. It was all the chance he needed. He scrambled outside into the flood. Took off down the street with me after him. The water was 2 feet deep now, and the buildings were beginning to move. I was gaining on him. 30 feet. 20. Then the telephone pole went down between us. I saw the broken wire graze him. There was a crackle of flame, and he went down. So I stopped worrying about him. Started thinking about me. The main force of the flood must have hit at that moment. Suddenly, everything was water. I was tossed down like a peanut shell in a typhoon. I remember reaching out for something solid, finding it, and then nothing.
Just relax now. You're all right.
All right. Where am I?
In the hospital.
What happened?
You're a lucky man. They picked you up right in the middle of it. Had quite a time making you let go of that telephone pole, too.
Oh, yeah, the telephone pole.
Nothing wrong with you but a few bad bruises and shock.
Nurse, give me a hand with this patient, will you?
Yes, doctor. Just take it easy now. Everything's all right.
Yeah, everything's all right. I don't know how long I slept. 1 hour, maybe 6, but it was still dark when I suddenly found myself awake in a cold sweat listening. The floor. That's where she was. On the floor. Dead. The flood? Not the flood officer. Murder. It was murder.
No. He saw me. Fight. Terrible fight. Tried to kill me. Water all over. The flood. I couldn't breathe.
By now, I knew his voice. They must have picked us up together, put us in the same hospital room. 1,000 crazy thoughts hit me all at once. Kill him right there. Jump out the window, run. Anything but face it when he woke up. I started to get out of bed and then stop. There's someone else in the room.
What do you make of it, nurse?
I don't know, Doctor.
Well, the man's had a terrible shock, of course. It's amazing he wasn't killed.
Yes, I know. He's been going on like that for an hour. The same thing over and over. Murder. Something about the flood covering it up. Then a fight.
Well, maybe you're right. I think we'd better at least pass it on to the police. Still, might be the result of shock, of course. The fact that he repeats it over and over, detail for detail.
With death staring you in the face like that, you don't stop to think about consequences. The explanations could come later. I had to get out of that room right now. I fumbled in the dark for my clothes, threw them on, stepped out into the hall.
Paul Revere, where do you think you're going, little man?
Oh, Flournoy, I get tired of sitting around here. I thought you might need some help.
Oh, you thought I might need some help, eh? Nurse?
Yes, Mr. Flournoy?
Your number one patient's about to blow the joint.
Oh, look, Chief,
Joe, leave it to me, will you? So, you're a hero. So you drive like mad to warn the town and get caught in the flood. You don't have to go overboard.
Mr. Flournoy's been pacing the hall like an expectant father.
Well, thanks, Chief.
I am not going to lose my best reporter because he's too dumb to know when he ought to stay in bed. Because that, sweetheart, is just where you're going.
Look, Chief...
Hey, don't butt in. You've been through hell tonight. You're lucky you're alive. Now, get in that room and get back to bed. The doctor's ordered hypo to make you sleep. Nurse.
Yes, sir.
Just to make sure he doesn't get me more wild ideas, give me his clothes.
I was licked. And I knew it. They hustled me back to bed. And the nurse poked a needle into my arm. And I let go. I let the dark close in on me. Not caring now. I was tired. So tired.
Well, good morning, Mr. Kennicott. About time you woke up. It's almost 10 o'clock.
It's 10?
How about some breakfast?
Oh, no breakfast, nurse.
Oh, looking for your roommate? He's still asleep. We put the screen around his bed to cut down the light a little.
I see.
Mr. Willis is waking up, too. I better have a look.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
No use disturbing, Mr. Willis. Let me get dressed and get out of here first. Only take me a minute.
Nurse? Oh, I'd better get rid of that screen. Yes, Nurse. Mr. Willis. Well, how are you feeling this morning?
Better, thanks.
I saw her start for the screen.
Out of our way.
Turned away just in time. My stomach was tied in knots, knowing it could happen any minute now.
I don't know.
Any minute, Mr. Willis would point the finger at me and say,
hungry.
There's the man.
Mr. Kennicott.
Yeah.
This is Mr. Willis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Willis.
How do you do?
Mr. Willis had a little flood trouble, too.
Nurse, those bandages on his head.
Here, now, take it easy. Electric shock. He's blind.
I know now how that guy in Louisiana felt when they sat him in the electric chair and the switch didn't work. Willis, the guy who saw me standing over Marilyn's body just before the flood hit, was blind from that jolt of electricity he got when the pole fell. I took my time now, waiting for the strength to come back to my knees. I dressed carefully and left. Flournoy was waiting for me in the hospital lobby. There's someone with him.
This is Lieutenant Belshaw of Homicide. Joe Kennicott.
I heard about you, Joe. Nice work.
Thanks. Homicide?
Yeah. We got a murder on our hands. Or the lieutenant has a murder. We got a story. A great one.
What's that?
Conspiracy.
Huh?
Oh, wait a minute, Flournoy.
No, that's right. Conspiracy to commit murder. A partnership. We know who one of the partners is already.
Yeah? Who?
The Columbia River. The cover-up. Accessory after the fact.
I don't get it.
Flournoy is trying to say we picked up a woman's body this morning. Knocked around pretty badly. No identification yet. He thinks she was murdered. I don't.
You still think Willis is making it up?
The guy took 220 volts with the water up to his knees. His head's still spinning. He's not responsible for what he says.
Willis?
The little guy up in your room upstairs. Did you hear him say anything in his sleep last night, Joe?
No, I don't remember much, of course, but...
Sure.
I still don't get it.
Well, come on, I'll tell you about it on the way up. We're going to have a little talk with Mr. Willis right now.
Please, gentlemen, I can't remember now. I don't know what happened. It's all very confusing.
You've got to try, Willis.
Look, Chief, the guy's sick.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
Willis, you've had a pretty rough ride during the past 18 hours. I know that. I want to make it as easy for you as I can.
Well, then please go away, will you?
Sure. After you level with us. 10 minutes ago, I was willing to write this thing off as a flood death. Now, I'm not so sure.
Listen, Lieutenant, I told you...
You've got to understand one thing, Willis. If it's murder, one thing can lick us. Time. We've got to move now. So let's go over it again.
For Pete's sake, Flournoy, come here.
Describe the series of facts.
The guy's off his base, can't you see that?
I don't think so.
Well, all you have to do is look.
Sure, he's shaken up, but there's something else. He's scared.
Murder. You had a fight with someone. Fell down the stairs, almost drowned.
I told you I was dreaming.
You don't dream the same thing over and over for an hour and 20 minutes without a reason. And we picked a woman's body out of the wreckage this morning. She could have been murdered. She could have lived in that apartment on Willamette Avenue.
Who was she?
We don't know. There's nothing to identify her. Now, Willis, I asked for a straight story when I got here. I haven't got it yet. If I don't get it, I might jump to the standard conclusion.
Well, what's that?
That you murdered her.
But that's not it at all. A man did it. I saw him.
That's more like it.
He tried to kill me, too. He'll try again if he gets the chance.
Forget that. Just give us the story.
Well, I ran into the building because I thought I heard someone call for help. A woman. The water must have come when I got to the second-floor hallway because the building started to sway, sort of, and the doors flew open. I saw him standing there. She was dead on the floor.
Yeah?
That's when he came after me. Tried to kill me. We rolled down the stairs to the bottom, and he hit his head on the door.
And you broke loose?
Yes. I don't remember anything after that.
That's all, huh?
That's enough.
Mr. Willis, what did this man look like? Oh, dark hair, about 6 feet, I guess. Medium build.
About your size, Joe.
Yeah.
Do you think you could identify him? I mean, that is, if you could...
If I could see him, yes, I could identify him. Now, please let me rest. I'm not feeling very well.
Thanks, Willis. That's what we came for. We'll get back to you when you feel better.
What about his eyes?
Well, the doctor says it's temporary, due to shock. He might get his sight back any time.
Any time, huh?
Yeah. Well, Joe, how was that for a story?
Oh, it's a great one, Chief. It's a great one. I wanted to scream it in his ear right then. Tell him the other half of it. That this was the craziest setup he'd run into if he'd lived 1,000 years. Yeah. How's that for a story, Flournoy? Right here in your office. The guy you're talking to.
Joe.
Good old Joe Kennicott, the boy wonder. It's also the murderer you're looking for.
Human drama, study in psychology. Here's a law-abiding guy. We don't know who he is. Maybe a bookkeeper, maybe a drug clerk, anyone. Used to the line, cuts his lawn on Sunday, turns his paycheck over to his wife, obeys traffic signals. You know. The flood comes.
Willis had
Big
me.
cover-up.
And I
no
knew
law.
it.
Nothing.
I ran out now. He'd add up a second.
Something else.
So I had to stop Willis, too, before he opened his eyes.
Suddenly breaks
and
loose.
that wasn't exactly cinch.
Turns into murder.
Material witness,
That's
probably
all
a cop, watching him every
No fear of the
second,
consequences.
waiting for those
Bingo.
bandages to come off so they could hustle him over to police headquarters, so he could put the finger on me. It was 11 that night. Just 23 hours after I killed Maryland, Flournoy rushed into my office.
Joe, get your coat. Huh? We're meeting Belshaw at the hospital. Mr. Willis just came out of it. He can see.
To Flournoy, it was a wild ride through the rain to the hospital. To me, it was a procession. From condemned row to the gas chamber. And there was no way out. No way out.
Come on, Joe. Lieutenant.
Flournoy, Kennicott. You got here in a hurry.
Let's go up.
You better wait here. They're bringing him down. Gonna take him over to headquarters. Oh, there he comes now. Just got out of the elevator.
Lieutenant, wait a minute before you go.
What is it?
About this guy, Willis. Lieutenant, there's something I want to tell you.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Kelly?
The main levee's starting to go. Hold the parts is ordered there immediately.
The main levee?
Holy cow, she'll take the whole north end of town.
All right, Kelly.
Oh, let me go with him.
No, I'm at bat this time, kid. I'll go with the lieutenant. You take care of Mr. Willis.
Yeah. I'll take care of Mr. Willis. I turned the collar of my overcoat up. Kept my face away from him as I bundled him into the car, in the back seat, of course. Hoping he wouldn't spot me until I got him away from there. Alone.
Just stay on North 2nd Street a ways, Mr.
Kennicott.
Yeah, Mr. Kennicott. I guess it's best you take me home, under the circumstances.
You, live in the North End?
Yes.
Good. Here's the kind of luck you can have only once. Yeah. A split second before the axe fell. Just as I was about to lay it in the lieutenant's lap, the river saved me. And it would save me again. He lived in the North End, right where the second flood would hit when the main levee went. He wouldn't get away this time because I'd made sure. And no matter what the question was, I had the answer. Willis lived in the North End. I was driving him home. We hit a deserted section, manufacturing district. It was dark. Blinding rain. Just right. Then...
Stop the car, Mr. Kennicott.
Huh?
I said stop the car.
What's the idea, Willis?
Shut up. Now get out.
Hey, look, wait a minute.
Did you hear what I said? This is a .38, Kennicott. I'll let you have it, so help me.
But look.
You made a bad mistake, Kennicott.
Mistake?
That woman they found this morning. They'll never identify her. I made certain of that. She's my dear departed wife.
Willis, you mean you...
You know I killed her, Kennicott. You saw it when the door flew open.
Wait a minute, Willis.
Thought it'd make a nice piece of blackmail, didn't you? That's why you didn't identify me. But you made a mistake. I'd never hold still for blackmail.
You knew I was in the other bed at the hospital.
Sure. I faked the blindness. Tried to get something over my face before you woke up. Okay, Kennicott.
Listen to me, Willis. I didn't see your wife. I didn't know you murdered her. I thought it was you who saw me when... give me that gun. Give it to me.
Let go.
Let me go, will you? That's it. Now, I got the gun. You will shoot me, will you? No, Kennicott. Don't shoot. Don't shoot, Kennicott. That takes care of you, Willis. all learn something, Flournoy. A lot of us could kill. There's something like the Columbia River washed the law away. It wasn't such a coincidence after all. 2 guys, same town, same apartment house. 2 women. They hated enough to kill.
I'm sorry for you, Joe.
Skip the sympathy, Chief. I know I'm gonna die.
And so the curtain falls on Conspiracy, which was chosen by guest expert Ursula Curtis. Miss Curtis is author of the newly published novel, The Second Sickle. And now, as host and narrator of Murder by Experts, it's my privilege to welcome and introduce to you Mr. Lawrence G. Blockman, Vice President of the Mystery Writers of America, an organization of nearly 300 of America's foremost writers of mystery and detective stories. Mr. Blockman.
Thank you, Brett. Each year, the members of the Mystery Writers of America are called upon to vote for what, in their opinion, is the best radio mystery program of the year. To the winning program goes a statuette of Edgar Allan Poe, known as an Edgar, which is to mystery writers what an Oscar is to Hollywood. 5 of the foremost radio mystery programs are voted upon by our members. The winner, by an overwhelming majority, was Murder by Experts. It gives me great pleasure, on behalf of the Mystery Writers of America, to present to Robert Arthur and David Cogan, the producer-directors, the Edgar Allan Poe Award for the Best Radio Mystery Program of 1949. Mr. Cogan?
Mr. Blockman, it makes me very happy to receive this tribute from the Mystery Writers of America. On behalf of Mr. Arthur and myself, I want to take this opportunity to thank those who made the winning of this award possible. The writers and actors who lent their talents to this program, our music director, Emerson Buckley, our arranger, Richard DuPage, engineer, Don Williamson, soundman, Walter Shaver, our announcer, Phil Tonkin, and a mutual broadcasting system. And, too, I want to thank our many listeners for their thousands of kind letters.
Tonight's play, Conspiracy, was written by Harold Swanton. In our cast were Lawson Zerbe, Miriam Wolfe, Ronald Dawson, Frank Behrens, and Robert Donnelly. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Dick Powell, Claire Trevor, June Dupre, and Mike Mazurki in Murder, My Sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Irving Pitchell.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In answer to the proverb that a leopard cannot change its spots, we bring you tonight a gentleman who turns his back on many years of light and frothy roles by which he climbed to stardom and takes the part of a ruthless, hard-as-nails detective in a drama as relentless as the crimes that it unfolds. He's Dick Powell, hailed so enthusiastically as Philip Marlowe in RKO's sensational success, Murder, My Sweet. Co-starred with him in her screen role as the fatal and mysterious Helen is Claire Trevor. Also, June Dupre, whose natural loveliness would lead us to expect a touch of romance in our play. And towering above our microphones is Mike Mazurki, as the quietly alarming Moose Malloy. 4 characters of widely different natures and conflicting motives, involved in one of the screen's most baffling and complex mysteries, a story that in its published form was one of the best-selling thrillers of our time. Most of the action of Murder, My Sweet takes place right here in Hollywood, not too far from our stage. If you saw the picture, you've seen many Hollywood sights from Malibu Beach to Sunset Towers, from the skyline of Los Angeles to the canyons of our hills, landmarks as native to Hollywood as the radio and motion picture studios from which these dramas come. In fact, the name Lux on the outside of our theater is, I venture to say, as familiar a landmark in this capital of entertainment as Lux soap itself is familiar in the dressing rooms of screen stars. A standard of complexion care from coast to coast, Lux toilet soap is a friendly link between your home and Hollywood. And now, we take you to the downtown section of our city and the first act of Murder, My Sweet, starring Dick Powell as Philip Marlowe, Claire Trevor as Helen, June Dupre as Anne, and Mike Mazurki as Moose Malloy. When you got something to say, start at the beginning. Okay. It's 7 o'clock at night, and I'm in a 2x4 coupe I call my office. I sit at my desk and look at the sign on the door. Philip Marlowe, it says. Philip Marlowe, private investigator. That's a nice title for somebody you go to see when you don't want to see the law. I was tired out. I'd been out peeking under old Sunday sections for a barber named Dominic, whose wife wanted him back. I forget why. Anyway, I didn't find him, and the only reason I took the job was because my bank account was trying to crawl under a duck. I just found out all over again how big Los Angeles is. My brain felt like a plumber's handkerchief. I took out my little black book and decided to go grouse hunting. Nothing like soft shoulders to improve my morale. I'm dialing a number when the door opens and he walks in. The mountain that walks like a man. The biggest mug I ever saw outside of a sideshow.
You Marlowe?
Yeah?
I seen your name downstairs. They had the names who's in the building. You're a private eye, huh?
That's right.
I like you to look for somebody.
I'm closed up, pal.
I looked for her where she worked, but I've been out of touch.
Come around tomorrow, we'll talk about it.
I think maybe we should do it now.
Let go of me, you big ape.
I don't mean to do nothing. Here, I give you some dough. You come with me.
Okay, I come with you.
It ain't far. A cafe on Central Avenue. We can pick up a cab.
The place was called Florian's. It looked like trouble, but that didn't bother me. The 220s the big lug had dropped felt nice and snug against my appendix. I tried to figure out who he was looking for. I tried to picture him in love with somebody, but it didn't work.
They changed this place a lot. There used to be a stage and some booths. Lattice work and pink flowers. She was cute like a bug's ear. A redhead. 8 years since I seen her. 6 years she didn't write. But she'll have a reason.
Yeah, she'll have a reason. What did you do here, singer?
Yeah. Let's you and me nibble a couple. Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Whiskey.
Hey, boss, he's here again.
He said you're here again.
Yeah. I come in before. I try to find her.
Now, look, big boy, I told you once I'm sorry about your girl, but she ain't here.
Her name is Velma. You never heard of Velma, Mr. Florian? She used to work here.
You better drink up, Joe.
That lady, at the end of the bar. Maybe she knows.
I'll have to request you don't bother the customers, see?
Lady, you remember a girl used to work here? Her name was Velma.
You talking to me?
I said leave the customers alone.
So far, you rate me polite, huh? I don't bother you none.
Swallow your drink and get out of here.
Get out of my way.
Come on, pal. 8 years is a lot of gin. They don't know anything about Velma here.
Some guys has the wrong idea when it gets fancy.
The boss was no lightweight, but Moose picked him up like a rag doll and dropped him in the corner pocket. Moose seemed a little dazed as he walked out, and I tagged after him down the street.
That guy in there, he shouldn't have talked to me like that.
Sure, pal. What's the next stop?
Who asked you to stick your face in?
Remember me? I'm the detective you hired, Chunky.
Oh, the name is Moose. Cut him on large. Moose Malloy. That place ain't like it used to be. There used to be a stage and some booths.
You said that.
Maybe I told you too much. Maybe I...
Let go of my arm.
Huh? We was to be married, me and Velma. Where you figure I've been them 8 years I said about?
Catching butterflies.
San Quentin I've been. Look, You find Velva for me, huh?
Has she got a last name?
Velma Valento. Now you beat it.
Sure. How do I get in touch with you?
I get in touch with you. Tomorrow, maybe.
So tomorrow comes, and I'm thinking about Moose Malloy and that bucket of mud look on the face of the boss and Florian's when I hear footsteps coming my way down the hall. Moose was coming back, except it wasn't Moose. It was another new customer. Good-looking guy, well-dressed, like a movie star.
Mr. Marlowe, my name is Marion.
Come in. Who put in the pitch for me, Mr. Marion?
Pitch? Oh, no one. I saw your name in the classified section of the phone book.
I'm in a clutch at the moment, Mr. Marion.
You're what?
I'm busy. I couldn't take on anything big. What have you got in mind?
I'd like your services tonight, for just a few hours. I'm meeting some men. I'm paying them some money.
How much money and what for?
I can't go into that. I've simply agreed to serve as the bearer of the money.
Oh, you just want me to go along and hold your hand.
I'm afraid I don't like your manner.
Yeah, I've had complaints before, but it keeps getting worse. How much are you offering me for doing nothing?
I hadn't got around to thinking about it.
You suppose you could get around to thinking about it now?
How would you like a swift punch on the nose?
Oh, dear, I tremble at the thought of such violence.
I'll give you $100. If that isn't enough, say so.
It's enough.
This is all I can tell you. Some jewels were taken from a friend of mine in a holdup. I'm buying them back tonight.
Where?
I'm to drive my car to a rather secluded canyon near Malibu.
Uh-huh. We drive out there to buy back some jewelry for a lady friend.
I didn't say that.
Chances are that these men, whoever they are, don't intend roughing you up if you play ball. But they wouldn't like you being twins. No. One of us might get hurt. No, Mr. Marriott, I'm afraid I can't do anything for you.
I see.
But I'll take your $100 and tag along for the ride. One more thing.
Yes?
I carry the shopping money and I do the driving.
Very well.
We drove down that night. Somehow I knew we were being watched. I didn't see anything. The fog was a nice dish of puree Saint Germain. I felt it coming. I was a toad on a wet rock, and a snake was looking down my neck.
Slow down. We're getting near the spot.
Shh, quiet.
There should be some white posts along the road.
Pull in your head.
In back of the white post, there's the path. The path goes down into a hollow. That's where we're to wait.
Hey, look.
Huh?
White post.
All right, stop the car.
Now, you sit tight, and I'll go down and have a look-see.
Have you got a flashlight?
Yeah.
Don't be more than a couple of minutes.
There's nobody here, Marriott. This whole setup looks like a tryout, seeing if you obey orders. Let's pull around the corner and... I caught the blackjack right behind my ear, and a black pool opened up at my feet. I dived in. It had no bottom. I felt pretty good, just like an amputated leg. I don't know how much time went by. I forgot to look at my watch. But as I came to, I started to call for Marriott. Marriott! Marriott!
Are you all right? What happened?
Well, who are you?
Oh.
Hey, come back here. Come back here. Hello?
Police headquarters.
Let me talk to Randall, Inspector Randall.
One moment, please.
Inspector Randall.
Randall, this is Marlowe.
Marlowe? Oh, yeah?
Yeah, look. I'm at a gas station down near Malibu, the foot of Woodbridge.
So?
You better get on here. A guy named Marriott's just been knocked off, beaten to death with a blackjack. Look, Randall, I told you a dozen times what happened.
I'd like you to tell me again, here in my big, comfortable office. Who killed Marriott?
An amateur killed him, or somebody who wanted it to look like an amateur. Nobody else would hit a man that many times with a saddle.
The oftener you go over it, the sillier it sounds. I'd sooner dig eggshells out of a garbage can than information out of you.
Oh, I get it. You don't like me. Okay, I'll go home.
Right after you start talking sense.
For instance?
For instance, you don't know anything about Marriott. You don't know how much money you were carrying. You don't know what it was supposed to buy back. Trusting soul, wasn't he? Now, where's the dough?
Where? Well, right after I beat out Marriott's brains and just before I hit myself on the top of the head, I hid the money under a bush.
And that dame you claim you saw.
She must have thought I was somebody else. She took One look and got out fast.
Suppose a jewel outfit got the bright idea of using a private dick for contacts and payoff.
Oh, great, great. Now I'm a finger for a heist mob. Look, I'm trying to be helpful. I get up off the nice cold ground. I don't use the car because Marriott's still in it. I walk 5 miles just so you can be the first to hear the news. I wait for you at the beach and lead you straight to the body so you won't have to wait till next Christmas to find it. I tell you all I know. It sounds screwy. It is screwy, but it's all I know.
Sure.
Now I'm tired of your bum guesses. Either book me or let me go home.
Milo, you'd slit your own throat for 6 bits, plus federal tax.
Now look, Randall.
Go on home and keep your big yap shut. One phony move and you'll be locked up as a material witness. Whoever killed Marriott, I'll get him.
Yeah, you'll get him. About the time you get your 3rd set of teeth.
And stay away from Marriott's pals. I've been after those boys for a long time, and I'm getting close. So watch your step, or I may have to pick you up in the same basket with Jules Amthor.
Yeah? Hey, is Jules Amthor mixed up in this?
Oh, so you know Amthor.
I know lots of people in this town, but I never heard of Jules Amthor. Bad guess, Inspector. Good night, Randall.
And keep away from the newspapers. I'll do the talking.
Well, I went back to my office the next day. I didn't want to be there because my head felt like a nest of rivets. One of my clients was dead, but the other one was still alive, Moose Malloy. And I figured he might be looking for me. Early in the afternoon, this kid walks in. Yeah, business is getting better and better. Prettier.
My name is Ann Ellison, Mr. Marlowe. I'm a reporter from the Post.
Oh, have a seat, Miss Elton.
Police haven't been very helpful on the Marriott murder. I was wondering...
There's a question I always ask. How did you know about me?
Oh, friends at City Hall. Tell me, did Marriott tell you who owned the jade he was buying back?
No. No, he didn't.
Had you known him long? Marriott?
A couple of weeks. Why?
Well, I just wondered if you had any theories about what happened or what was supposed to happen.
Oh, I've got a couple, Say, this is a nice-looking purse.
Just what do you mean by opening it?
I'd like to prove another theory, that you're not a reporter. Why do dames carry so much stuff in a pocketbook?
Give it to me.
I was looking for a driver's license, but your bank book will do. And the name on this bank book isn't Allison at all. It's Grail. Anne Grail.
Please.
Oh, you're a hot rock, baby. I could toss you to the cops. Last night, all I could tell them was that Marriott was buying back some jewelry. You could knock their hats off of that line about the jade. Tell me, Miss Grail, have you ever known a girl named Velma Valento, a singer?
I never heard of her in my life.
Oh, well, it's just a shot in the dark. Besides, it's another case. I was just hoping. Who does that jade belong to?
What's your interest in it?
My interest? Well, Marriott gave me $100 to take care of him, and I didn't. I'm just a small businessman in a very messy business, but I like to follow through on a sale.
The jade belongs to my father.
Oh, I gathered from Marriott that the jade belonged to a lady.
My father happens to be married.
Oh. Well, your mother was wearing it the night of the holdup.
She's not my mother. My mother's dead. My father married again.
Who sent you here to feel me out?
It was my own brilliant idea. I saw your name in the newspaper.
Well, before I talk to Inspector Randall, I think I'll have a talk with your father and your father's wife.
My car's downstairs.
Except that I'm expecting to hear from somebody.
Well, in that case, Mr. Marlowe.
In that case, I'll go with you just the same. You're really a lot cuter than Moose Malloy. Come on, let's go.
Before Dick Powell and his co-stars return with the second act of Murder, My Sweet, we take you to where there's a local war bond rally going on. And Mrs. White is curious about one of her fellow workers.
Jean, stop here a minute, will you? Tell me, who is that attractive woman in charge of the next booth?
Oh, that's Mrs. Jennings. Lovely looking, isn't she? Her daughter's a classmate of my Susie at college.
Oh, now, Jean, don't tell me she's old enough to have a 20-year-old daughter. Why, she looks like a girl herself.
It's her skin, I think. I've never seen her when her complexion didn't look like that. So soft and really fresh.
Well, that's what a lovely Lux complexion does for a woman. Makes her look radiant, appealing. It's what you notice first about her appearance, that smooth, soft Lux complexion. Screen stars know how very important it is to have the charm of exquisite skin. That's why they're so careful never to take chances with complexion beauty. Here's what a famous star, Claudette Colbert, says.
I never neglect my daily active lather facials with Lux soap. They're so easy, and they work. Here's what I do. I cover my face generously with a creamy lather, work it in thoroughly. I rinse with warm water, then cold, and pat my face dry with a towel. Now my skin feels smoother, softer. And it is.
These facials the screen stars depend on really do make skin lovelier. Recent tests showed actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with daily Lux Toilet Soap care. Why don't you try it? You'll enjoy the extra creamy lather, the gentle, caressing way it touches your skin. 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use fine white Lux Toilet Soap. Why don't you begin your daily facials with Hollywood's Beauty Soap tomorrow? Irving Pitchell brings our stars back for the second act.
With Dick Powell as Philip, Claire Trevor as Helen, June Dupre as Anne, and Mike Mazurki as Moose Malloy, we raise the curtain on Act 2 of Murder, My Sweet. Philip Marlowe continues with his story.
This girl, this Anne Grail, she drove me to her father's place in Brentwood, a cozy 8 or 9 acres. Okay for the average family, only you'd need a compass to go to the mailbox. House was all right, too, but it wasn't as big as Buckingham Palace. I waited while she sold me to the old folks. It was like waiting to buy a crypt in a mausoleum. And then she called me in. Old man Grail looked like a college professor, and the old lady... what an old lady. Blonde, gorgeous, and I guess about 30, with a face and a shape that'd make most pin-up girls look like Gravel Gertie. She had dimples on her knees, and I was admiring them when the old man started to talk.
Do you know anything about jade, Mr. Marlowe?
It's, green, isn't it?
The jade stolen from my wife was a necklace, 60 beads of about 6 carats each.
And very valuable, Mr. Marlowe. And dear, why don't you sit down?
What? Oh, yes.
Now, how valuable?
A somewhat larger necklace recently brought $125,000.
Yes, I never should have worn it. It was stupid. Inexcusable.
Where was the stick-up?
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to lie down. Mrs. Grail will talk to you. I'm most anxious to locate my jade, Mr. Marlowe. I can only hope it can be managed without any publicity.
Wait a minute, Father. I'll go with you.
May I mix you a drink, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, thanks.
I hadn't thought there were enough murders these days to make detecting very attractive to a young man.
Well, I stir up trouble on the side. Tell me, how much of your money was in Marriott's envelope?
$8,000. Water or soda?
Scotch.
We assumed they'd never guess its real value.
Who knew you were going to wear the necklace that night?
My maid, perhaps. But I trust her implicitly.
Why?
Because I trust some people. I trust you.
Did you trust Tom Marriott?
In some things. You're not drinking, Mr. Marlowe. I thought detectives were heavy drinkers.
Well, some detectives just encourage other people to drink.
Shall I tell you about the holdup?
It might help.
Well, I'd been out dancing, and Tom was bringing me home.
Where were you stopped?
Oh, near here. Does it matter a lot?
Oh, not too much at the moment, no. How many other guys take you out dancing?
I'm very fond of my husband.
Only his 2-step's getting a little stiff. Miss Grail, do you know Jules Amthor?
I've heard Tom speak of him. Why?
Oh, I don't know. The cops told me to leave Amthor alone. Is he a bad boy?
A lot of Tom's friends are, I'm afraid. Tom was rather a heel himself, but a nice heel. You don't know how horrible I feel.
Why?
Why? Because I'm responsible. I asked Tom to try to buy the necklace back. Oh, I just can't understand the whole business. All they took was the necklace. I was wearing a ring, too, but they didn't want the ring.
About Jules Amthor, what's his racket?
Well, he's sort of a psychic consultant. I think he's a quack. Tom went to him because he was all mixed up. He couldn't get started for fear of failure.
I wonder if he'd take my case.
That sounded like the door closing.
It was. Anne's been standing there.
Oh, strange child. Mr. Marlowe, you will help me, won't you?
Why? Because you like me, or are you paying me something in money?
Well, I've never hired a detective before. What are the rates?
As much as the traffic will bear. How do I find Amthor?
Well, he's really quite inaccessible. Yes?
Mr. Amthor is here, Mrs. Gray.
Oh, show him in. Well, don't look so smug. He really is inaccessible. I didn't have the faintest idea he'd be coming. Mr. Marlowe, how do you spend your evenings?
I'm in the phone book.
Mrs. Gray.
Oh, come in, Mr. Amthor. This is Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, how do you do?
Mr. Marlowe's a private detective. He was with Tom when it happened.
Oh?
I was hired as a bodyguard and bungled the job. Now it's myself I'm investigating.
Oh, these things are so difficult to believe. What could have happened?
I've got a couple of notions. Would you like to help me work them out?
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't make a good detective, Mr. Marlowe, and I'm...
Yeah, I know. You're inaccessible. The police told me to keep away from you. You look harmless to me.
I'll be very glad to arrange an interview. Just leave your number with Mrs. Gray.
Well, don't go to any special trouble. I'll bring my own crystal ball. Hey, how do you get out of this fun house? I was home that night trying to add things up. Moose Malloy, Marriott, Helen the beautiful blonde, and Jules Amthor. I put it all together and it just thumbed its nose at me. I decided to go down to Florian's Cafe and split an infinitive when the buzzer changed my plans. I had a visitor, Helen Gray.
I just dropped in because I thought you'd be interested in what Amthor had to say. Oh, and here. Shall we call this a retainer?
Yeah, let's call it a retainer.
Mr. Marlowe, do the police know about me?
Would that bother you?
Well, my husband has a morbid fear of publicity, and he's not at all well.
Oh, I'll manage it. Now, about Amthor.
Oh, please. I don't like being rushed. I was hoping we could go out somewhere. Do you like the Coconut Beach Club?
I've never been there. I'm the drive-in type.
The lights there are very flattering. They'd even mellow you a little, I think. But it's the sort of a place where you're expected to wear shoes and a tie.
I'll be right with you. We went to the Coconut Beach Club. We had a table in the corner. She gave me that dreamy smile and started asking questions.
You know, you've got a nice build for a private detective.
Oh, it gets me around.
How does one get to be a private detective? You don't mind my sizing you up a little?
But most of us are ex-cops. I worked for the district attorney. Got canned.
Surely not for incompetence.
For talking back. I had an interesting childhood, too, but you didn't drop in on me to get a biography.
You'd rather I talked about Amthor.
That's right, a good guess.
Well, then stay right here. I've got to powder my nose, and then I'll tell you all about it.
Well, just be back before I get stuck with a check.
Mr. Marlowe, I'd like to talk with you.
Well, hello, Miss Gale. I'd like to talk to you, too, but not now. Do the Grayles always hold their family reunions here?
It won't take long, what I have to say.
Look, honey, I've already got a date. She'll be right back, and I don't want you two slugging it out in public.
There's no danger of that. She won't be back.
How do you know?
Never mind. What did Helen ask you to do?
She wanted me to kiss her and find her jade necklace. I may have the order wrong, but that's the general idea.
Well, whatever she was willing to pay you, I'll pay you more. Just stay away from her. Why do you look at me like that?
I don't know. I seem to remember you from one of my better dreams. You know, if I...
Now what are you looking at?
I'll be right back. Hello, Mr. Malloy. Do you like this place better than Florian's?
Ditch the babe. I got something for you to do.
Look, I'm a big boy now. Don't you want me to have any fun at all?
I want you should meet a guy.
Will you let go of me? Another 10 seconds and gangrene will set in these fingers. Thanks. Okay, I'll ditch the babe. I couldn't ditch the babe. The babe had ditched me. First Helen had disappeared, and now Anne. Anne had left a card on the table. She'd written on it, "I'll keep the offer open. I don't live in Brentwood. My address is 962 North Hoover Street." Moose saw me put the card in my pocket. He came over and hustled me out to the curb. There was a car waiting, also a guy to drive the car. He took us to a very ritzy apartment house, showed us up to the penthouse, and then did something that made me rather unhappy.
You carry a gun, Pally?
Oh, I'm so used to packing one, I hardly notices on me.
I think maybe I better hold it, eh?
Stop the stalling. Let's get inside.
He was there, all right, Mr. Amthor. Me and Moose got him.
Thank you, Michael.
Mr. Amthor, I'd like to ask him about Velma.
Don't be impatient. You and Michael wait in the other room.
Come on, big boy.
But you ask him quick. I want to know now.
Where did you pick up Moose Malloy?
We met at Mrs. Grayle's. You said you wanted an interview.
Yeah?
I must insist upon some sort of logical progression. We'll come to Moose Malloy later. As for my profession, my patients regard me highly as a psychic consultant, Mr. Marlowe. Years ahead of my time.
Which might be one way of saying that some folks have made some complaints to the cops.
It might be. Do you have another theory about me?
Yeah, I do, and it goes like this. Marriott blackmailed rich women, but somebody else found the women for him.
Oh. Well, if you're right, I would be that somebody, and I would have Mrs. Grail's jade necklace, wouldn't I?
Unless something went wrong, like Marriott losing his nerve and ringing in a private dick, a sucker who'd risk his neck for a C note, but who might figure a jade necklace would be a nice thing to have in his bank.
And would this hypothetical detective be willing to part with it for a consideration?
Could be, if he had it. How much of a consideration?
Well, it's difficult to say until he produces the jade. He might be bluffing, trying to gain information.
In which case, a great psychic, years ahead of his time, might try to beat the truth out of him.
You wouldn't suggest that?
Only if you wanted to wear your face backwards for a while.
No. There's no need for us to be at each other's throats, Mr. Marlowe. And there's really no need for subterfuge. Putting it on the simplest and friendliest terms, I want that jade.
I suppose I don't have it. I suppose I don't want to sell.
You got him to tell you yet?
No, Malloy. I asked him where Velma is. He refuses to tell me.
Now, wait a minute.
I don't like you not telling me where you got Velma.
Well, if Amthor told you I know where Velma Valento is, he's nuts. He just picked you up to do his dirty work.
I gave you some dough to find her.
Well, keep your shirt on and stop dancing me around.
He's lying, Malloy. He knows.
Where you got her?
I haven't got her, you dimwit.
You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have hit me.
All right, now, the two of you. Stay just where you are.
What do you got to pull a gun for?
Where's that necklace, Marlowe? If you tell me, I can stop Moose.
I don't know.
Very well, Moose. He's yours. Make him talk.
So Moose went to work. Those fingers went around my throat tighter and tighter. That black pool opened up at my feet again, and I dived in. The rest of it was a crazy, cold-cut dream. I was going somewhere. I'd never been there before. I was drugged. Somebody had filled me full of juice. I was in the land of poppies, and I met a lot of interesting people.
Necklace, Mr. Marlowe. Where is the necklace?
I'm all right. What happened? I'm all right.
You shouldn't have hit me like that. You should have hit me.
Because I trust some people, I trust you. Because I trust some people.
Help! Somebody, please help!
Hey, what's eating you?
Smoke. Room's full of smoke.
I don't see no smoke. You want I should blow it away?
Where am I?
Anything else you'd like to know?
Yeah. The doors are too small. Stairs are made of dough.
I don't see no stairs. I think the guy is nuts. Do you think he's nuts?
Oh, skip it. Get out. I want to go to sleep. I want to sleep again.
Better make it just that, Harry.
Then I knew I couldn't go to sleep. Not if I wanted to stay alive. I could still feel those fingers on my throat. I even saw them. Just a bunch of bananas that looked like fingers. I wondered what I was full of. Something to keep me quiet, or was I doped to make me talk? Maybe both. Okay, Marlowe, I said to myself, you're a tough guy. You've been sapped, choked, and shot in the arm till you're crazy as a couple of waltzing mice. But you got to get up and start moving. Let's see you do something really tough, like putting on your pants. Well, I made it. Okay, you cuckoo. Your pants are on, now walk. And talk. What about? Anything, everything. Just talk and keep walking. You're getting out of here. Walk! I walked, I don't know how long. That kind of time they don't make in a watch, and then the smoke went away. The room turned into a room, and I knew I was ready to talk to somebody. I tore the bed apart and got a hunk of bed spring, and then I started to shout again. Help! Help! Mike walked in again, and I let him have it. Oh, that was a nice feeling. I crept down the stairs. There was a man in an office. The doctor's office, it looked like. I was in front of him before he saw me, but his hand went for the buzzer right away. That buzzer won't buy anything tonight, Doc. I just gave Nursey a sleeping tablet.
For 3 days, sir, you have been a very sick man.
3 days?
You're swaying right now. Don't you realize that?
I'm all cured, Doc. Now, what were you saying?
I made no remark.
I thought I heard you saying that you had a gun in that desk, and that if you were very careful, you could sneak it out.
A very stupid thing to do, Mr. Marlowe.
The gun. It's better. Now, talk some more.
You've been suffering from narcotic poisoning.
On account of you pumped me full of it. Speak up, Dr. Jekyll. I'm in a wild mood tonight. I haven't shot a man in a week.
You very nearly died, sir. I had to give you digitalis.
Also a little something to make me talk. What was I supposed to talk about? Maybe a jade necklace I haven't got? Mr. Amthor will be disappointed in you again. Never disappoint Mr. Amthor, Doc. It depresses him.
I'm warning you, Mr. Marlowe. At any moment, you'll collapse. I must insist on your going back to bed.
Get away from me.
The gun, please. I want that gun. You're going to faint, Mr. Marlowe.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, but not on this carpet. I'll do my folding on a nice hard street.
You'll never reach that door.
Well, before I try, I'm going to rip something off. No, not your head. Just the telephone. So long, Doc. I'll look you up when I get insomnia again. I staggered out to the street and down to the corner. Then I thought I was seeing things again. Yep, there he was, Moose Malloy. I couldn't have knocked the ashes off a cigarette when I tried to swing on him. He just held me up and started talking.
You shouldn't want to fight with me. You ain't in such good shape.
I'll murder you.
I don't like to fight with nobody. I want for you to keep looking for Velma.
Who planted you here? Amthor?
Amthor tells me about you. But he was kidding all the time.
He was kidding the pants off you, Buster. He doesn't want you to find your girl. Nobody's supposed to find Velma. He's got other plans.
You ain't in such good shape. I better help you.
Then get me a cab, you dopey gorilla.
Where do you want to go? What's that card you got?
It says 962 North Hoover Street on the card. You saw me pick up this card in the Coconut Beach Club.
That's where the babe lives, huh?
Yeah, I think I'll find out why she's living alone and if she really likes it. Now get me a cab.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
Black coffee, Miss Grayle. Eggs and a scotch and soda.
You're drunk. You better get out before...
Hey, this is a nice place here. Is there room for you in the Brentwood Palace, or don't you like it out there?
Why did you come here?
Because the cops may be looking for me and I'm not ready to talk.
If you're not drunk, why do you look the way you do?
Yeah, ask the second Mrs. Grayle. She fixed up a blind date for me with Jules Amthor and a couple of his whipping boys.
What happened? Are you all right?
Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to be alive. Say that again.
Say what again?
The last thing you said.
I said, what happened? Are you all right?
Miss Grayle, what were you doing out there in the canyon the night Marriott was killed? I was lying on my face when somebody threw a flashlight and asked me if I was all right, and then she said, what happened? Yeah, a girl with red hair and a crooked nose and a nice figure. Yes, a girl named Anne Grayle.
I didn't kill Marriott.
You weren't out there just taking a hike.
I didn't kill him.
I'd say you overheard Marriott and your stepmother making some sort of arrangements about the jade.
What if I did?
You knew Marriott had been holding hands with her, and you didn't like that.
I hate her.
And you hated him, too. You hated anybody that had anything to do with Helen, so you bumped him off. You killed Tom Marriott.
I didn't. I didn't do it. I didn't.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. A brief intermission before our stars return in the third act of Murder, My Sweet. Meanwhile, it's 2:45 of a bright afternoon, just the day for Mary to be hard at work in her victory garden.
There, that'll hold those pesky weeds for a while. Hello, Johnny. Telegram from me? What in the world? Have 48-hour pass, arriving 5:15. See you soon, darling. Signed, Jim. Oh, heavens to Betsy. He'll be here in a few hours. I'd die if he saw me like this. The house has got to be slicked up, too, and I've just got to fix something special for dinner. Well, here goes. Got to work fast.
Now it's 3:45. Mary has accomplished wonders, is giving the furniture one last polish.
There, that looks something like it. And now to press my dress. The blue and green print Jim loves so.
Now it's 4:45. The dress is ready, the dinner started, and there's still a half an hour to go.
Oh, goodness, I feel all in. Glad there's time for my Lux Soap beauty bath. That'll do the trick. This lather's wonderful. So rich and creamy. I feel like a different person already. And I love this nice perfume Lux soap leaves on my skin. Makes me forget all the work I've done and feel like Jim's girl again.
And now it's 5:30, and Jim is here.
Gosh, you're lovely, Mary. What makes you so sweet?
So many clever girls depend on their Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Bath for a quick, refreshing beauty pickup. But most important of all, they know this secret.
When I step from my Lux soap bath, I know my skin is fresh and really sweet. Screen stars say a daily Lux soap bath makes you sure of daintiness. And I found they're right.
Screen stars, lovely women everywhere, discovered long ago their fine white complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes an exquisite bath soap, too. The extra creamy lather, rich and abundant even in hard water, leaves skin flower fresh. And screen stars tell you they love Lux Toilet Soap's delicate clinging perfume, too. Why not get some of Hollywood's fragrant Lux Toilet Soap for your beauty bath tomorrow? It's thrifty to use. You'll find each satin-smooth cake lasts and lasts. Back now to Irving Pitchell and our stars.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Murder, My Sweet, starring Dick Powell as Philip Marlowe, Claire Trevor as Helen, June Dupre as Anne, and Mike Mazurki as Moose Malloy. Philip Marlowe is in the apartment of Anne Grail, whom he has just accused of murder.
I stood there in Anne Grail's apartment and accused her of killing Marriott. I was sure she hadn't done it, but I had to find out what she knew.
I know just what you're thinking. If I didn't kill him, my father did.
And if he did, you'd do anything to protect him.
No, he couldn't do such a thing.
I don't buy it either yet. I was just trying it on for size.
Won't you please go home? I'm expecting a date.
I can't go home. There's a very stubborn character named Inspector Randall. And if he isn't on my doorstep right now waiting to pick me up, then two of his stooges are. So relax it. Hey, your date?
Probably. Wait here.
Tell him you've decided to have a quiet little supper with me.
Yes?
My name's Randall. I'd like a word with your boyfriend.
Oh, I was just talking about you, Inspector.
I've been looking for you for 3 days.
Pull up a chair. Miss Grail was about to fix some soft-boiled eggs and scotch. You wouldn't join us.
Last time I saw you, I gave you some good advice. I guess it didn't take, huh?
I didn't bother Amthor. I was going to, but it didn't get around to it. He got to me. Yeah, he gave me quite a party.
How'd it go?
What'll it buy me? This is straight, Randall. You'd like to get Amthor, and I'd like to help you. He annoyed me a little.
I'm listening.
Well, Amthor's a tough turkey. He works some kind of blackmail routine on dames who come to him with problems. I think Marriott was his contact man.
Let's get to the new part, huh?
The jewelry Marriott was after was a jade necklace that belonged to one of Amthor's patients. Well, Marriott fumbled the ball.
Yeah?
So Amthor figured I had it. He sent me to a little rest home where they teach you to talk. There's a guy there who's a whiz with a hypo. The address is 23rd and Descanso.
Okay. Who owns the jade?
I told you, one of Amthor's patients.
By the name of,
I don't know.
Oh, Miss Grail.
Yes?
When were you last to your father's place in Brentwood?
Not for several days. Is something wrong?
Skip it. Marlowe, I figure what you told me is on the level. But don't make a habit of trying to help me. I might get grateful and lock you up. Give me a call tomorrow.
How could he know about me?
I don't know. That's what happens when you let a cop go to school. He gets smart. Now, fix up your face. We got to get out of the marble quarry.
Where?
Brentwood. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, it's a funny thing. About every third day I get hungry.
I can fix eggs and coffee if you want to wait. You know, you're crazy. Everybody takes a poke at you. They fill you full of drugs, but you bounce right back and hit between tackle and end all over again. And I don't think you even know which team you're on.
I don't know which team anybody's on. I don't even know who's playing today. At Brentwood, we saw Mr. Grail, and I've seen healthier-looking gents in the county morgue. His face was gray with worry. Something was eating him. More important than a missing jade necklace. A missing wife.
Helen left yesterday. I haven't heard from her since. And have you seen her? Have you?
No, dear, but maybe she went to the beach house.
Beach house?
It had been rented to Marriott indirectly through the bank.
I think I'd better have a look at it.
This whole thing has gone too far.
Oh? Or maybe it's coming too close to home. Mr. Grail, I don't say you killed Marriott, but you could have. For a good old-fashioned motive.
I did not kill him, Mr. Marlowe, but I say it is better that he is dead. I'm not concerned if the police suspect me. I'm concerned about my wife. I'm losing her.
Father.
And that is why I say all this has got to stop. You'll drop the case, Mr. Marlowe. I'll pay you well.
Oh, fine. I get dragged in, get money shoved at me. I get pushed out, get money shoved at me. Everybody pushes me in, everybody pushes me out. Nobody wants me to do anything. Okay, skip it.
I'll put a check in the mail.
Yeah, well, I cost a lot to do nothing. I get restless. Throw in a trip to Mexico.
Father, where are you?
Stay here,
Why?
because I want a key to that beach house.
But you just told him.
I can't stop now. Do the cops stop? Does Helen stop? Do you stop?
What do you mean, does Helen stop?
Oh, I don't know. If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
You're vicious. You get some horrible satisfaction seeing people torn apart.
Sister, you're hanging on to something that's going to smack you hard. If I stick, it smacks you sooner and cleaner. Maybe that's why I'm sticking. Oh, but I'd stick anyway, because a guy who hired me got killed.
I'll get you the key.
We went to the beach house. Things happened there. Some of them I can explain. One thing I can't. After we took a look around, Ann and I were standing there in the dark, looking out that big front window toward the ocean, and before I knew it, we were in a clinch. Oh, it's nice to kiss a girl like Ann Grail. I told her she had a cute little face, even if her nose was slightly crooked.
It isn't crooked. Just has a bump on it where I got hit with a baseball. I used to play shortstop. Philip.
Yeah?
What about my father? If we don't find
I'm
Helen...
going to make you mad now, baby. But here goes. Your father really loves Helen. When I came along, you were afraid she might turn me into another Marriott. So you tried to buy me off. That didn't work, and I began to suspect your father. A real tough guesser might say that when he couldn't buy me off either, you decided to be nice to me. Like just now.
There's nothing decent about you, is there? Nothing at all.
Well, I don't always guess right. I may be wrong. I think I am wrong.
Sometimes I hate all men. Young men, handsome men who don't work for a living, and almost heels who are private detectives. Helen.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. But you should know by now that men play rough. They soften you up, and then they belt you one. Hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Hi.
I didn't finish, Helen. I hate a lot of women, too. Especially beautiful, expensive blondes. All bubble bath and moonlight. And inside, cold and hard like blue steel. Only not that clean.
Your slip is showing, darling.
I'm leaving. I'll tell Father you're here.
Well, how long have you been here, Mrs. Grail?
Since yesterday.
You just happened to leave the Brentwood place before the cops dropped in on your husband?
Oh, please.
Look, you hired me to get your necklace, so you stand me up at a corny rum joint and tell Amthor.
I'm sorry. I thought you might have had the jade. Please don't blame me. You could have had it. What Amthor did, was it bad?
It almost made me mad.
No.
Now, just what goes between you two?
Well, he's blackmailing me.
Well, that much even I can figure out.
My husband is in love with me. I'm fond of him, and I'm grateful, but I find other men very attractive.
I imagine they meet you halfway.
I met Amthor through Tom Marriott. He's smart. He does know psychology. He got me talking, and of course I talked too much. He uncovered something, and the blackmailing started. I think if my husband had found out, it would have killed him.
So you agreed to give Amthor the necklace?
But before I could, it was stolen.
By Marriott?
Must have been. Amthor probably came to the same conclusion. He decided to kill him, and that's why Marriott wanted you for protection.
All right, I'll buy it up to there. What happens now?
I want you to help me kill Jules Amthor.
Don't you see? You're the only one I can turn to. It's the only way I'll ever have peace. He'll never be satisfied, even if he does get the jade.
Why me? Because I have a gun or just because I wear pants?
Oh, please, I need you so. I need help and peace desperately. I need you.
Have you got anything worked out?
Yes, but Amthor's disappeared.
Maybe I can find him.
Well, then tell him you've got the jade and you're ready to sell.
Then what?
Well, that's my part.
All right, I'll dig him up.
Oh, you're wonderful. How would you like not having to earn a living?
Wouldn't bother me a bit.
When will you be back?
I may have a time finding him. Maybe not till tomorrow night.
Oh, would you mind kissing me goodbye?
No,
Please.
I wouldn't mind at all. I went straight to Amthor's apartment. I had a couple of keys, and one of them fitted the back door. I wanted to surprise Amthor. I thought it would give him a bang. I thought it would kill him. Amthor was on the living room floor. He wasn't mussed, just snapped, the way a pretty girl would snap a stalk of celery. Only for this job, you'd have to be a big man with a big pair of hands. I hustled downtown, bought a late edition. I wanted to see how the police were doing on the Marriott murder. And while I was looking at the paper, somebody was looking at me.
I've been trying to find you all over. I got to go away.
Yeah, Amthor's dead. I know, you didn't mean to kill him. You just shook him too hard because you wouldn't tell you where Velma is.
You find her?
Yeah, Moose. I find her.
Where is she? You tipped the Johns off on her. I wouldn't want little Velma to do no stretch.
Turn me loose, and stop waltzing me around.
If the Johns got Velma...
Nobody's got her. She's got herself. Yeah, you can see her tomorrow.
Okay.
Now go hide yourself and be here tomorrow night as soon as it gets dark. Moose showed up tonight like I told him. I sold him on waiting outside the beach house until I called him. That was like lighting a stick of dynamite and telling it not to go off. But I had a plan. Helen was waiting for me.
Philip, did you find him? Did you find Amthor?
He'll be here around 12.
12. Would you like to look at this?
Hmm?
This is it, Philip. The necklace.
Where'd you get it?
I went to Brentwood today. Got it out of my dressing table drawer. Surprised.
In a flabbergasted sort of way, yes.
It was never stolen.
You faked the whole thing?
I simply wasn't going to let Amthor get it. When he comes, he can take a look at it.
Well, he may have a gun.
He'll never get that far. So have I.
You went to Brentwood. Then where's Ann and your father?
I can't say. They were out. And now I'm going to be very grateful. Here, the necklace. It's yours. You're much too nice to be a grubby detective all your life.
You told Marriott this thing had been stolen. Why?
Well, he was close to Amthor. They both had to think it was stolen.
Marriott fell for that?
Of course.
And you still think Amthor killed him?
Who else?
You.
Oh, no. No, you can't mean that.
Yes, I think Marriott was scared because he'd agreed to help you kill a nosy detective. The same detective Moose took to Florian's joint, the one Florian told Marriott about. Marriott had to help you protect his interest. You knew that. You were a living to him and to Amthor and in his modest way to Florian. You supported them. They knew you wouldn't be worth blackmailing if I found you for Moose Malloy.
Oh, no,
So I was
please.
nifty thinking, darling. At the canyon, one of us would get out of the car. Didn't matter who. Either way, you had Marriott and me separated, and you would tag us one at a time and get your $8,000 and knock off Amthor later. Yeah, it might have worked, too, if it hadn't been for Ann chasing down there after you. Of course, my head's pretty hard.
It's true. It's all true. Everybody was closing in on me. I didn't know which way to turn.
And it almost worked, sister. I was almost as dead as Marriott. But killing a man with a blackjack, oh, that's no work for a lady.
Well, after it happened, I didn't know what you would do. But now I'm so close to peace. So close. Just Amthor. But I can't face it alone. Don't desert me now.
Sure. Amthor blackmailed you. He's got something on you, only it isn't what you told me. It isn't just men. Your husband could understand the men. No, it's the clink looming up. And it's no good understanding the clink. Moose is looking for you, Velma.
Where is he? Where is Moose?
Waiting for me to call him in. 8 years ago, when you were his girl, what did you talk Moose into doing? He went to jail for you. Was it murder or something serious?
Where are you going?
To tell him that his red head has turned blonde.
Come back.
Huh? Oh, a gun. Well, it fits your personality better than a blackjack. And the pearl handle goes swell with your fingernail polish.
You know, it's too bad it has to be like this. Don't move. Who is it? Well, come in.
Darling, that gun. What are you...
Close that door, Anne. Your timing, dear, gets worse and worse.
We've been listening. Why didn't you tell me you were in such trouble?
I wanted to spare you.
I might have been able to prevent all this. Now, of course, it's too late, Mr. Marlowe.
I see your point.
Helen, if Mr. Amthor is coming, I think perhaps you'd better do it quickly.
Father.
Get inside, dear. Keep your hands up, Mr. Marlowe. I'll have to take your gun. I'll be with Anne, Helen.
Oh, all by ourselves again.
Yes. You know, this will be the first time I ever killed anyone I knew so little about and liked so much. You and I. Just a couple of mugs. But we could have got along.
What's stopping us now? I can handle Moose. He broke Amthor's neck yesterday.
What did you say?
Something I shouldn't have.
Amthor is dead.
Yeah?
Then that leaves only you. I'm sorry, but you know too... too much.
I had to do it, Mr. Marlowe. I had to kill her.
Hello. Let's have the police.
Give me that phone. Give it to me. Don't you realize he saved your life? Why must you suffer for that?
The cops always like to solve murders done with my gun.
She's dead, isn't that enough? She was evil, all evil.
I think I hear a shot, Mr. Marlowe. I think I better come in.
Moose, it didn't work out the way I planned.
Never mind. I'd like to talk to Velma now.
Moose.
Don't touch her. She ain't hardly changed. Just like always. Cute as a bug's ear. I wasn't going to bother her none. She done all right. Who done this?
I did.
You shouldn't have killed her.
Moose.
You shouldn't have killed Velma.
Moose.
Get out of my way.
Don't come any closer, please.
Moose, will you listen to me? Moose! That old black pit opened up again right on schedule. Blacker than the others and deeper. Well, that's the works. That's all I know on account I didn't see so well with my eyeballs scorched. They didn't keep me long at the hospital. 2 hours ago, Randall came and picked me up. And everything I've been telling you, I've been telling him. He's sitting right here in front of me now. I wish I could see Randall. Wish the bandage wasn't on my face. I want to look at his ugly kisser and figure what he's thinking.
Marlowe?
Huh?
There's a piece of paper here on my desk, a warrant for your arrest. I'm tearing it up.
Oh, thanks. Tonight, when it happened, I heard the shots. I still don't know who got hit. It wasn't the kid, was it, Randall?
No. No, you can get out of here now if you want to.
You mean I'm sprung? Who backed me up? Who got shot? I heard 3.
Moose Malloy.
Dead?
Yes, and Grail. Well, they were fighting for the gun.
Anne's okay, then. Huh. She thought it over while I was in the hospital and came around and backed me up, right?
I didn't say. McNulty, see that he gets home.
Yeah. I'll buy you a ride in a cab, Marlowe.
Hey, what are you putting in my pocket?
The necklace. She gave it to you, didn't she?
Yeah, I tried it on. It's wrong for my complexion.
Then give it to your girlfriend. Strangle yourself with it. No, just go on, beat it.
Let's go, Marlowe.
Well, you can come in now, Miss Grail.
Why didn't you tell him? Why did you have to keep him guessing?
About your backing him up? Why don't you tell him? You can catch him outside. Just give Nulty the high sign.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Nutley.
Yeah?
What do you know about that redhead pitching for me?
Yeah.
Hey, are we alone or am I hearing things?
What things?
Like someone else is walking with us.
Oh, you're on the street. Lots of people walk on the street.
Oh. She had a cute figure, huh?
I didn't notice.
You must be low on vitamins. She had more than a figure, too. Not a beautiful face, but a good face.
I didn't notice.
Face like a Sunday school picnic.
Oh, there's a cab down the block.
Say, are you sure we're alone?
Hey, cab! Yes, sir.
Oh, well, I guess she thought I liked the blonde chewing on my face. Wish I could tell her. I wish I could...
Duck your head, Marlowe. This here's the cab.
Where to, mister?
800 South Kingsley.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Nulty, Hey, what goes? If I didn't have these bandages over my
You
eye...
going to the same address, too, lady?
Nulty, I haven't kissed anybody in a long time. Would it be all right if I kissed you, Nulty?
I think it would be just fine.
I said, are you going to the same... Oh. Oh, yeah, I guess you are.
Now that we've cleared Dick Powell of murder, The rest of our cast can get back on their feet and join him at the footlights for a curtain call.
You should have been in tonight's cast, Irving. You used to play in pictures.
Well, thanks, Dick. But I'm too old to go through what you went through in tonight's play. Tell me, Claire, how does it happen that a nice girl like you always gets to play the bad girl roles?
Oh, I don't know, Irving. I guess they've got me typed. They had Dick Powell typed for a while, but look what he's doing now.
That's right, June. Next week he starts a whole new radio series as a tough detective.
You mean I might yet get a chance to play a sweet young housewife?
And how about me, Mr. Pitchell? Do you think I could play Hansel and Gretel with Margaret O'Brien?
Maybe if you took a course in compression, Mike.
You mean expression.
No, I mean compression. Or else learn to walk on your knees and keep your hands behind your back.
Well, what do we do with June Dupre, Irving?
Well, we just pat her on both cheeks and tell her to stay as sweet as she is.
Oh, now here, you aren't falling for that Lux complexion, Pitch.
Why not? Other men have.
That's right, Irving. That's why so many of us use Lux toilet soap.
Look, Pitch, while we're getting everybody out of acting ruts, what sort of a role would you give yourself if you went back to acting?
Well, you were mostly heavy in pictures, weren't you?
Yes, and I rather fancy myself in a light musical comedy part. You know, the kind of bright young chap who sings, "Smile the while, let the smile be your style."
Look, Irving, I think you'd better stick to making pictures. Incidentally, I understand from Paramount that you did great things with the medal for Benny.
Well, I had a good story there to work with, Dick. A homeboy whose rival in love is an overseas hero.
And a good cast. I'm looking forward to it, Irving. But tell me, what do you have on Lux next week?
Well, for next week, we have an altogether charming story with a most delightful cast. The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake. Take a group of high-spirited American commandos, billet them in an ancient British castle where their hostess is Lady Margaret O'Brien, and then haunt that castle by the most notorious ghost in England, and you have the elements of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's entertaining and extraordinary comedy.
The Canterville Ghost can haunt my house next Monday, Pitch. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And all our thanks. This week, America salutes the Army's famous Quartermaster Corps on its 107th anniversary. The oldest supply branch of the armed forces, the Fighting Quartermasters, are seeing to it that American soldiers are the best fed, best clothed, best cared for fighting men in history. Theirs has been a gallant contribution to the cause of freedom. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake in The Canterville Ghost. This is Irving Pitchell saying good night from Hollywood.
Every day, as the war against Japan increases in intensity, the need for waste fats and greases grows more critical. Here's one department where the enemy may be superior unless you help make up the difference from your kitchens. Save all waste fats and greases, no matter how discolored. Keep a clean can in which to strain them and take them regularly to your butcher. Remember, for every pound, he'll give you 4 cents plus 2 extra meat points. Murder, My Sweet was presented through the cooperation of RKO Studios, producers of Enchanted Cottage. Dick Powell appeared through the courtesy of the Fitch Bandwagon and will shortly be seen in the RKO picture Cornered. Claire Trevor will soon appear in RKO's Johnny Angel. Mike Mazurki is currently working on the RKO version of Dick Tracy. Heard in tonight's cast were Cy Kendall, Gerald Moore, Robert Regent, Norman Field, Eddie Marr, Dora Singleton, Charles Seal, Ed Emerson, and Leo Sharon. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Canterville Ghost with Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of fantasy that is your imagination. What am I saying? One's imagination a fantasy world? Nonsense. Rubbish. I should have said the world of reality. For what can possibly be more real than that which the imaginative powers of the brain conjure up? You question that? Consider then what happened to lovely, imaginative Nicky Carpenter.
You can't be serious.
You know I am, Nicky.
But what you're saying, it's nonsense.
You think so? You really think so, Nicky?
Alicia, Amanda, imagination didn't kill them.
True enough, my darling. But imagination, yours, will kill you.
Our mystery drama, Murder to Perfection, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Mercedes McCambridge and Joseph Campanella. Few will deny that what we call imagination is the greatest creative, yes, and destructive force known to the human race. The paintings of the Sistine Chapel existed inside the head of Michelangelo before he expressed them on canvas. Bach, Beethoven, Brahms heard their music in imagination before setting the notes to paper. This being so, you will understand how the story I am about to tell you, though bizarre, strange, macabre in the extreme, is true in every detail.
Nicky, dear.
Yes, Bill?
It's 11:30. The funeral chapel. They'll be closing it for the night in half an hour. Albert going home.
Alicia looks so lifelike there in the casket. I find it so hard to believe she's dead.
I know.
He murdered her, Bill.
No, Nicky.
Yes, he did. I know you think the sun rises and sets on your brother, but he murdered my sister. He murdered Alicia as surely as she lies dead in that coffin.
Nicky, dearest, you're tired and overwrought. You've been here all day, all night. You're exhausted thinking things that simply can't be so, saying things that make no sense. Guy loved Alicia. Why, in the year of their marriage, he was the most devoted husband a wife could ask for.
Oh. Excuse me.
Oh, Guy, come in.
Bill, Nicky, I thought everyone would be gone by now, that I could spend a little time alone with Alicia.
We were just leaving, Guy.
No, I'm not. I want to be with Alicia as much as possible until she's buried tomorrow.
That's exactly the way I feel.
Oh, you liar. Nicky. You killed her. You murdered her in cold blood.
Nicky's overtired, Guy. Overwrought.
Yes, of course, but even so, I don't understand. I mean, to say a thing like that.
Well, it's true. You know it is.
Now, look here, Nicky. Alicia fell or jumped from our apartment window. There was no one else in the apartment at the time, not even me. I was at my office downtown, so just where do you get this crazy, wild idea that I killed her? I don't know.
Well, you will.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm going to prove that you murdered her. If it takes every cent I have in the world, if I have to dedicate the rest of my life to it.
Take her home and call a doctor. She needs sedation.
Yeah. Come on, Nicky. Nicky, sweetheart, haven't you looked at her long enough?
Guy will pay for killing you, Alicia. I promise you that. I promise. Yes, Nicky Carpenter. Oh, hello, Jacques. No, I'm not ready to announce my latest designs yet. Denim and suede combo. Where did you hear that? I'm sorry, Jacques. I'm not telling. Not this early. Yes, just as soon as I'm ready to announce, I'll make sure that you're the first one to know. Bye. Yes. Oh, of course. Bill, darling, what a lovely surprise.
Hey, I'm not interrupting you in the midst of a creative brainstorm, am I, dear?
Oh, the man I madly love and am going to marry could never be an interruption. But this visit is unexpected.
Well, I've got something serious to talk over with you.
Oh, huh?
It's about my brother Guy.
Yes.
I find this a little awkward, Nicky.
Awkward? Why?
Well, You and I are engaged, and Guy, he's my brother. And so the whole situation... Nicky, have you hired a private detective agency to check up on Guy?
Yes.
But why?
Because he murdered my sister, Alicia, and I intend to prove that he did.
Oh, come on now, Nicky. How can you go on saying such a thing, thinking such a thing? Whatever gave you the idea in the first place?
Guy, for one.
Guy?
I don't like him. I never have. Charming, yes, loaded with charm, and handsome and witty, and in my opinion, a deceitful fraud.
He just rubs you the wrong way. Even if everything you say is true, it doesn't make him a murderer.
Well, I think differently.
But you must have a reason, something more than just disliking someone.
I have. Alicia fell or jumped to her death from the window of their 12th-story apartment.
Accident. Suicide, perhaps. Not murder.
Yes, murder.
How in heaven's name can you say...
Because Alicia was scared to death of heights. In all her life, when we were kids together, she wouldn't dare go near an open window more than 2 stories above the ground. So what was she doing at that open window 12 stories above the ground?
I don't know. But it certainly doesn't make a murderer out of my brother.
Not on the face of it, no.
Guy loved Alicia. Why would he murder her?
For the $250,000 he got from her insurance.
Honey, you're letting that imagination you're so famous for run away with you.
I may be known for my imagination. But the private detective I hired isn't.
What does that mean?
I didn't know that Guy had lived in Europe for nearly 15 years. You never told me.
It never came up. But what's that got to do with...
He was out of touch with you, completely, totally out of touch all those years, right?
Well, yes. I mean, I had no idea where he was. Or
Did you know that he'd been married twice while living abroad?
What? No.
And that both wives died under what is usually called mysterious circumstances, leaving your brother more than $500,000 in cash?
Good Lord, no. I never knew this. Guy has never told me anything about any of this.
Well, maybe you ought to ask him about it.
Well, to be honest about it, Nicky, I've never cared much for Guy either, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, I think it is. And it certainly confirms my feelings about him.
Feelings aren't facts. And it's facts that stand up in a court of law, and that's where you're going to find yourself if you don't drop this whole ridiculous thing. Guy intends to sue you if you don't. Sue you for defamation of character. And as a lawyer, I can tell you he'd win, hands down. Unless you could prove your accusations, hands down.
Well, then I have nothing to worry about. He murdered his first 2 wives. He murdered my sister. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. And before I'm through, I'll prove it. What do you want?
I don't think it's a matter of what I want, but what you want. May I come in?
There's nothing I want from you, Guy.
Oh, you do. Believe me, you just don't know it. Yet. However, if you're not interested...
No. Wait. Come in.
I knew you'd change your mind.
You seem very sure of yourself.
Well, I'm sure of you, anyway. You see, Nicky, you're gifted with a vivid imagination. At least, so they say in the fashion column.
Well, they have to manufacture news. They exaggerate.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. They don't exaggerate in the slightest. I just proved that.
You proved it?
I knew once I had something you wanted, your imagination would invent all sorts of interesting possibilities, and you'd be unable to turn me away until you found out.
You're very clever. Well, what do you want? I beg your pardon. What is it I want?
Well, one thing you want is peace of mind, the ability to do your work. Another thing you want is to go on living in this very swank penthouse apartment, enjoying the fruits of the fortune you possess. Nicky, I can take all that away from you.
Oh, can you?
And will. Unless you, as they say, call off the hounds.
The private detectives.
The private detectives.
There'll be no calling off of the hounds, Guy.
All right. Then I shall sue you for defamation of character. Sue for every penny you possess.
I have not defamed you. Neither I nor the private detectives have said a word to anyone.
But I have.
You?
Of course. I knew you were taking precautions to keep your skirts clean until you could prove your suspicions. So, I upset your precautions merely by dropping the right words in the right place. Amanda Jordan being one of the right places.
That poor, sad alcoholic.
Alcoholic. Yes. Sad? Yes. Poor? No. Dripping with money. That's why I'm marrying her on the 10th.
You are marrying...
You object? Save your breath. Do you no good. The point is, being alcoholic, Amanda talks a storm. She also gets around. What you're doing to me, Nicky, or trying to do to me, is all over town this very minute. And in the right places. If we went to court tomorrow, I could prove on unimpeachable evidence that you have hired detectives to dig into my past to substantiate false accusations you have made against me. Accusations, I may add, which happen to be anything but false. But you can't prove them, Nicky, and never will.
Are you standing there telling me that you did? That you are?
A murderer? Oh, yes. Oh, you're altogether right. I did murder them. All three. Your sister Alicia included.
Oh.
But, you see, all three murders were so cleverly engineered and executed that no one would ever believe I had done them, let alone succeed in proving that I had.
My God. To stand there and tell me to my face that you're a murderer, that you murdered my sister.
As I shall murder Amanda Jordan, thus executing another perfect crime. A murder to perfection, you might say. What are you doing?
I'm phoning Amanda.
Phoning Amanda? To tell her that I'm going to kill her? Nicky, please, don't be a fool. Put the phone down.
No.
All right, go ahead.
Amanda, this is Nicky Carpenter. Nicky Carpenter. Yes, Amanda, are you... Oh, Amanda, can you understand me?
Smash, I could have told you that.
Amanda, listen to me.
That'll be the day.
Amanda, please listen carefully now. Guy is here with me in my apartment, and he has just told me that he intends to murder you. Yes, I know you're going to marry him. That's the point of what I'm telling you. He's... No, I'm not inventing it. I am not a jealous fool. She
didn't believe you? In her hazy alcoholic way?
Oh, you are evil. You are a devil.
I haven't hesitated to tell you what I do, Nicky, because there's no way ever you can prove anything. But there's every way I can prove that you've damaged my career and altogether left yourself open to what are called punitive damages. A great big lump of punitive damages.
You evil...
And if what I've told you fails to persuade you to call off the hounds, I can still take one more step.
One more step?
Kill you, Nicky.
Oh.
Kill you. And no one the wiser.
Imagination. It plays like heat lightning in dark and ominous skies inside the heads of two people, Nicky Carpenter and Guy Weston, each seeking to combat, to outwit the other. The imaginative force within Nicky is good, that within Guy, evil. Certainly at the moment, it would appear that Nicky is helpless, that Guy has her where he wants her, that she must lose the battle. He win. Well, we'll see when I return shortly with Act 2. No such thing as the perfect crime. If that's what you've always thought, think again. For it certainly appears that Guy Weston knows how to murder to perfection. He's so sure of himself that he's candidly told his brother's fiancée, Nicky Carpenter, that he not only murdered her sister, but two previous wives. Furthermore, he's freely admitted that he intends to murder his next wife, Amanda Jordan, and may even do away with Nicky.
Do you mean to say that he stood there and confessed to you?
Not confessed. He bragged. He boasted. Flaunted flaunted their murders in my face and said he intended to murder Amanda after they're married.
I can't believe this, Nicky. I just can't.
He's hit on a way of committing the perfect murder.
Nonsense.
Bill, listen to me.
No, Nicky, you listen to me. I don't know what's caused all this. I know you're overtired. I know you're knocking yourself out to get your next fashion show ready. But whatever it is, Nicky, dear, stop it.
Stop what?
These imaginings of yours, these wild accusations about my brother being a murderer, a perfect murderer yet.
Bill, he killed Alicia.
He did not kill Alicia. Alicia fell or jumped from a 12-story window when Guy was in his office miles away. So how in heaven's name could he have killed her?
I don't know. That's what I'm hoping the private detective I hired will come up with.
You're still using a private detective?
Of course.
I warned you, Guy will sue you for everything you've got on grounds of slander, defamation of character, and win.
I know. He told me that himself. He also said that if I push him far enough, he might even murder me.
I'm just not going to believe this. I can't believe it. I'd be an absolute nut to believe it. As nutty as...
As me? Well, is that what you're saying? I see. Well, in that case, Bill, I think I'd better give this back.
You're giving me back our engagement ring?
Yes.
Nicky, you're letting...
No. I am not overtired. I am not letting my imagination run away with me. I did not create or invent what I just told you about Guy coming to see me. It's true, every word of it.
Nicky.
Please. He will kill Amanda if I can't stop him. And he'll kill me if, as he puts it, I don't call off the hounds. Well, Bill, I may be a nut with an imagination that's running wild, but I'd say Guy wants me to call off the hounds because he's scared to death they'll run him to the ground. And I'm betting that they will. Betting everything I have. My fortune, my career, my life.
You ask me, she needs a psychiatrist.
She's just terribly tired, exhausted.
So because she's tired, I'm supposed to let her slander me? Wreck my career, my life? Do you know that because of that crazy phone call Nicky made to Amanda almost called off our engagement?
Well, she didn't. You're married. No harm done.
Hello, Amanda? Nicky. Amanda, I'm just calling to tell you that Guy's going to murder you after you're married. Now, that's a hell of a thing to say. I mean, that's just a plain hell of a thing. And when that tape is played in court...
Tape? What tape?
Amanda had a tape recorder hooked to her phone. Automatically taped messages. She's alcoholic, you know, and most of the time she can't remember who called her about what, so she records all conversations.
Guy, do me a favor, will you? Destroy that tape and call off your suit against Nicky.
Oh, Bill, I can't. The accusations she's made, everybody knows about them. Nobody believes them, of course. At least, I hope nobody believes them. But she's made a laughingstock of me. Bill, I just can't sit back and do nothing to protect myself.
I suppose not. Well, thanks for your time, Guy. I'll see you.
Wait a minute. Yes? Oh, well, hell, you're my brother. I'll do it for you.
Will?
Yes, but with one proviso, Bill.
Name it.
One more word out of her about me. One more crazy accusation, and I'll nail her to the wall. So help me, I will.
There'll be no more accusations. I'll see to that. Somehow, I'll convince her.
Excuse me. Yes, Miss Mason. Captain? Of the police? Well, sure, of course put him through. Now, what can this be about? Yes, Captain, this is Guy Weston. You're calling from my home? But what are you doing? Of course I can come home right now, but what's happened? Captain, stop beating about the bush. What the hell has happened? When? What? You're sure? Oh, yes, I'll be there as fast as I can make it.
What?
Amanda dead.
Dead? Amanda?
He said, the captain, a combination of alcohol and sleeping pills. Oh.
Easy, boy, easy. Look, I'll go home with you.
Yes. Please. Get my hat and coat.
Here, your coat. Let me help you.
Thanks. Oh, Bill, I guess you know this means I can't call off my suit against Nicky.
Because Amanda's dead?
Nicky's accusations, everybody will believe they're true now. Well, I've got to prove they're not. I'm going through with the suit, Bill. I have no option.
What do you want?
Wait a minute, Nicky. Don't close the door. Let me in.
I'd as soon let in a snake.
If I was afraid of snakes, I'd want to keep an eye on them. Know what they're up to. You better let me in, Nicky.
All right, Guy. Make it quick. No, don't sit down. You won't be staying that long.
Oh, I think I will. I got a lot to say to you, Nicky.
Well, then say it. And get out.
First thing I want to say is that, of course, Amanda's death was no accident.
I know that.
The second thing I want to say is yours won't be either.
What?
You've gone white. Well, I can't say I blame you. I'd be scared, too, if someone told me I was going to kill myself.
Oh? I'm going to kill myself. Commit suicide, just like that.
Mm-hmm. Just like that.
And you're going to see to that.
I am.
And what reason will I have for taking my own life?
Guilt. Shame.
Guilt? Shame over what?
Of making false accusations against a certain Guy Weston. Me.
The accusations I made against you were true, not false. So why should I feel any guilt or any shame?
Yeah, Nicky, you are going to murder yourself, so to speak, just as my European wives did. As Alicia did. As Amanda did. Since you're going to be my next victim, I should think you'd like to know how it's all going to be accomplished.
I am not in the least interested.
I'm going to tell you anyway. I've said this before, and I apologize if I bore you. But I am quite possibly the only person in the world who has discovered how to commit the perfect murder. Would you believe that I found myself taking karate lessons in Japan when I was there? Now, so help me, I did. And suddenly, one day, the thought crossed my mind, if you can use an opponent's physical strength or weakness against him, why can't his mental strength or weakness be used against him as well? The answer quite simply is, of course, it can.
Well, I don't see how.
You will. You will, my darling, you will. Now, consider Alicia. I had only to find her weakness to ensure her death. And I did. Her weakness was agoraphobia. That's the intense fear of heights. The reason such people fear heights is because they have a powerful, often overwhelming compulsion to throw themselves off into space. Well, such was Alicia's weakness. The weakness that I turned against her.
How?
Simply by laughing at her, showing contempt for her fears, taunting her for her inability even to go near a high window. I needled her, goaded her, irritated her until, to strike back at me, to prove me wrong, she would go to that 12th-story window of our apartment again and again, and open the window and stand looking down at the traffic far, far below and say to me, "See, I can do it."
Oh.
And she did. Until the day I knew would come sooner or later, the day her nerve broke, compulsion overcame her, and she threw herself to her death.
Oh, you...
Now, wait, no, claws.
Please.
Don't you try your claws on. Don't you try your claws on me again. Now, as for Amanda, her weakness was alcohol and sleeping pills. My first step in murdering her was merely to replace her pills with placebos, which of course had no effect. Now, when she complained, I told her she probably needed stronger sleeping pills, and saw to it that she got them, along with plenty to drink, you understand. Her death was a foregone conclusion. Once again, using my victim's weakness against her, she killed herself. And I, the real murderer, remained scot-free.
And I am your next victim.
You are. You'll be dead within 2 weeks. In fact, you don't know it, but you've already written your suicide note. On this.
That's one of those shirt pocket tape recorders.
That, as you see, I was carrying in my shirt pocket. Everything we've said to each other since I came through that door has been recorded on this tape.
Yes, but I did not record a suicide note.
Correction. You will have. Once I have edited and altered the tape, then re-recorded it. I'll let you hear it. That's the least I could do.
And perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me what strength or weakness of mine you intend to use against me.
With you, no weakness. Strength.
Which is?
Come on, you know your strong point as well as I do. You tell me.
My imagination?
Precisely. Within 2 weeks or less, Nicky, you're going to be dead.
Huh?
Murdered by your own imagination.
Murdered by her own imagination? How in the world can that be done? Come to think of it, people have been killed by terror, by sudden fear, overwhelming panic. But it can't happen that way with Nicky. She's too strong, too self-controlled. What way, then? What plan has Guy in mind? We'll find out shortly when I return with Act 3. Can your imagination kill you? Murderer Guy Weston says it can. And since he's been eminently successful in doing away with a number of victims, it would appear that Nicky Carpenter is about to become his latest. He won't kill her. Oh, no. She will kill herself. The instrument of death being her own imagination. Up to now, Guy Weston has murdered to perfection. Up to now.
Hello?
Hello, Nicky. This is Guy. No, don't hang up. I want to play your suicide note to you.
If you think you can scare me...
Scare you? That's not my purpose at all, Nicky. I simply want to keep you in touch. Now then, here's the first step to your murdering yourself. Listen.
The accusations I made against Guy Weston were false. I feel guilt, shame. I'm going to kill myself. Commit suicide.
There it is, Nicky. Your suicide note in your own voice, recorded by you on the tape recorder that will be found in your apartment.
You vile, evil...
Bye for now, Nicky.
Now, Nicky.
Bill. Oh, Bill, you've got to help me.
Of course I will, sweetheart.
I'm so sorry I broke our engagement. That was stupid of me. But I was so upset and frustrated.
Don't you think I realize that? The nice thing about a broken engagement is that it's easily repaired by putting the ring back on the girl's finger. Now hold out that pretty hand of yours, young lady.
Oh, Bill.
And now a kiss to make sure the repair holds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a repair that'll hold forever.
It will, my darling, it will.
Now then, new fashion season or no new fashion season, you're going to take a week off.
A week off?
At least a few days. Get away from work, out from all the pressure you've been under.
Bill, what are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm going to take you up to my place on the lake for a long weekend. See that you rest, relax, and recuperate from the heavy workload you've been... Well, what is it?
You haven't believed a word I said.
Well, now, Nicky...
No, everything I've told you. Guy admitting he's a murderer... saying he's going to see that I killed myself, the fake suicide note he tricked me into taping. You don't believe any of that.
Nicky, sweetheart, we've been through all this. But you broke your engagement to me because of it. Now, don't...
Please, will you believe me? Will you please believe that what I'm telling you is true? Your brother, Guy, is a murderer. He murdered my sister, Alicia, by tricking her into jumping out of a window. And he murdered Amanda, as he said he would. And as I told you he would.
Amanda died from combining alcohol with sleeping pills.
Sleeping pills that were any number of times stronger than anything she ever took before. Your brother murders people by tricking them into murdering themselves. And he's told me that he's going to do the same to me.
By maneuvering you into killing yourself with your own imagination? Nicky, be reasonable.
You know you'll do no such thing. Sure. You're a highly imaginative woman, but you're also a very practical, down-to-earth woman.
If only I could convince you
Let me convince you of something. Convince you that one of the best things you could possibly do would be to...
Yes? To what?
Have dinner with me tonight and go to the theater afterward.
Oh, Bill.
Look, I'll pick you up at 6:30. Cocktails, dinner, and any play or musical you want to see. Date?
Oh. Date.
Oh, excuse me. My name's Bill Weston, and I believe I have a date for dinner in the theater with a very charming young woman.
Yes, you have.
And is she ready?
Just about. All she has to do is put on her hat and gloves.
Not before she gives her husband to be a kiss.
What? Spoil my makeup? You have to wait till we get back.
Something to look forward to. Hey, snazzy hat. You do something for it.
Thank you. Ow.
What's that?
Ooh. There's something in the finger of this glove. Look, my finger's bleeding.
Let me see. Oh, your finger's cut.
Well, how could I possibly cut my finger on a glove?
Just a sec. Turn the glove inside out. Well, how did this get inside your glove?
What? What is it? I don't see it.
Oh, it's so small you can't hardly see it. A tiny bit of glass.
How could anything like that get inside my glove?
I don't know, but...
Oh, dear. Excuse me. Hello?
Guy, Nicky.
Yes.
Brother Bill told me he's taking you to dinner in the theater tonight.
So what of it?
Nicky, don't wear gloves tonight.
Don't wear...
Oh, dear. I'm too late. You've already put them on, have you? And cut your finger?
Yes.
Oh, well, just a scratch. I mean, nothing to worry about. Unless the bit of glass inside your glove was poisoned.
Poisoned? Hello? Hello?
Honey, what is it?
He hung up.
Who?
Your brother Guy. My murderer.
Nicky? How do you feel?
Sick. My head aches. My stomach's upset.
But if Dr. Wells said he could discover no signs of poison...
He won't be sure until he's tested the blood sample he took. Why doesn't he phone?
Here. Darrell. I'll run to the doctor. Hello? Yes, doctor. Oh, good. Well, doctor, we appreciate your coming over and all you've done. Thanks again, doctor. Not a trace of poison, Nicky.
Well, then why do I feel so awful?
I guess because you thought you might have been poisoned. But you weren't, honey. It was just all in you.
Say it, Bill. It was all in my imagination.
Then you admit, Guy. You admit you telephoned Nicky last night.
What is this, Bill? Some kind of inquisition? You walk into my office the first thing in the morning and start shooting questions at me as if I were guilty of something. Yes, I did phone Nicky last night. What about it?
What did you phone her about?
To tell her I was withdrawing the suit I brought against her for defamation of character.
You are withdrawing it?
Yeah, I know I said I'd have to go through with it, but, well, you are my brother. And she is your fiancée, and well, hell, I just couldn't go through with it, that's all.
And that's what you phoned her about?
What else would I phone her about? Well?
Forget it, Guy. Forget it.
What could be... Well, it's 3 a.m. Who can be calling? Hello?
Nicky, listen. The accusations I made against Guy Weston were false. I feel guilt, shame. I'm going to kill myself. Commit suicide.
Pleasant dreams, Nicky. Pleasant dreams.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I ask you, all of you, who you think you are. I mean, I am Nicky Carpenter. I created the Nicky Carpenter collection and not you.
Nicky, please.
Oh, shut up. I've heard enough out of all of you. Now, you listen to me. When I ask for black mousseline, I want black mousseline. And when I ask for white file, I want white file. I don't care what your reason is. Don't change my orders. Now, get out of here, all of you, the lot of you. Get out. Get out. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Please. Please, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, please. Please.
Yes? Yes, put him through. Yes, Dr. Welch. Well, I'm worried about her, too. She's not sleeping, not eating, a bundle of nerves. I'm wondering if you could recommend a good psychiatrist. Why? Because I think she's in need of psychiatric help. Huh? Well, I'll certainly come to see you. When? Right. Be in your office in half an hour.
Hello.
3 a.m. and you answer at once? Not sleeping, Nicky?
Oh, what do you want?
Question is, what you want. What your imagination has brought you to wanting. Death.
I won't listen to you.
No need. Listen to your imagination. That's what you've been doing. Imagining how, just quite how, you'll reach the point where you'll kill yourself.
You, myself.
The gun is in the drawer of your night table.
Oh.
Save yourself a lot of agony, Nicky. Use it. Tonight. Now.
Bill. Yes, Guy? It's late. They'll be closing the chapel in half an hour. Everybody's gone.
I want to stay with Nicky, be with her as much as possible until she's buried tomorrow.
There's no good to punish yourself, Bill. She's gone. Nothing you can do now.
But could I have done something before?
Before?
Listen to her fears, her worries. Guy?
Yes?
I'd like to look at her before... Could you ask someone to come in and open the casket?
You don't want that?
Yes.
No.
Guy, please.
Bill, she isn't presentable. You know, a gun to the temple.
Yes. All right. But I'll stay till they close the chapel at midnight. I won't do the same for you, though, Guy.
You won't? For me?
When you're lying in your casket to be buried next morning, I'll not sit with you, keep no vigil for you. Not for a murderer.
You're saying some very funny things, Bill.
I know you killed Nicky.
You what?
I know you killed her, made her kill herself, drove her to it.
Bill, I think you could use a drink.
You can use a lawyer. Get yourself one. I've got you with the goods, brother.
What are you talking about?
I was there in Nicky's apartment when you called and told her about the gun. I heard every word on the phone extension. I made a point of staying with her constantly after a little conference I had with Dr. Welch, Nicky's physician, who convinced me that she was as sane as I am, living on the edge of nerves rubbed raw, driven to the end of her rope, her emotional rope, and imagining things.
You were there when I phoned?
Oh, more to it than that, Guy. I went to your place, found the original tape, the one you recorded her suicide note from.
You're lying.
Am I?
You couldn't have found the original tape. I destroyed it.
Then there was an original.
What?
You just admitted there was an original tape from which you recorded, edited, altered, and re-recorded Nicky's suicide note.
All right. You're so bloody damn smart. All right. I did kill her the way I killed the others, by using their weaknesses, their strengths, so they would kill themselves. So do me something. Huh? Prove something. So I slipped. I admitted there was an original tape, so what? Who heard me say it? You? Me? Her? She's dead.
No, Guy. I'm alive. I'm very much alive.
Nicky?
You have been tricked this time. I did not kill myself. It was all faked.
Once I was convinced Nicky was telling the truth, trapping you, Guy, was simple. Trapping me? You haven't trapped me. But we have. You've admitted everything. Who heard me? You? Her?
And you, Guy. You.
You think I'd testify against myself in a court of law? Testify against myself? As a matter of fact, you will. You're crazy. But this isn't. A tape recorder. A shirt pocket tape recorder. You used this same little device to drive Nicky to suicide and failed. I'll use it to send you to jail. And, Guy, I'll succeed.
And so, imagination. This time not only Nicky's, but Bill's imagination, the most powerful force on earth, for good or ill, brings an insidiously clever murderer to ground. I'll be back shortly. When you first joined me, I spoke of imagination as a world of fantasy, then corrected myself to say it is a world of reality. I'd like to correct myself again. It is truly a world of fantasy and reality. Question is, which is it? When? Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, John Newland, and Joseph Campanella. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our Star Hollywood cast tonight is Mr. Warren William, and with him is Mr. Eric Blore. No fewer than 9 times have these two gentlemen appeared together in screen thrillers based on the adventures of one of the most celebrated characters of modern crime fiction. This familiar character will speak to you now for the first time on the air, as with the story called Murder Goes for a Swim, and the performances of Warren William as Michael Lanyard and Eric Blore as Jameson. We again hope to keep you in suspense.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. Nowadays, meeting me on the street, you'd most likely recognize me as Michael Lanyard, an author of sorts. But if you'll not be too free with the information, because I've been at some pains to allow bygones to be bygones, I was once known rather well by quite a different name. And there are still times when I find myself obliged, or should I say forced, to return to that character, to resort to the somewhat questionable talents of the lone wolf. As a matter of fact, my presence here this evening is prompted by an uncontrollable desire to reminisce a little. Hey, Jameson?
Oh, quite right, Mr. Lanyard.
And if you'll pardon a gentleman for saying so, sir, playing nip and tuck with the police, meeting lovely ladies, you pilfering an occasional gem, I living, so to speak, from hand to pocket. Ha ha. Those were the days, sir.
Yes, those were the days.
Absconding at times. Perhaps a touch of embezzlement here and there.
Now, hold on, Jameson. If we're going to reminisce in public, I suggest we confine our recollections to our later period, when the lone wolf had become a gentleman of leisure and used his talents in the interests of law and order.
In that case, sir, I suggest you relate the episode of our little experience at that horrible party we attended at that Long Island estate. Remember, sir?
Of course, Jameson, the Rutherford Barnes estate. If I remember correctly, the occasion was some sort of charity bazaar. We were invited for the weekend. The phone rang just as we were about to leave the apartment.
Mr. Lanyard, this is Betty Lawson. You've never heard of me before, but I know you've been invited to spend a weekend with Mr. Rutherford Barnes. Please, you must accept the invitation. Come down immediately, right now. It's just a little after 2 o'clock. And if you're not too late, the lone wolf may be able to prevent a murder.
Jameson and I arrived at the Barnes estate a bare 2 hours after we'd received the mysterious telephone message. I was introduced to all kinds of people. First, the famous gossip columnist, Ralph Clinton.
Well, Mr. Lanyard, this is indeed a surprise, and I might say a pleasant addition to our little gathering. Something always happens when you're lone wolfing around. Oh, I know, you've reformed. But a fellow can hope for a little excitement, can't he? See you later, old man.
Then I met a very, very beautiful young lady.
Oh, Mr. Lanyard, we haven't met yet. I'm Cynthia Waring. I've read all your stories and admired the ingenious way you solve those baffling mysteries. I think you're wonderful, really.
And, of course, there was our host himself, Mr. Rutherford Barnes, who had recently announced his engagement to Miss Waring.
I believe you've met just about everyone, Lanyard. That is, everyone except Bill Hodges. He's the firebrand of our little congregation. He's probably wandering around walking off the effects of the last 10 cocktails. Just make yourself comfortable.
Strangely enough, I failed to meet a Miss Betty Larson, the frightened young lady who had phoned. Anyway, the afternoon wore on through the beauty contest at which I was elected to preside as judge, and at which Miss Cynthia Waring, looking very pretty in a big picture hat and hoop skirt, was the winner. After it was over, Jameson and I managed to break away from the rest of the guests, and to escape the heat of the afternoon, we prepared ourselves for a cooling dip in the pool.
I say, Mr. Lanyard, we've been to some pretty big and fancy places in our day, but this one is really something. This Rutherford Barnes person must be really an important person.
You're quite right, Jameson. Rutherford Barnes is listed in Who's Who as the gentleman who made a fortune out of sardines. Just think, an entire estate built of sardines.
Uncanny, isn't it, sir?
Oh, Jameson.
Forgive me, sir. No more puns, I promise.
Well, I should hope so.
I say, this pool is constructed just like a miniature lake. Lilies and all that sort of thing floating on top.
Quite naturally, if you're going down for the third time, you just take a lily with you.
Oh, what a jolly thought. Well, here goes. Watch this beautiful swan dive. I say, this is most unusual. There's a sort of a mermaid lying on the bottom of the pool. And she's very pretty, sir.
Last night it was a barmaid. Today it's a mermaid.
No, but really, sir.
Well, I'm the judge in the beauty contest. I'd better go down and have a look.
Don't be away too long, sir. Remember, there are lots of warmer women in the world.
Jameson, quick. Here, give me a hand.
Good heavens. It's a girl.
Quick, here, lift her out of here. Hurry.
I'm doing my best.
I'll get up there. Here, now, let's put her down here.
You hold her there, sir. Yes,
Jameson, I'm afraid she's dead.
Well, what do you make of it, sir? What, was it an accident?
Well, I don't know. There's a pretty nasty bump on the side of her head.
Well, perhaps she slipped and hit her head as she fell.
Perhaps. But her bathing suit, not quite the style you'd put on to take a swim.
Possibly she was in the beauty contest.
Of course, that's it. The program listed 10 contestants, yet only 9 girls competed.
Meaning what, Mr. Lanyard?
Meaning, Jameson, that this poor kid was the 10th contestant. And if my hunch is correct, her name is Betty Larson.
The girl with the telephone message?
Precisely. And if her call was on the level, we did arrive too late, and she was murdered.
Mr. Lanyard! Mr. Lanyard!
It's Mr. Barnes and Miss Waring. Take off your robe and cover up the body, Jameson.
Yes, sir.
Well, Lanyard, we've been looking all over for you, haven't we, Cynthia, dear?
Yes, of course. And I'm glad we found you, Mr. Lanyard. I've been wanting to thank you for awarding me the prize in the beauty contest this afternoon. I really didn't think that... Mr. Lanyard! There, at the edge of the pool.
Yes, it's a girl, and I'm afraid she's drowned.
Drowned? But... Oh, how horrible.
Oh, but how did it happen? Who is she?
I think she's Betty Larson. What do you think, Mr. Barnes? Here, look.
Oh, good heavens.
Look.
Oh. Yes. Yes, that is Betty Larson. Why, I had no idea.
Then you do know the girl, Mr. Barnes.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, only recently I recommended her for a job. She's the local telephone operator.
And the village beauty. Mr. Barnes and Miss Larson were childhood sweethearts.
Mr. Barnes, tell me, do any of the other guests know this girl? Ralph Clinton, for instance. Could our famous columnist have possibly known Miss Larson?
Well, if not in person, most certainly by telephone. You see, for the last few weeks, Miss Larson handled my personal calls.
I see. Did she ever mention the fact that there might be a murder?
Murder?
Well, you see, I received a rather strange message.
Now, look here, Lanyard. She slipped and fell into the deep end of the pool. She can't swim. We couldn't hear her cry for help over the noise of the party, so the poor girl drowned.
As simple as that, huh?
Why, of course. And I'd appreciate it if you'd be kind enough not to mention this accident to any of the other guests. There's no need to disrupt the entire weekend. I'll notify the sheriff and call the coroner, and they'll take care of everything. I think it might be a good idea, Mr. Lanyard, since you seem so certain that a murder's been committed, that you and your man remain on the premises. Our famous lone wolf may have a little explaining of his own to do. Come along, Cynthia.
Oh, I'm completely at sea, Mr. Lanyard. The sheriff seems to think the whole thing was an accident, that this Miss Betty Larson person dived into the pool and that's how she hit her head.
I doubt that, Jameson. According to Barnes, the girl couldn't swim.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, I think we have company.
Buddy.
Yeah?
If you see Mr. Barnes around, I want to see him.
I think he's over at the other side of the house, getting things ready for the bazaar.
Bazaar? They don't care how they celebrate a murder, do they?
If I'm not mistaken, you're Mr. Bill Hodges, eh?
Yeah. Betty Larson and I were going to get married. Everything was great until she starts going around with this society bunch. I got a few things to settle with that society crowd. Especially that keyhole peeper, Ralph Clinton.
You seem quite positive, Hodges, that your girl was murdered.
Well, what do you think it was, an accident? That girl could swim like a fish. Nothing could happen to her in the water.
Hey, but Barnes says she couldn't swim a stroke.
I said she could swim like a fish.
But Barnes says...
Did you hear me, you little runt?
Amazing how that girl could swim.
Look here, Hodges. What makes you think Ralph Clinton had anything to do with this? Do you know you're practically accusing him of murder?
Listen, Betty stood me up twice last week. I followed her in my car, and she met Clinton both times. He was going to put her in this contest, and she was a cinch to win. He promised her. Then look what happens to her. She's dead. Murdered, I tell you.
Well, here comes Clinton now. Maybe you'd better tell him about it. Oh, there you are, Hodges. I understand you've been looking for me.
Yeah, I have. And now I'm going to fix that pretty face of yours.
Yeah, wait a second. Here, you can't do that. Here, Jameson, help me break this up.
I will as soon as they stop punching me.
Hey, don't be a fool, Hodges. Stop it. Stop it, I say.
All right. All right, let go of me. Let go.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Lanyard. This man's a maniac.
Okay. But I'm warning you, Clinton. I'll see you again. When you ain't got your friends around.
Personally, I don't know whether the girl was killed or not, but if she was, our friend there, Hodges, will have a lot of explaining to do.
You mean you've got something on him, Mr. Clinton?
Well, when I was discussing the contest with Betty Larson a few days ago, she told me that Hodges had warned her not to enter it. It seems he was afraid that if she won, it might go to her head and she'd walk out on him. As a matter of fact, he told her to stay away from here.
Well, there's going to be a coroner's inquest in the morning, and I suggest that you tell this to the sheriff as soon as he returns.
Oh, why, tell that to the sheriff? Oh, no, I'd rather hate to do that. You see, Lanyard, someone in my position, I can't afford to get involved. After all, it's my business to report scandal and not get mixed up in it.
But look here, you...
I tell you what, give me a chance to think it over, and I'll see you at the treasure hunt tonight.
Oh, dear. 2 in the morning, Mr. Lanyard. What a ghastly hour to go tramping over the ground. Must we participate in this treasure hunt?
Of course, it's all a part of the weekend. Come in.
Well, it's the witching hour, Mr. Lanyard. Here's your envelope with the clues for the treasure hunt. You'd better hurry. Everybody's ahead of you.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. We'll catch up.
Fine. This ought to be very interesting. Seeing the lone wolf stalking down his prey.
You know very well, Clinton.
Oh, sure. I forgot. You're not the lone wolf anymore. You're just nice, innocent Mr. Lanyard. Well, good hunting. See you later.
Well, here you are, Jameson. This is our clue. Go ahead, read it.
Under the oak and under the cover, where have met many a lover, light a match and look deep down, find your clue and win your crown. I say, isn't that lovely?
Can you decipher it?
Oh, of course, sir. It means,
Exactly, Jameson, the old well. That's where we'll find the next clue. Come on, let's get going. The well is down this path. It's right near the stables.
You mean when we get to the well, we find another clue?
That's right, and at the end is when we reach the treasure.
Oh, the treasure. I say, what is this treasure?
Jameson, it's unimportant what the treasure is. It might be a bag of jelly beans.
It all sounds very silly to me, sir. There's the well over there. And look here. It's got a wooden cover on it, exactly like it said on the poem. Well, what do we do now?
Now, wait a minute. Oh, yes, under the cover. Light a match and look deep down. Here, I'll take this lid off and put it here. Now, you light a match, Jameson.
Right, sir.
Our second clue must be somewhere inside the well.
Right, ho, just a moment.
Ah, there's the clue we're looking for. A piece of paper pinned on the wall inside the well with a big pin.
Oh, dash it all. Match went out. I'll light another one.
Oh, Jameson, hold it. Hold it. The inside of this well smells like gasoline.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does smell like it's full of...
Get away, Jameson. Blow that match out.
Oh, are you all right, Mr. Lanyard?
Yes, and no thanks to you.
Oh, I couldn't help it, sir. If you ask me, we walked right into a trap.
And quite obviously. Here, let me help you up.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, if I'd had any idea... Ouch!
Well, now what's the matter?
Oh, I've been stabbed.
Well, let me see. Oh, steady, Jameson. I'll pull it out.
Oh, be careful, sir. Oh. Oh.
There we are. And very interesting.
What is it, sir?
Oh, it's that big pin. You could have been hurt quite badly.
Well, if you ask me...
Come along, Jameson. We've got work to do.
And another thing, Mr. Barnes. We don't mind playing this little treasure hunt game of yours, but it's no fun when the prize is 2 bodies... especially if they happen to be our 2 bodies.
Oh, surely it was only an accident.
I wish I could believe that, Miss Waring.
But there's no rhyme nor reason for what's been happening. If the accident at the well was another attempt at murder, then all our lives could be in danger.
Steady, Cynthia, darling. I presume you have some idea of who the murderer might be, Mr. Lanyard.
You flatter me, Mr. Barnes.
I would think you had surely lined up one or two likely suspects, Mr. Lone Wolf.
Why don't you tell them about our friend Mr. Clinton, sir?
Clinton? Oh, well, there are some mighty interesting aspects to that road company Winchell. He was meeting Betty Larson secretly. At least that's what Hodges says.
I can believe that. Clinton would stoop to anything. I didn't want to have him around, but Cynthia felt that we should cater to him for the sake of publicity for the bazaar.
Hodges also insists that Clinton arranged for Miss Larson to enter the beauty contest, and that Clinton promised her that she would win. And there's the little incident at the well.
If you ask me, Clinton is in this thing right up to his clues.
Help! Mr. Barnes! Somebody come out here, hurry!
That sounds like Hodges.
He's right out there at the side of the house.
Well, come on. We can go through these French windows.
In here, in the bushes, you'd better hurry.
What is it, Hodges? What's wrong?
I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know anything about it.
Great heavens, look at Clinton.
Oh, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What awful things are going on. No,
I don't know how it happened. I was just coming down the path. There in the bushes, he was lying right
He's
there.
done for, all right, Mr. Lanyard. Shot. Murdered.
Murdered? You did this, Hodges. You said you'd get even with Clinton. Now you've done
I tell you, I don't know anything about it. I was just walking down along the path. I don't know anything about
It's
it.
all right, Hodges. You'll have an opportunity to prove your innocence.
Don't you have some theory about all this, Mr. Lyon? And
There, Miss Waring. I think I can promise you at least that there won't be any more murders. Hold the flashlight a little higher, Jameson, on the clock on the mantelpiece.
Yes, sir. Just as you say, sir. But aren't we taking a bit of a risk, Mr. Lanyard? Leaving the estate without checking with the sheriff?
Shh, quiet, Jameson. If I don't find what I'm looking for here in Clinton's apartment, I'm afraid we'll have a lot of explaining to do.
I'd just as soon we didn't go back. There's been 2 murders already, and they say things come in threes.
How interesting. Jameson, why do you think I've got you flashing the light on that clock on the mantelpiece?
Well, sir, I'm a bit rusty. I think it might be safe to say, well, it would be safe.
Exactly, Jameson. You never fail. The safe behind the clock on the mantelpiece.
I say, I was right. Ingenious, eh, Mr. Lanyard?
You have your moments. Well, it's a long time since I've operated in this fashion, but we'll see, Jameson.
If you don't mind, sir, this is like old times.
I do mind, Jameson, but unfortunately, certain situations are born of necessity.
Then allow me to compliment you, sir. You haven't lost the old touch.
Well, I'm not so sure. There we are.
Not much of a haul, if you ask me. Nothing but a stack of letters and a notebook.
Let's have a look.
All that trouble just for a bundle of papers. Just a waste of good time and talent. There could have been a pound of butter or a gas coupon or a back axle or...
Aha!
I say, what's so interesting?
Just the...
Did you find a clue to the murders?
Just the motive, Jameson. Just the motive.
Look here, you can't keep me here, Sheriff. All I did was find Clinton. You can't hang a guy for that.
Keep your shirt on, Hodges. Nobody moves out of this room till Lanyard shows up. If he doesn't come in 5 minutes, I'm going to put out a call and have him pulled in.
Seems to me that Mr. Lanyard has admitted his guilt by disappearing.
Well, whatever the case may be, I think you should allow me to go. After all, this is my house, and I do have guests. They might think it rather strange if their host isn't around.
Look, Mr. Barnes, party or no party, there's been a couple of murders committed around this joint, and everybody in this room is under suspicion.
Really, Sheriff? If you're going to keep us here and allow Mr. Lanyard to stay...
Good evening, Sheriff. Jameson, say good evening to the Sheriff. He's been very patient, I hope.
Good evening, sir. Constable. Sheriff.
All right, you two. You'd better make it good. Running away from the scene of the crime won't sit so well in court.
Please accept my apologies, Sheriff.
Well, now that you're here, Mr. Lanyard, perhaps we can clear up this nasty mess.
Yes, I presume you've been spending your time checking up on the murders, Mr. Lanyard.
That's right. And I've uncovered a few details which I'm sure will prove most interesting, Miss Waring.
You're wasting time, Lanyard. Somebody in this room has been running around committing murders, and I'm going to find out who it is or die
die trying.
Who said that?
Oh, if it's all the same to you, Sheriff, I think I'll join the other guests.
Now, isn't that thoughtful of you? Get away from that door before you tempt me to bring the murder score up to 3.
Do as he says, Jameson. After all, you don't want to miss all the fun. In just a minute, you're going to have the pleasure of meeting the murderer.
Yes, that's just what I'm afraid of, sir.
All right, Lanyard. Let's have it.
Very well, Sheriff. First, allow me to review events from the beginning. Just as Jameson and I were leaving for Mr. Barnes's residence, we received a rather unusual telephone message. It was Betty Larson. That was about 2 p.m., wouldn't you say, Jameson?
5 minutes after 2, to be exact, sir.
Thank you. We arrived at Mr. Barnes's estate by 3:30. At 5, Jameson and I went for a swim in the pool. It was then we found Miss Larson. At what time did the coroner examine her, Sheriff?
Around 7 in the evening. But what difference does it make? The poor girl had been dead for 10 hours.
All the difference in the world, my dear fellow. Simple arithmetic will show you that it was impossible for Miss Larson to call me at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, she'd already been dead for 5 hours.
Hodges, you did it. You paid someone to make that call.
You're crazy. I had nothing to do with it.
Pipe down, Hodges. Go on, Lanyard.
Sheriff, what do you think was used to murder Miss Larson?
Well,
Could this have been the weapon?
The pin, the one I fell on when the well exploded.
Yes, Jameson. Let me paint a rather gruesome picture for you, Sheriff. Miss Larson is called down to the edge of the swimming pool. Someone who poses as a friend suggests that she try on a hat. In trying it on, our murderer, pretending to assist, neatly jabs Miss Larson and thrusts the pin through the base of her brain.
Oh, how horrible. Could I examine the pin, please?
Why, of course, Mr. Barnes.
Why, it's a hat pin. Well, Cynthia, it's the one you had in the large hat you wore in that beauty contest. Cynthia, it was you.
All right, stand back, all of you.
Look here, sister, you can't get away with this.
Shut up! And listen, all of you. I assure you I know how to handle this gun, and I'm not afraid to use it.
Cynthia,
Stand back, Hodges.
I don't get you, Cynthia. What earthly reason would you have for killing Betty? She wanted to be your friend.
That's a laugh. Listen, little boy Blue. A telephone operator sometimes hears too much for her own good. How do you think she got all those fine furs? From some boyfriend? No, she was too daffy about you, so she decided to try her hand at blackmail.
Blackmail?
That's right. Only she pushed me just a bit too far.
Why,
Get back, all of you. You, prune face.
Who? Who, me?
I don't mean your brother. Open the door. Go on, open it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now stand back, all of you. Ha. Very amusing picture. That's right, Mr. Lanyard. Step forward just a little. I'd like to thank you for spoiling a most delightful weekend. Here's a little something to remember me by.
Jameson, are you all right?
Yes, I think so, sir.
Oh, thank heaven.
Yeah, you did a good job, Jameson. You not only saved Mr. Lanyard from getting shot, but when you fell against this door, you also managed to knock Miss Waring colder than a doornail.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
And as for you, sister, maybe these bracelets will keep you out of trouble. Because when you come to, you're going to find yourself booked for murder.
Double murder, Sheriff. Dig the bullet out of the wall over there, and you'll find it will match the one found in Clinton's body.
Well, what do you know? Come on, Hodges, give me a hand.
Okay, Sheriff.
I can't believe it. Why, Cynthia and I had so many plans together. It's hard to believe that she could be responsible for those horrible murders.
I'm afraid she was. Mr. Barnes, this is Mr. Clinton's notebook. Several canceled checks and a few letters. Look them over, and you'll discover that your dream girl, Miss Cynthia Waring, has quite a number of aliases, and in certain circles has a reputation for landing the biggest fish in the pool. Then, after she's collected enough money, she tosses them back. You were her next victim, Mr. Barnes. And as for the unfortunate Mr. Clinton, being a newspaper man and gossip columnist, he ferreted out her little scheme and, in turn, was blackmailing Miss Waring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess that just about puts the cap on that story. of our little adventure at the estate of Rutherford Barnes, Miss Cynthia Waring was a very shrewd and fast-thinking young lady. She got one victim with a gun. She almost got Jameson and me at the old well when the gasoline exploded, all of which began with the first and most ingenious of the murders, the particularly cold-blooded murder of Betty Larson with that hat pin. And, Jameson, of course, we have you to thank for having discovered that most important bit of evidence, the pin itself.
Yes, Mr. Lanyard. And I must say, I got quite a lift out of that myself when I discovered it.
Now, Jameson, remember your promise. Suffice it to say, you discovered the pin. The hard way, I admit.
Oh, yes, sir. There's no doubt about that. The criminal would never have been stuck in the final analysis if I hadn't sat down and got myself stuck.
That will be all, Jameson. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
And so closes Murder Goes for a Swim, starring Warren William with Eric Blore. The first appearance of the lone wolf on the air, and tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, when Laird Cregar will star in the suspense play, The Last Letter of Dr. Bronson, with a cast of 4 distinguished Hollywood players, Helen Vinson, Harold Huber, Ian Wolfe, and Theodore von Eltz. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Robert Louis Cheon, the guest director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucienne Marowik, conductor and composer, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives of fiction. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the great figures of crime detection and brings you his most exciting case. Tonight, Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot in the tragedy at Marsden Manor. Evening, Monsieur Poirot. I recognize you anywhere, I think, thanks to those magnificent mustachios of yours.
Merci bien. They are very magnificent, no?
They are indeed. Tell me, did they help you solve the tragedy at Marsden Manor?
No. It was the little gray cells in the brain of the great Hercule Poirot that prevented this great miscarriage of justice in the death of Richard Maltravers of Marsden Manor. It all began in the little village of Marsden Lea, less than 100 kilometers from London.
Come in. Come in. Yes, what is it?
Be you Dr. Bernard?
Yes, I am.
Come quick, the master's done for.
You mean Mr. Maltravers of the manor?
Aye, the master. The mistress, she says, fetch the doctor, she says. But it bean't no use. He's a dead un. I knows a dead un when I see un.
What was it, man? An accident?
No, bean't no accident. I found him in the lower meadow.
with the blood running out of his mouth. Be a stroke. A stroke? That's what it be. Well, hurry, man, let's go. Come now, Mrs. Maltravers. You must get hold of yourself. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. After all, we are all of us mortal.
But why, Richard? He was so good, so kind. Why did this have to happen to him?
Oh, come, please.
He seemed so well, so full of life. Why, only last week he passed a medical examination for insurance. How could he have died so suddenly? Doctor, what happened?
A hemorrhage due to stomach ulcers, undoubtedly, resulting in a stroke.
Bonjour, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Poirot.
You know my good friend Captain Hastings, no?
Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Hi, sir.
Well, Poirot, you got my message, I see.
I did. What is it that disturbs you, mon ami? Richard Maltravers dies? You sent for Poirot. What was the cause of Monsieur Maltravers' death?
The death certificate says a hemorrhage resulting in a stroke due to stomach ulcers.
But surely you did not bring Papa Poirot here to talk of the stomach ulcers. This Richard Maltravers had taken out the insurance policy in your company, no?
And what a policy. For £50,000.
Well, a good square sum, that, huh?
Rather.
So, what is it you wish me to do? It is unfortunate for your company, but everything seems, open and above the plank, no?
No, Poirot. Open and above board.
Ah, my good friend, the great Hastings. Always he corrects the English of Hercule Poirot. Monsieur Wright, I ask you, do I not speak the English of a super?
You do indeed. But to get back to your previous question, what my company wishes you to do is to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Maltravers' death.
So, what is it you suspect, mon ami?
Well, of course, you know in the case of suicide, the policy is invalid.
Yes.
And when a man past the prime of life takes out an unusually large policy in favor of a young wife half his age and then dies within 2 weeks, the possibility of suicide cannot be ignored.
Oh, certainly, mon ami. But suicide by hemorrhage? That is a queer suspense of fish. Now, if the cause of death had been heart failure, then I would smell a mouse. Heart failure can always mean that a stupid doctor did not find the true cause. But hemorrhage, ma foi, hemorrhage is, hemorrhage.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we are determined to proceed with the matter. You will undertake the inquiry?
But of course. Hastings, that great professor of English, shall go with me. Hey, mon ami?
Gladly, Poirot.
Bien. Now, where is this place, this Marsden Manor?
You take the Great Eastern Line from Liverpool Station to the little town of Marsden Lee. Marsden Manor is about a mile from the village.
Marsden Lee. All right, Hastings, we go.
This is Marsden Lee, eh? I hope we can get a conveyance up to the manor.
Ticket, sir.
Here you are, my friend.
I suppose you'll be coming down for the funeral, sir?
Funeral? What funeral?
You say you've made a funeral of Master Maltravers. About the manor.
Oh. You say the manor? Could that be Marsden Manor?
Aye, it be.
That is an odd coincidence. My friend and I, we have come down with a thought of buying this Marsden Manor.
You couldn't pay me to live there, you couldn't.
Why not?
It's be haunted.
Haunted?
Aye, haunted. Seen things there, folks says.
Yeah, we shall see. Now, could you tell us where a Dr. Bernard lives?
Aye, up yon hill, about half a mile.
Well, come, Hastings. Dr. Bernard, that you signed the death certificate of a Mr. Richard Maltravers.
Yes, I did.
You understand, Doctor, with such a big policy, we must make the careful investigation.
Of course. I suppose he was such a rich man, his life was insured for a big sum,
You consider him a rich man, Doctor?
Well, was he not? He kept 2 cars, and Marsden Manor is a pretty big place to keep up. Although I believe he bought it very cheaply.
I understand he had considerable losses of late.
That's so, indeed. It's fortunate for his widow, then, that there is this insurance.
Yes.
Very beautiful and charming young creature, but terribly unstrung by this sad catastrophe. I've tried to spare her all I could, but of course the shock has been very great.
Why shock? His ulcers of the stomach, they're what you call chronic,
Yes.
They are not sudden.
No.
Did you not attend Mr. Maltravers before, Doctor?
My dear sir, I never attended him.
What?
I understand Mr. Maltravers was a member of a faith-healing sect.
But you examined the body?
Certainly. I was fetched by one of the under-gardeners.
And the cause of death was clear?
Absolutely. There was blood on the lips, but most of the bleeding must have been internal.
He had not been moved?
No, the body hadn't been touched. He had evidently been out shooting crows, and a long-barreled bird gun lay beside him. The hemorrhage must have occurred quite suddenly. Gastric ulcers, without a doubt.
He could not have been shot,
My dear sir,
I beg pardon. But I remember once a doctor who said heart failure until the constable showed him a bullet wound through the head.
You will find no bullet wounds on the body or head of Mr. Maltravers. Now, gentlemen, if there's nothing further,
Thank you, Doctor. Just one more thing. You saw no need for the autopsy,
Certainly not. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no need to distress unduly the relatives of a dead patient. Now, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, good day.
Well, Hastings, what do you think of our good Dr. Bernard?
Bit of an old fool.
Precisely. Your judgments of character are always profound, mon ami, except where a young and beautiful woman is concerned. So now you must mind your Q's and P's, because the good doctor has said that the next one we see is both young and beautiful. This Madame Maltravers. Madame Maltravers, I cannot tell you how I am sorry to bother you in this way.
Must I be bothered now? I know nothing about this insurance of my husband.
Courage, madame, it is necessary. I will do all to make this matter not too unpleasant for you. I, Hercule Poirot, swear it. Now, if you would recount briefly the sad events of last Wednesday,
Well, I was changing for tea when the maid came up. One of the gardeners had just run up to the house. He'd found Richard.
No, I comprehend. Enough. You had seen your husband earlier in the afternoon?
No, not since lunch. I'd walked down to the village for some stamps. I believe he was out pottering around the grounds.
Shooting the crows, no?
So I understand. He usually took his bird gun with him. In fact, I heard 1 or 2 shots at a distance.
So? Where is this bird gun now?
In the gun cabinet over there, I suppose.
With your permission, madame. Here it is. 2 shots fired, I see. And now, madame, a delicate question. Monsieur Maltravers, your husband, is awaiting burial, I believe?
Yes. He's lying in his room.
If I might see?
Why, yes, of course. It's the first room at the top of the stairs. You'll forgive me if I don't go with you.
What, of course. Hastings, you remain here with madame.
Do you think Mr. Poirot will understand why I didn't go with him?
I can assure you, Mrs. Maltravers, Poirot is most sympathetic.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Hastings. I only wish there was more that I could tell him.
Oh, I understand. But I wonder, Mrs. Maltravers, if you could tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
Well, the station master, an odd character named Volk, said something about Marsden Manor being haunted.
Marsden Manor haunted? Why, surely you're joking, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, no, I assure you. He told us that people have seen things.
We must have been referring to my humble experiments in extrasensory perception. I've always been tremendously intrigued by that subject, and doubtless some of our servants have been gossiping.
Madame, you are mediumistic. How fascinating.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Mr. Poirot. I've dabbled a bit, that's all.
So?
I've managed table levitation and simple things like that. But I suppose to the simple rustics around here, it looks like black magic.
Very interesting. Under kinder circumstances, I would implore a demonstration.
Why, are you interested in such things, Mr. Poirot?
All fields of knowledge interest the great Poirot.
Poirot, don't you think perhaps we'd better...
Oh, I forgot, madame. I thank you for your so great courtesy. I do not think you need be bothered any further by the matter. By the way, do you know anything of your husband's financial position?
Nothing whatever, I'm afraid. I'm very stupid about business.
I see. Then you can give us no clue as to why your husband suddenly decided to insure his life.
Oh, was it sudden? I'm sure I don't know.
Enfin. And now, with your permission, madame, we will go. Hastings?
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Oh, just one more thing, madame. Could you tell me, when they found Mr. Maltravers, did they find him unshod, without the shoes?
Why, really, Mr. Poirot, I don't understand.
It is nothing. It does not matter. And now, madame, adieu. Oh, but look, you have another visitor. Someone is coming up to walk, huh?
Archie!
Hello.
You! Why, I thought you were on your way there to Australia.
Yes, I was. But I read the news of Uncle's death in Paris and hurried back. Emily, my dear, is there anything I can do for you? Anything?
Oh, of course not. What could you do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Mr. Poirot, this is Captain Black, my husband's nephew. Captain Black, Mr. Hastings.
How down? Emily, how did this happen? Uncle seemed perfectly well when I was here Monday night.
You've evidently read the papers, Archie. You must know what happened.
But they gave no details, just the bare notice of his death. What happened?
Archie, I just can't go through all that again.
Yes, Captain Black, I'm afraid my friend and I, we have disturbed madame.
What are you doing here?
I am Hercule Poirot. The Hercule Poirot.
Mr. Poirot is from the insurance company, Archie.
That's just why I've come back. To protect you from annoyances like this.
You shouldn't have risked your job, Archie. If you left right away, you might still get to Paris in time to make your boat train.
You say Paris, mon capitaine. You go to Australia by way of Paris?
Why, yes. I intended taking the Orient Express from there and pick up the Pacific Mail at Port Said.
Ah, oui. That shortens the journey, does it not? You are staying here, Captain Black?
Yes, I'm staying at the Pig and Thistle. That's the inn down in the village.
Ah, village inn. It serves the roast beef, no?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Good. So, Hastings, let us try this roast beef at the Pig and Thistle, huh?
Poirot, now you've had your roast beef. Hadn't we better be getting back to London?
No, not so fast, my good Hastings. London, she will not run away. But this Captain Black, he may do so. A garçon!
For heaven's sake, Poirot. English inns don't have garçons.
No? Then who is it who approaches?
What do you have, Governor?
For my friend, the dictionary. For me, a bock.
He means beer, George.
I mean the ale.
Right, Governor. You've been up at the Manor, sir?
I mean, yes, we have.
It's sad business, that. I knew no good had come of it as soon as they took the Manor.
You mean this, Maltravers? They were not popular?
Well, not that, Governor. He was a bit too old for her, if you know what I mean.
Oh, see?
She might better have married the nephew. Leastways, I'll bet Bob the nephew thought so.
Ah, there has been the gossip, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that, Governor. But he did hang around a bit.
And the husband, Mr. Maltravers? The object?
Not as I knows of, Governor. But why is my opinion, I is.
Without a doubt, it is the worst opinion, no, George? But the Captain Black, here he comes now.
Hello, Poirot. Here you are.
Captain Black, come, will you not join us? Bock, perhaps?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if I do. Waiter, a mug of ale.
Hello, Governor.
Sad business, this death of your uncle, huh?
Yes, and so sudden, too. He seemed in excellent health when I dined with him Monday night.
So? And was he also in good spirits? What did he say? Or what was the talk at this dinner Monday night?
Oh, I don't know. The usual general topics.
I see.
My uncle asked about my people. We talked of Australia.
Yes.
Then Mrs. Maltravers asked a lot of questions about East Africa, where I'd spent some time. I told them one or two yarns. That's about all, I think.
Madame Maltravers seems much upset at the death of her husband, no?
Naturally. They've been married less than a year.
So I hear. A remarkable woman, this lady.
Remarkable in what way? What do you mean?
She has, how you say, the seeing eye. I hear her tell Hastings she does the seance. He seems most interested, no, Hastings?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Always the conservative Hastings. Me? I am not so.
Why, Mr. Poirot, don't tell me you believe in this psychic stuff.
Oh, I have not a closed mind. For example, Captain Black, you have told us all that your conscious self knows. Now, with your permission, I would question your subconscious, huh?
Psychoanalysis, eh? Well, it's nonsense, but I don't mind.
Merci. It is like this. I give you a word. You answer with another word. Any word. The first word you think of. Eh bien, shall we begin?
Go ahead.
Hastings, note down the words, please.
Very well, Poirot.
Now, day.
Night.
Name.
Place.
Bernard.
Shore.
Monday.
Dinner.
Journey.
Ship.
Country.
Uganda.
Story.
Lions.
Bird gun.
Farm.
Shot.
Suicide.
Elephant.
Tusks.
Money.
Lawyers.
So, that is all. You are a good subject, mon capitaine.
You don't mean to tell me that rigmarole means anything to you?
Maybe not. But nevertheless, you are a good subject.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go upstairs and unpack. Shall I see you again before you leave, Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I should not be surprised.
Good. See you later.
Au revoir, mon capitaine. And now, my clever Hastings, you see it all, no?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Poirot.
Does that list of words tell you nothing?
Sorry, I'm afraid it doesn't.
Then I will assist you. To begin with, the Capitaine answered within the time limit. No pauses, no making up the mind. Day to night and place to name are normal associations. Then I give him Bernard, the name of the doctor, if he knew him. Evidently he does not. When I say Bernard, he says shore. Monday means dinner, country is Uganda. Story recalls the lion story he tells them. All natural. But now, notice. When I mention bird gun, I get the unexpected answer, farm. When I say shot, he answers at once, suicide. A man he knows commits suicide with a bird gun on a farm somewhere. Imbecile that I am! The great Hercule Poirot is hoodwinked.
What are you talking about?
Do you not see Hastings? That is the story the Captain Black told at the dinner Monday night.
Oh, I see. And you think that gave Maltravers the idea? You think he shot himself in the mouth with that bird gun?
Why not? Remember, the bird gun has a very tiny charge of powder. The bullet would remain lodged in the brain. All that would show would be the blood in the mouth. Come, Hastings. It is not too late.
Of course, but where?
To see once more this dead man. To Marsden Manor. Hastings, to Marsden Manor. Alas, Mrs. Maltravers, it is true. Your husband shot himself through the mouth with the bird gun.
You mean suicide?
It would seem so, madame.
But the insurance...
Naturally, madame, the suicide will void the policy. It is unfortunate, but what will you?
Oh, but this is impossible. My husband would never commit suicide. It's inconceivable.
But the evidence, madame, it is conclusive.
No. There must be some other explanation.
You mean murder, madame? Well, of course, that is always possible. But no, not likely, I'm afraid.
But you do admit it's possible. You just said it was possible.
Yes, of course, everything is possible. Have you any idea who might have wished to kill your husband?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Madame, I have a suggestion. It is bizarre, no doubt, but perhaps if you are willing to help.
Oh, yes, of course, anything.
Madame, you are mediumistic. Perhaps if you would try, you could...
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I could get through to Richard. He might tell us what happened.
I am sure you could do it, madame.
Yes, I'll do it. Come back here tonight at 8 and bring Captain Black with you.
Bien, madame. I'm sure you will succeed. Until late, madame, au revoir.
Hello? The World Theatrical Agency? Henri Dubois. This is Hercule Poirot. Dear mon ami. Henri, I have a part for you. For one appearance only. Oui, as always. Now listen closely. This is what I wish you to do. Dr. Bernard, this is Hercule Poirot. Tell me, doctor, when you saw Mr. Maltravers after the stroke, did he have on the shoes? He did? Bien, merci. Hello, Scotland Yard. Inspector Japp, please. Hello, Japp. This is Poirot. Quite well, thank you. Inspector, I think I have a murderer for you. No, there is no time to explain. Be at Marsden Manor, Marsden Lee, at 8 o'clock tonight. Wait outside the window. And do not come in until I call, eh? Good, remember. Marsden Manor at 8.
Madame Maltravers, we are on time, as you see. Hastings and I have brought Captain Black with us.
I say, there's a bad storm coming up. Would that interfere with the experiment?
Certainly not, Mr. Hastings. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. The weather has nothing to do with it.
Well, let us proceed, huh?
Yes. Now, will you draw chairs up around this table, please? Now, Mr. Hastings, if you'll put out the light.
Certainly.
Now, remain perfectly quiet, please, no matter what you hear or see. Richard. Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me? If you can, rap. Rap 3 times. Did you hear that?
Ah, but of course, madame. Did you not tell him to rap 3 times?
That's how Richard always used to knock.
Perhaps he is outside.
No.
They say the suicide never rests, always returns.
Listen. What was that?
The front door slammed. Oh, no, Captain Black. It was but the thunder.
Poirot, I hear footsteps.
It is the wind, madame. I will close the door. I have locked it.
Don't do that. If it should open now.
By Jove, it is open.
He's there. There in the doorway.
I see nothing, madame.
I saw him, I tell you. My husband, you must have seen him too.
Look. She's right. He is there. His hand. Look, it's pointing. What's that light coming from? It's pointing at her.
What did you? Her hand. Her right hand. It is scarlet with blood.
Blood? Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I said it. Take her away. Take her away.
Light!
Good heavens, Poirot. She's got away through that window.
Do not worry, mon capitaine. The good Inspector Japp outside will stop her.
Good heavens. That lovely creature, a murderer.
And a very clever one, my susceptible Hastings. After all, she could not know she would come up against the great Hercule Poirot. And she might even have fooled me if she had only taken off his shoe.
His shoe, Poirot?
Only with his toe could he himself have pulled the trigger of this bird gun. And parbleu, his shoes were still on when they found him.
But I don't understand. This seance, was it all fake?
Certainement. She meant to pull the sheep. Wool. Very well, wool. But it was I who pulled the sheep's wool over her eyes. Thanks to my good friend Henri Dubois, who played the part of the husband's ghost, and Papa Poirot, who put the red paint on her hand in the dark.
But what was her idea in having this seance?
Parbleu, mon capitaine. Do you not see? Madame, she will go into the trance. She will hear the voice. She will come out from the trance. She will, with a great reluctance, name the murderer.
You mean she meant to confess?
Mais non, mon capitaine. She meant to name you.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual series which brings to you each week one exciting case. Tonight, the tragedy of Marsden Manor, with Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot, played by Maurice Tarplin. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you Fred Irving Anderson's Deputy Farr, the Vermont farmer who became chief of the Homicide Bureau in New York City. Deputy Farr, the man with the nose for murder. The story is Gulfstream Green, in which the deputy proves that the conceit of murderers is colossal. Original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adaptations by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking.
I'm E.G. Marshall, major domo of this mansion of the mysterious and the macabre. We complain that so many of the old values are lost on this new generation. And it may be true. But consider some of our old values. We were told to look before you leap. But we were also told, he who hesitates is lost. Obviously, there has always been a problem in communication. As the philosopher said, we must simplify. Simplify and clarify. Our mystery drama, Marry for Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Luden's Medicated Cough Drops and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. All of us are looking for something, and if we want it badly enough, perhaps we might visit the office of James Kellogg. James is a private detective, and he specializes in finding things for people. On a philosophical level, we might speculate, to whom does Jim go when he has to find something for himself?
Well, where does a doctor go when he needs an operation? What does a barber do when he wants a haircut? Anyhow, I've been described as a private detective, and right off, I would like to straighten everybody out on some basic facts. Fiction has made a pretty good thing out of my profession. You know, the luscious blonde with the inviting eyes who enters the office all afire with passion. I don't get cases like that. I don't get sapped on the skull and wake up in the arms of a gorgeous redhead. You want to know what I get? I usually get what just walked into my office this morning. Fat and 50-ish. And what do you think her problem is?
I want you to know, Mr. Kellogg, I investigated you thoroughly before coming here.
As indeed you should, Mrs. Melvin.
An influential member of the family personally discussed the matter with the district attorney and asked him to recommend someone. Your name was suggested.
Now that you're here?
I shall explain exactly why we deemed it advisable to engage a private eye.
One moment, Mrs. Melvin. I am not a private eye. I am a private detective or a confidential investigator. Please continue.
Here is our problem.
Our problem?
I am acting for the family, my 2 brothers and myself. We decided this would be the wisest course of action. We have a sister who was about to make a dreadful mistake.
Yes?
Anne's husband died a year ago. He was in the hardware business and left a large amount of money.
How large?
Is that germane to this discussion?
One never knows.
After taxes, $2 million.
That's large. Continue.
Anne intends to marry again.
This is the dreadful mistake?
Yes.
Well, how old is your sister?
Oh, just 40.
Well, isn't she mature enough to know what she's doing?
Oh, she's a babe in the woods. She's always led a sheltered life. She knows nothing of the world.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, the man in question is younger than your sister.
How did you know?
Well, Mrs. Melvin, this is not a unique situation.
Well, the family wants this thing broken up.
Why? Because you're afraid her money will go to her new husband and not be available to you?
Now, see here,
Be realistic. How can I or anybody break up this romance if she's determined to marry him?
By exposing him for what he is.
What is he?
A thief. A confidence man.
Well, if you know this, then he's already been exposed.
But that's just it. We don't know it for a fact.
Then how can you say it?
Because it's true. It must be true.
Why?
A fellow like him, smooth, sneaky. Oh, and he seems so much younger.
Is your sister attractive?
That is not the point. Walter Jones is too glib.
That's his name, Walter Jones?
Yes.
What does he do?
Oh, he says he's come to town to open a sales office.
What kind of sales office?
Well, I don't know. He's obviously a swindler and a shopper. And if so, he must have been in trouble with the law at one time or another.
Have you discussed this with your sister?
Oh, she's so thoroughly infatuated she won't listen to a single word against him. But if you could come up with solid evidence of a criminal record, I am convinced we could nip this thing in the bud.
Well, suppose he has no criminal record.
Impossible. One look at his face.
It could take a great deal of my time and your money to find out.
I consider that money well spent. It's an investment in my dear sister's happiness.
On the other hand, even if this evidence does exist, it may not do you any good.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose your sister's so much in love with this man that she decides to marry him anyhow.
You just find that evidence.
Well, I'll need...
I know what you'll need. I've prepared a sheet of paper listing this infamous person's address, the places he frequents, and so on. Here's his photograph. It's an excellent likeness.
You've come well prepared.
I'm paying you for your time. I won't have you waste one single moment. I expect a detailed report of your progress.
That's one thing you can be sure you'll get out of all this, Mrs. Melvin. A report. A nice, neat, concise, leather-bound report.
Why did you cut the motor, Walter, darling?
Oh, it's so lovely out here. Let's drift for a while. Let's lie back and look up at the sun and not go anywhere.
Yes, why not? Isn't that really what we're doing?
And, dearest, what do you mean?
Aren't we just drifting, not getting anywhere?
I know.
Let's get married.
I want that, dear, more than anything in the world.
Well, then why don't we get married tomorrow?
Where?
Anywhere. There are enough judges, clergymen.
No, dear.
You really don't want to marry me, do you?
Now, what you're saying is let's go off and get married.
Well, yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and your family will say, aha, we were right.
About what?
You know about what. Right in thinking there's something shady about me. See, he stole her away. No, I want us to be married properly.
Oh.
And you do, too. You know, dear, you're really a very old-fashioned, conservative girl at heart.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, you want a formal wedding surrounded by your family and friends.
But my sister and her brother say that they won't come. Very well. We gave them their chance.
Darling, a marriage should be forever. Even though we both had previous experiences that might deny it. However, this is the real one for each of us.
Oh, yes, darling. It is. I know it is.
Then let's be patient. Perhaps for just a little while.
Oh, I've been patient with my stupid sister long enough.
Well, let's give them a little more time. And when they get to know me better...
I don't care.
Darling, I'm doing this for you. If it were up to me, we'd be standing before a justice of the peace tonight. But your family means so much to you. You want their approval. So let's wait a little while.
All right, darling. But that's going to be a very little while.
Greetings, Lieutenant.
What can I do for you, James?
Well, I'm looking for a baddie. That is, he may be. Walter Jones. The name ring a bell?
No bell at all. Walter Jones. But, Edgar. In the big file under J. Jones. First name Walter. See if there's a make. Yeah.
Name could be a phony.
What's he supposed to have done?
Well, I don't know what he's done exactly, Lieutenant. I only know what he wants to do. He wants to get married.
Has that become a crime?
Well, maybe it ought to be. Outraged prospective in-laws, blushing bride with $2 million clutched in her hand like a lollipop.
And friend Walter out to snatch it away from her. Well, some guys have all the luck. Lieutenant Martin. Yeah, Edgar? Oh, thanks. Sorry, James.
How about the listing from the Federals?
A blank. And Edgar checked the all states wanted folder, too.
Well, can we cross-file him, Lieutenant?
It means we'll have to look at a lot of pictures.
Well, you might want him one day yourself.
What's this guy's M.O.?
Well, if he has one, he's a confidence operator. Makes a habit of marrying wealthy widows.
This mugshot here on the file. Here's your guy in the picture.
Walter Jones. It's his real name. Age 33. Did 2 years for stock swindle.
That's the only rap they ever got him on. But look at what he beat.
Yeah. Suspicion of homicide. Carolyn Jones, wife. Released lack of evidence. Tried for murder. Julia Jones, wife. Acquitted.
Yep. And now does the mad wife killer strike again?
A lieutenant's suspicion will get us nowhere. And the time that he was tried for it, he beat it.
I don't know what we can do. The fraud thing he's already paid for. The suspicious stuff...
Neither here nor there. Legally, he's innocent.
So he cannot be arrested. He can't be stopped.
I'm not out for an arrest, Lieutenant. All my client sent me to the store for was information, and I got it. Thanks, Lieutenant. And thank your department for your courtesy and cooperation.
This piece of paper is even more than I dared hope for. Not only is he a thief, he is also a murderer.
Now, that hasn't been proved. What do you plan to do with this information?
Rest assured I shall use it in a manner which I deem to be most effective.
Well, then I'd say the case is closed. You'll receive a bill for my services.
And I'll wager all you did to earn your exorbitant fee was to go down to police headquarters and ask a few simple questions.
Well, Mrs. Melvin, it's not just a question of who you know. It's what you know.
Hello?
Phyllis?
Oh, yes, Anne, dear. How are you?
Phyllis, I want to invite you to my wedding.
Do you?
Now, I don't want you to go into an entire 3-act play about it. Walter and I intend to be married this coming Sunday at St. Maurice's at 4. You and the rest of the family can come and give us your blessing, or not, as you see fit. I asked you.
Darling, what makes you think we wouldn't come?
Phyllis, what are you saying?
4 o'clock? Of course we'll be there. And then we'll have a reception at my house.
Phyllis.
And, darling, I'm so happy for you. Now, let me call everyone. Goodbye, dear. I'll talk with you later.
What do you think of that?
What is it, Anne?
They're coming. My family's actually coming.
All of them?
Roy and Bob, everyone. Phyllis calls us shot.
I told you they'd see the light eventually. Now, aren't you glad we didn't run off somewhere and have this most meaningful and beautiful ceremony performed among strangers?
You were right, dear. You're always right.
Stick to your own point of view, dear. Eventually, people come around.
Oh, Walter, I don't know what I'd ever do without you.
Don't worry, Anne, darling. You'll never be without me.
Phyllis?
Yes, dear?
What's keeping him?
Oh, he may have been delayed in traffic.
He's late.
Now, dear, you must calm yourself.
Something's happened to him.
Nothing has happened to him.
You did something to him.
Me? Why, what could I possibly do?
I don't know. Something. I can tell by the look on your face.
Oh, now,
I know that look since we were children. You've had that wise, superior, all-knowing look.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Whenever you were trying to put something over on me.
But what could I be putting over on you?
You're at the bottom of this.
Of what?
Of Walter's disappearance.
Who says Walter's disappeared?
But why isn't he here? No, Phyllis, you did something. You swore that you would break this up.
But that was before I got to know Walter.
This is your doing. It's not going to work, though. Somehow, some way, I am going to find Walter if it takes me the rest of my life. And every dollar that I have in this world. I'm going to find Walter. Nothing can keep us apart. Nothing. Nobody.
Well, there's a ringing endorsement for you. But what did happen to Walter Jones? You know perfectly well he's not going to show up at the church. But why not? Assuming the information on him in the police files is correct, isn't that his thing? Doesn't he marry rich women? Obviously, we have a lot of ground to cover, and the second act will be with you in just a few moments. Some men can marry for love, and some can marry for money. And happy is he who can marry for both. Walter Jones, now. He appeared to be in an ideal situation. He seemed to be in love with Anne, and 7 figures are required to describe Anne's fortune. So why did Walter leave Anne at the church? What does Private Investigator Jim Kellogg think?
I didn't think anything about it, if you must know. Actually, as far as I was concerned, the case was closed. I'd already forgotten Walter Jones and Mrs. Melbourne and her sister Anne until one morning when my secretary came into my office. In case the mention of the word secretary causes you to conjure up certain romantic fantasies, I must disappoint you again. My secretary wears pince-nez glasses and has snow-white hair, and the only reason I hired her is because she is the most efficient human being I ever encountered. Yes, Mrs. Haskell.
And Mrs. Trainor's here to see you.
Oh, in reference to what?
I believe it will concern a missing person, but I am somewhat puzzled.
You puzzled, Mrs. Haskell, by what?
Her face. It seems quite familiar, but I just don't know why.
Mrs. Traynor entered my office. Looking at her, I'd say she was somewhere between 35 and 40. And still looking at her, I'd say she was one of the most attractive women I'd ever met. But that was beside the point. Mrs. Haskell was right. There was something strangely familiar about this woman, but I couldn't place it either.
I don't know how I feel about all this, Mr. Kellogg.
What do you mean?
I was walking down the street, and it started to rain. I stepped into the lobby of this building just to get out of the wet, and I glanced at the directory, and there was your name, James Kellogg, private investigator, and right then and there I said to myself, why shouldn't I hire a private detective?
Why do you feel you need one?
I'm terribly worried. My fiancé has disappeared.
Yes?
I don't know what more I can tell you.
How long's he been gone?
It's 3 weeks. The truth is, he left me waiting at the church.
Sorry to hear that.
I went to his apartment. The superintendent told me that he had moved out.
No forwarding address?
None.
You talked to his friends, his family?
He has no family. And I never met any of his friends. You see, Mr. Kellogg, it was one of those whirlwind courtships. We were just 2 people who met and fell in love and decided to get married.
Well, you know, there are certain people, as the wedding date approaches, who just
Well, they just become frightened and take off for a little while.
No, I refuse to believe that Walter did that. I am sure something terrible must have happened to him.
Well, we'll see what we can do, Mrs. Traynor. Were you widowed or divorced?
My first husband died.
I see. And what is your fiancé's name?
Walter Jones.
I beg your pardon?
Jones. Walter Jones.
Yes. Walter Jones. That's why she looked familiar. She was the sister of that impossible Melvin woman. Same shape to the face, same color in the eyes, only on Mrs. Traynor it all looked good. However, this was not the time to admire the physical attributes of Mrs. Traynor. I was now confronted with a problem which seldom, if ever, troubles most fictional detectives. The little matter of professional ethics.
He just disappeared suddenly without a trace.
And your first name?
Anne.
You have a family?
Oh, yes. A sister and 2 brothers.
Mm-hmm. What was their attitude toward your fiancé?
They were violently opposed. They thought that Walter was after my money, but that's impossible.
Are you sure?
Of course. And talking about money, I've plenty of it, so you needn't spare any expense in looking for Walter.
Excuse me? Yes.
I've been thinking why that Mrs. Traynor looked so familiar. Finally, it came to me. Could it be she is related to that Mrs. Melvin?
Yes, precisely. And it concerns an allied matter.
Oh?
It will therefore be necessary for us to adopt an attitude toward the situation, Mrs. Haskell. But don't you bother. I'll come out to see you.
You'll take the case, won't you, Mr. Gilmore?
Would you excuse me for just one moment? My secretary has a most urgent problem. Guess what she wants.
I would assume she wants you to find her fiancé.
Obviously, her sister, Mrs. Melvin, didn't tell her that she hired me earlier to dig up Walter's past, nor any of the specifics of that past either, or she would have mentioned it. The question is, can I accept Mrs. Traynor as a client?
Oh, why not?
Well, wouldn't that be the same thing as working both sides of the street?
But not at the same time.
Mrs. Melvin hired me to break up the marriage.
Did she?
Well, maybe not. I mean, I never agreed to do that.
Oh, of course not. How could you?
All I was required to do was to secure certain information concerning Walter Jones.
Exactly. And your client was satisfied.
Now, another client, quite by coincidence, also wants information concerning the same Walter Jones. Specifically, his whereabouts. Now, is there any legitimate reason why I shouldn't take the case?
None that occurs to me at the moment.
Only one thing puzzles me.
Yes?
What can a woman with her looks and charm see in a phony like this Walter Jones?
Tell me, Mr. Kellogg, is that a legitimate area of curiosity for a private detective?
Well, I'm talking now as a man. Mrs. Traynor, tell me everything you know about Walter Jones.
I don't know very much. I only know I love him.
Well, shouldn't marriage require a firmer foundation?
Such as?
Well, I would assume knowing something about each other's habits, tastes, attitudes, so forth.
And how much did you know about your wife before you married her?
I've never been married.
Well, then you hardly qualify as an expert.
Still, it would seem that a successful union is based upon mutual interest, knowledge of each other.
You keep saying it's important to know all about the person you intend to marry. I say nonsense. Pure, unadulterated nonsense. Love at first sight. That's what it was between Walter Jones and me.
Love at first sight.
It's the only real way.
Mr. Kellogg, have you begun work on Mrs. Traynor's case yet?
Yes, Mrs. Haskell, I have.
Well, do you suppose you have any operational reports from each type?
Seems a shame to turn a man like Walter Jones loose on Mrs. Traynor.
That's not our problem, Mr. Kellogg, is it?
No.
Do you want me to hire some temporary operatives?
Mrs. Haskell, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, I remember 45 years ago, I was standing on a street corner. A young man drove past and splashed mud all over my legs.
I didn't think women showed their legs in those days.
I had lifted my skirt to step over the puddle. The young man apologized profusely. We looked at each other. Then and there, we both knew,
Does that answer your question?
I'll be leaving town for several days, Mrs. Haskell.
With whom did you fall in love at first sight?
Now, that is a ridiculous question.
I didn't have to ask.
Sergeant, I understand about 7 years ago you were the arresting officer in the Julia Jones murder case?
Yeah. Well, as it turned out, it wasn't a murder, so it never even got to be a case.
What happened?
Oh, she was an older dame. They went out in their boat. She drowned. He claimed she fell overboard. Pretty heavy insurance there. And so the relatives started pointing fingers.
How'd it work out?
Well, I just booked him on suspicion. The DA figured he didn't have enough for an indictment. The thing just dissolved.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think?
Well, I guess we'll never know, huh?
Mr. Thorpe, I understand you're the attorney who prosecuted Walter Jones a few years ago for the murder of his wife, Betty?
I was the assistant, and that little case may have cost the DA his job. I never saw anything fall apart the way that one did.
Did he murder his wife?
You haven't murdered anybody until the jury says so.
How did it go?
She was his second wife. He claimed she had been acting nutty, and so on that night she came at him with a revolver. So they grappled with her, it went off, and killed her.
It doesn't sound like the strongest story in the world.
No, and especially since it came out that his first wife had died a few years before under what might have been suspicious circumstances.
Drowning?
Yeah. Well, my ex-boss, the DA, was politically ambitious. He saw a chance to get publicity. He figured there'd be no trouble getting a verdict of first-degree murder, considering Walter Jones' past record.
Well, what went wrong?
Everything. Turned out the wife had been psychotic. She had threatened to kill him in front of witnesses. There was so much doubt the judge made a directed charge for acquittal.
Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Well, if he married my daughter, I don't think I'd sleep nights.
Well, Mr. Kellogg, what have you discovered?
I've discovered that we can't take a chance.
Oh, on what?
No, that should be on whom? On Mr. Walter Jones.
How do you mean that?
He may or may not be a murderer. He may or may not have murdered his previous wives for their money.
Is this what your client is paying you to find out? I was under the impression she wanted you to find him.
And if I do, she'll marry him.
Oh, it's a free country.
But I can't take that chance. I mean, suppose he kills her, too. She's very rich.
Well, why not show her the record?
Now, that won't stop her. She'll say he's being framed.
Then what do you propose to do?
I don't know. She's a woman who has a terrific sense of loyalty.
Then why not drop the case?
No, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because she'd just go somewhere else, find somebody else to find Walter Jones.
Well, what happened to Walter Jones?
No, he'll turn up.
What makes you so sure?
Anyway, right now, I have a really pressing problem.
Oh, what?
When it suits his purpose, Jones will show up to marry Ann Traynor. There's only one way I can save her.
How?
I have to make her forget Walter Jones.
Once again, Mr. Kellogg. How?
How? Well, there's only one way. By making her fall in love with me.
Well, here we have Private Detective James Kellogg, who may be somewhat out of his depths. From what you know of him, he's not the swashbuckling romantic hero. And yet, he is proposing a most swashbuckling romantic ploy. Well, he's never done anything like this before, which means that Act 3 should contain surprises for all of us. There is always the conflict between desire and duty. For instance, duty compels Jim Kellogg to find Walter Jones. Desire would have Jim make sure Walter never shows up at all. Most people finally decide to yield to desire or heed the call of duty. Jim, on the other hand, has decided to do both, which means he will try to find Walter Jones and not find him at the same time.
I'm not really sure
sure I heard what you said, Mr. Kellogg.
I said I would make Mrs. Traynor fall in love with me, Mrs. Haskell.
Is that an ethical procedure, Mr. Kellogg?
How can I permit her to marry Walter Jones? He may be a killer.
Why don't you give her the facts and allow her to make her own decision?
Being a woman, she'd only be confused.
Really, Mr. Kellogg?
Oh, I meant nothing deprecatory. I have every respect for a woman's intellectual capacity.
Oh, thank you.
But a woman in love is a strange creature. That's because love itself is not a rational state. A revelation of the facts would only make her fall more deeply in love with Walter Jones.
Why?
Because it'd also give her a chance to be a martyr. She could say, you see, the whole world is against him, but I shall stand by him.
From a practical point of view, Mr. Kellogg, how do you intend to make Mrs. Traynor fall in love with you?
Well, I hadn't thought about that, but...
There are several difficulties you would have to overcome.
For instance?
Well, Walter Jones is quite tall. You are, average.
Height isn't everything?
Mr. Jones is strikingly handsome. Whereas you...
Well, people are like fruit. It's not the outer husk or the shell, it's the kernel, the meat, the true substance inside.
Well, from the conversations I have had with Mrs. Traynor, I understand Walter Jones talks beautifully and romantically.
Mrs. Haskell, Mrs. Traynor will fall in love with me because it's the right thing for her to do.
I've been trying to reach you for these past few days to see if there's been any progress.
Oh, I was out of town, Mrs. Traynor.
I'm so worried. Is it possible for a person to disappear without leaving a single trace?
Look, it's noontime. I'll take you to lunch.
No, I'm not hungry. I can't think of food.
We might be able to discuss some important matters.
Oh, if we're going to talk about finding Walter, then that's something else. I think that this is the first full meal I've had in weeks. I've been so nervous about everything since Walter disappeared.
You know, you look very attractive when you eat. Yes?
Oh, my goodness. Do you realize that was what Walter said to me?
Walter?
I was sitting in a coffee shop having lunch by myself when the stunning-looking man said to me, do you know that you look very attractive when you eat? We both laughed. It was as if we had laughed together so often in the past. He was the kind of man that I wanted all my life. Oh, Mr. Kellogg, you've got to find him for me. You've got to. Promise.
I promise.
Good. Now let's hurry back to the office.
The office?
Yes, it's the most important place in my life right now.
Why?
Because it's the brain center, the place where the strategy to find Walter is being formulated. The phone should be ringing. Undercover men should be coming in and out.
Well...
I've no patience to do anything else or be anywhere else, and I want to help.
Help?
Please. Let me. I could answer the phones, take messages, assist Mrs. Haskell.
But...
Please. Let me be a part of it.
I have an assistant.
What can I do? She's the client.
How is your campaign coming?
Which campaign?
The one that's supposed to make her fall in love with you.
I don't know.
Mr. Kellogg, my husband and I agreed that I would work here because we felt you were an unusually ethical man.
Well, I try.
Is what you're doing now ethical?
What do you mean?
You are being paid to find Walter Jones.
I'm looking for Walter Jones.
I am your private secretary. If you're doing any investigating, it isn't apparent to me.
Well, what should I be doing?
You should be out looking for Walter Jones.
Well, by the same token, I could be in looking for Walter Jones.
There is every possibility that he is a murderer. And I can understand your feelings. But you should confess to her.
Mrs. Haskell, I'm doing this my own way. And it's the only way that has a chance of success.
And what is that way?
It's a line of investigation that has to be kept confidential, even from you. I hope you understand.
Oh, I understand. It probably has to be kept confidential because it doesn't exist.
Oh, I don't think I could concentrate on tennis, Mr. Kellogg.
Well, fitness, that's a must for a detective. And right now, you are a detective.
Well...
Come on. You need some air, some sun, some exercise.
That's right. I must be strong for Walter. That's out.
Yep. I guess it was. That's game. Set. Match. You beat me.
It was all I could do to even score a single point off Walter.
Oh.
What a marvelous tennis player. And he had a killer instinct.
He did, huh?
Even if he was playing with me, he couldn't let up. He had to play all out all the time.
Tell me about Walter's killer instinct. You know anything about his past?
Oh, I don't care about his past. He was honest with me. He told me he'd been married twice before.
Mm-hmm. What else did he tell you?
Not important.
Well, suppose it should turn out that he hadn't led a very exemplary kind of life.
That's a very stuffy way of putting it. That's exactly how my late husband Edgar would have said it.
Oh?
Mr. Kellogg, if only you could learn how to relax. You and men like Edgar.
Why don't you call me Jim?
Oh, no. You're the Mr. type. The correct, formal, proper Mr. type.
Good morning, Mr. Kellogg.
Good morning, Mrs. Haskell.
I don't mind telling you that however lofty your motives, I thoroughly disagree with your tactics in this case. Ordinarily, I would have resigned in protest.
I assure you, Mrs. Haskell.
However, sir, you are about to receive your comeuppance.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Traynor is waiting in your office.
Hmm?
And I would say she appears to be somewhat miffed.
Miffed?
Surely you knew you were headed for trouble. Well, sir, it has finally arrived.
What are you talking about?
Why don't you ask her?
Good morning, Mrs. Traynor.
Mr. Kellogg, may I have the bill for your services rendered to date?
Why, Mrs. Traynor?
You've been very pleasant. You've taken me to lunch, to dinner, to tennis, golf, theater. You've done everything but look for Walter Jones.
But I have been looking for...
Oh, please. I was married to a businessman for over 20 years. I know when things are being done in a business-like fashion. No work has been done in this office on Walter Jones. There have been no phone calls, no reports. It dawned on me that you're not looking for Walter. I asked myself why, and then I realized. You're in love with me, Mr. Kellogg. Do you admit it?
Yes.
Well, it's impossible.
Why?
Because I love Walter.
It's quite possible he murdered 2 wives.
It's impossible.
I can show you the record.
I have seen the record. Walter was completely honest. He told me the police were suspicious, and he agreed that they had cause to be.
How did he account for his first wife's drowning?
She fell overboard. It was foggy. He couldn't find her.
You believe that?
The authorities believed it. They refused to prosecute.
1 accidental death I might accept, but 2?
He was terribly lonesome. He needed companionship. He married in haste, and... Oh, she was a psychotic. It was obvious.
And how will they account for your murder?
I think that's despicable.
All right, Mrs. Traynor, I am in love with you.
See what I mean? You're in love with me, and you call me Mrs. Traynor. You weren't trying to find Walter Jones.
But I was. Excuse me. Yes?
Mr. Kellogg, I want to apologize. You were looking for Walter Jones after all. Billy Smith just called and said he's living at 19 Gladstone Oval. His phone number is 555-8308.
Thank you, Mrs. Haskell.
I want to settle up our account. Send me a bill. I shall hire another detective who will really look for Walter.
That won't be necessary. I just found him for you.
What are you saying?
You want to know how? Your sister hired me to dig up his past, and I found his past record. I gave it to her. She obviously decided to confront him, scare him away. She probably paid him off.
It doesn't make sense. If she has this record, why should she pay him off?
The scenario. She shows him the record. He says, Anne won't care. She says, can you take that chance? Settle for a little, Walter. Take a few bucks and beat it. So he takes it. But he's going to keep coming back and taking more and more. And when he's drained it dry, then he'll show up and claim you and a Maine fortune.
This is a most despicable lie.
How do you think I found Walter Jones? I had a man watching your sister's house. Walter's been calling on her.
I refuse to believe it.
You don't want to believe it.
Where is his phone number?
Here on this pad.
Finally.
And listen to me. He doesn't love you.
He's alive. He's safe.
Hello?
Walter. Darling.
Anne.
Why did you disappear?
Anne, I began to worry that you might begin to think about my record and have doubts.
Oh, you fool. You wonderful fool. Do you love me?
Oh, Anne, I love you so much.
Please come to my apartment. I'll be home in 20 minutes. I love you. I am so grateful to you, Mr. Kellogg. Send me the bill.
He doesn't love you.
He does.
I can prove it.
How could you prove such a thing? It's impossible.
You don't want me to prove it.
It can't be done. Walter and I are completely in love.
All right, you're afraid, and I don't blame you.
What would I be afraid of?
Afraid to put his love to the test.
What test?
I say that all he wants is your money, and I propose a test that can prove it. But you're afraid.
Now, I am sick and tired of the cynicism showed by you and my sister and my brothers. And everybody wants to brand Walter Jones for life. I'd like to wipe that self-righteous smirk right off your face. You know, if you have a legitimate way to put his love to the test, I'll give you the chance to go wrong.
Is Mrs. Traynor at home?
Oh, she just stepped out for a few minutes.
Oh, she's expecting me. My name is Walter Jones. I'm Mrs. Traynor's fiancé.
Oh, well, won't you come in?
Thank you. Are you a friend of Anne's?
Well, I'm afraid she wouldn't think so. Actually, I've been appointed a receiver by the court.
What did you say?
Well, since you're Mrs. Traynor's fiancé, surely you should know what's going on.
Say, what is going on? Who are those men? What are they doing?
Easy, boys, easy, will you? For heaven's sake, don't chip that table. Well, it should be obvious, Mr. Jones. I'm the receiver in bankruptcy, and the men here are removing the furniture. You can put two and two together.
No, wait. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, it'll all be in the papers tonight anyway. It wasn't generally known. But Mrs. Traynor's husband left the company in bad shape when he died. They've declared bankruptcy. We've been ordered to attach Mrs. Traynor's assets, too.
Mrs. Traynor's?
Yeah. You know, her bank accounts, jewels, spurs, furnishings. She was on the books, you see, as an officer of the corporation.
Now, wait a minute. According to the law, an officer of the corporation is not responsible for...
I see you know your law. That's true ordinarily. But in this case, we have reason to suspect fraud.
Oh?
I think she'll be stripped clean. But she's lucky. She'll have you to take care of her.
Me?
Yeah, you said you were a fiancé, didn't you?
No, I'm sure you misunderstood. I said I was a friend of her fiancé, and I was passing through, and I just thought I'd say hello.
Well, sit down. I mean, she'll be right back. I'm sure she could use some cheering up.
Oh, I wish I could do that, but I have a plane to catch.
Well, I'll tell her you were here.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Jim.
Walter Jones dropped by to say hello.
So I heard.
I'm sorry.
You win.
And they've won the battle, lost the war.
No. When I saw the two of you side by side, I realized that I was really very happy with my first husband.
I'm not a very exciting guy, Anne.
Well, at least I can be sure of one thing. You'll never kill me for the insurance. And no woman who married Walter Jones could ever make that statement.
Proving that we should all be grateful for small favors. Walter Jones is presumably still at large, happily married or happily bereaved. And yet, why are we coming down so hard on the man? All of it is circumstantial. He could be as innocent as a newborn babe. But don't bet on it. Don't bet on anything, except perhaps on my coming back in just a few moments.
down, perhaps, on a beautiful girl who marries an older man for his money. But do we ever stop to consider why he marries her? True, she wouldn't marry him if he were poor, but would he marry her if she were old and repulsive? Why do people marry people? In retrospect, we have presented a story of marriage, and the moral is any one you care to take away with you. We present these cautionary tales complete with morals 7 times each week. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Patsy Bruder, Evie Juster, Arthur Anderson, and Dan Ockrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Luden's Medicated Cough Drops. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Mystery is our middle name. And if you consult Mr. Webster's dictionary, you'll find out that his first definition of the word is something that has not been or cannot be explained. A profound secret, an enigma. That's exactly what you'll find at the heart of today's story. A profound secret, an enigma. Something that must be explained if a human life is to be saved. But there are other baffling questions to be answered along the way, such as, who is the mysterious piano player named Joaquin Fry? And why does attorney Tom Hendricks get this kind of greeting at his door when he presents an engraved invitation to one of Mr. Fry's piano recitals?
Your invitation, sir?
Oh, here you are. Sorry I was late. I had a little trouble finding the house.
Well, that's all right. The concert hasn't started yet. Would you please put on your mask?
My what?
Your mask, sir.
But, I don't have a mask.
Well, you better have one, buddy, or you ain't getting in here.
Our mystery drama, Murder Preferred, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The name on his business card reads C. Thomas Hendricks, attorney at law. Everybody calls him Tom, and Tom Hendricks likes it that way, especially because the C stands for Clarence, a name not very popular these days. But it was the first name of Clarence Darrow, the famous criminal attorney, and Tom's father, a lawyer himself, admired him enough to name his one and only son after him. Tom is a criminal lawyer, too, but fame hasn't yet reached his tiny office. But who knows? Perhaps that beautiful woman entering it right now may be the beginning.
Please, sit down, Mrs. Haven.
Thank you.
It may be a bit late for condolences, but I'm sorry about your husband.
Thank you.
I know it probably doesn't help much to know that the police have arrested his murderer.
It doesn't help in the least, Mr. Hendricks. In fact, that's why I'm here. Tony Gerard did not kill my husband.
I see.
I'm sure you don't see it all. Oh, I'm sure you've read all the newspaper stories and heard all the broadcasts about the case. It's your business, isn't it? Murder and arresting people
And defending people, Mrs. Haven.
Yes. That's what I wanted to see you about. Defending someone. Someone who is innocent.
Mrs. Haven, are you trying to hire me for Tony Gerard?
Not because he asked me to.
You're not acting on his behalf?
On his behalf, yes. With his permission, no.
Tell me why you're so sure he's innocent. Because of some evidence you have?
Nothing tangible.
But something.
Yes.
You just know Tony Gerard didn't commit this murder.
That's right.
Mrs. Haven, whenever there's a serious crime like murder, someone always comes forward and swears that the accused couldn't have done it or that he wasn't the type.
But I didn't say that. You see, Tony is the type.
What?
Tony is a very rough young man. He has a violent temper. He was in trouble all the time when he was a boy. He has a police record.
Are you looking for a cigarette?
No. In my pills. You have some water?
Yes, right here. Go on talking.
But Tony would never kill anybody. That would be against God. He had a strong religious discipline when he was young. Its effect is still there. Thank you.
But you admit he was violent. That might lead him to forget that discipline if he had opportunity and motive.
I suppose he had that, too. He was in the house that night. Our house. The night Walter was killed.
And what about motive? No ideas about that, Mrs. Haven?
Not the idea that people have.
What idea is that?
My father has told me about the rumors.
Your father?
Yes. You see, Dad is a wonderful source of gossip. He is retired. He used to be a doctor. Now he just plays golf and bridge, and he listens very well. I know people are saying that Tony and I were lovers.
But it isn't true?
Walter owed Tony some money. That was a problem between them, not me. Walter didn't want anybody to know that he owed anything to a man like Tony Gerard, especially because he was planning to run for the Senate.
You're giving your husband a motive for murder, Mrs. Haven, not the other way around.
Because there isn't any other way around. Tony didn't kill Walter, I swear it. Now, will you take the case, or won't you?
Well, I'll have to think about it. For one thing, I'll have to find out if Tony Gerard wants me to handle it.
I want you to. And I'll pay you, at least when the insurance payment is made.
Are you sure it will be paid?
Well, why not? Walter is dead. Why shouldn't the insurance company pay?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Haven. Tell me, Mr. Briggs, what kind of insurance policy did Mr. Haven carry?
Ordinary life.
And Mrs. Haven was the sole beneficiary?
That's right.
I understand Walter Haven wasn't exactly rolling in money. How could he afford a policy that size?
It was a substantial premium, I guess, but what the heck? He only paid it for a year. And now look what he's getting for his money.
You mean what his widow is getting?
Well, let's put it this way. What his widow would get, unless we stop her.
What?
Mr. Hendricks, my company isn't going to pay that lady $500,000. Because, you see, we don't believe in rewarding murder.
Are you saying you think Adrian Haven killed her husband?
She's the beneficiary. That's one reason.
You got a better one?
Tony Gerard. That's two. Want another one? She didn't love her husband. Want another? She was a poor girl who thought she was marrying a rich man until she found out that Walter Haven had a grand old name in politics, hardly a grand in his bank account.
You know, of course, the police had arrested Tony Gerard for this murder.
I also know that Mrs. Haven had a perfect alibi. She was 20 miles from the house when the gun was fired. But you know what I think, Mr. Hendricks? I think it was still her pink index finger on that trigger. Figuratively speaking, of course.
You think they were in it together, huh? Gerard and Mrs. Haven?
Bullseye. Mr. Hendricks, how would you like to make $10,000? How? Hop over to our side. Help us prove what we know is true, that Mrs. Walter Haven killed Mr. Walter Haven for the sake of her lover boy. That way, they get rid of the guy. Tony collects the money he was owed, and Adrian baby gets a nice bundle to keep her for the rest of her life. Everybody's happy. But not my company, Mr. Hendricks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Briggs. I don't think I could do such a thing to a client.
I thought you said she wasn't your client yet.
She is now.
Sure you wouldn't like a little brandy with that, Mr. Hendricks?
No, thank you, Dr. Sims.
Shame to drink coffee without brandy. Shame to do anything without brandy. Only don't tell my daughter I said that. She thinks I drink too much of the stuff as it is.
Well, you're the doctor.
That's just what I tell Adrian.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hendricks.
Mrs. Haven.
I'm sorry about coming downstairs so late.
Mrs. Haven, I've decided to take your case.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I like the way you put that, Mr. Hendricks. You mean Tony Gerard's case?
Well, I'm not so sure it is Tony Gerard's case anymore.
Well, if you're talking about those darn rumors...
Your daughter told me you were a good collector of rumors, Doctor. Then you may have heard what the district attorney is considering. Not just a murder charge against Tony Gerard, but a charge of conspiracy to murder against your daughter.
But they can't. It isn't true.
What? That would be terrible, Adrian.
If the case against Gerard is as solid as it appears, he won't have a chance. His muddy footprints are all over that room. His fingerprints are on the door that leads to the garden. There was no weapon found, but the police believe he simply discarded it.
Well, that still doesn't mean my daughter is involved.
But if the DA can prove that they were lovers, if not now, then in the past...
Please stop this. I don't want to hear any more.
Mrs. Haven, I can't defend Gerard because I don't think I can win. But if you want to retain me...
Mr. Hendricks, what I want you to do is to hear the whole truth.
Adrian, now, wait a minute.
No, Dad. I have to tell him. Things are getting out of hand. Mr. Hendricks, the reason I know that Tony didn't kill my husband is because Walter killed himself.
I'm sorry. I can't accept that.
But it's true.
There wasn't a single bit of evidence pointing to suicide. No note, no weapon. And as far as the police know, no motive.
But there was such evidence, only I got rid of it.
You did what?
I'll tell you exactly what. When I came home that night, it was late. After 1:30. I'd been to a party alone. Walter insisted that I go. He had a speech to write for the nominating committee of his party. That was the most important thing in Walter's life, getting that party nomination, becoming a senator. When I arrived at the house, it was terribly quiet. We did have a servant, an old woman who took care of the place, but she was ill in the hospital, so Walter was alone. I saw the light on in his study when I drove up. I went inside. I couldn't believe what I saw. Well, at first, I thought Walter was just asleep at his desk, his head on the blotter, but as I came closer, I saw that he was lying in his own blood. I saw the gun lying on the carpet. Then I saw the note that Walter had been writing just before he shot himself. Half of it was soaked in his blood. It said, "Adrian, darling, forgive me." That's all. I guess it was enough. But then I remembered something else, something I'd heard only a week or so before. Walter on the telephone, joking with one of his political cronies, saying something about committing suicide if he didn't get that nomination. Only he couldn't do that, he said, because it would make his insurance policy void. And then I realized that's exactly what was going to happen. Walter's suicide wouldn't just cost me a husband. I would lose the proceeds on his life policy, too. I'd be penniless again, with no one to take care of me. Or my father. I couldn't bear the thought of it. I picked up the suicide note and threw it in the fire. And then I took the gun and got rid of it.
Good Lord, Mrs. Haven. Are you saying that you preferred people to think it was murder?
It was the only way I could get that money. I was just being practical. Why shouldn't I think of myself? Walter wasn't thinking of me when he pulled the trigger.
Yes, but what was he thinking about? Why did he pull that trigger?
I don't know.
Did he know about you and Tony?
There was nothing between us. There hadn't been for years and years, and Walter knew all about that.
Mrs. Haven, you're telling me that your husband was a happy man.
But he was. He was the happiest man you could ever want to meet.
Oh, nonsense. He was psychotic or something. You can't ever know about people. I can tell you that. I'm a doctor. Or used to be, anyway. Sorry, Dr. Simmons. But let's face it. Why would a happy man kill himself?
It's a good question, and it deserves a good answer. Why would somebody with a beautiful wife and a brilliant future decide to put a bullet through his head? Was Walter Haven nourishing a secret so dark and terrible that the only solution for him was oblivion? How will you learn a dead man's secrets? We'll find out how Tom Hendricks tries to do exactly that when we return with Act Two. Attorney Tom Hendricks is the man with the problem. His client, Adrian Haven, has told him a story that no one could possibly believe. She has described a suicide note that has become nothing but ashes. She has described the gun that lies at the bottom of a river. She has claimed that her husband, Walter Haven, had killed himself, despite the fact that he had everything to live for.
If I read one more political speech...
I know, I'm sorry. I'm afraid Walter's speeches don't make very good reading, but they were effective enough. His party liked them.
Well, I don't think we're going to find a motive for suicide among his political writings.
But you haven't found anything in his personal correspondence?
No, nothing at all. You did a good job, Mrs. Haven.
Please, Adrian?
Yeah, you did a good job, Adrian. You preferred murder, and murder's what you got. There's not a speck of evidence to prove that your husband didn't want to live anymore. The only problem he had seems to have been that $15,000 he borrowed from Tony Gerard's private loan company.
He wouldn't kill himself over that. The only reason he wasn't making those payments was...
Yes?
Walter didn't like Tony, of course. He knew that Tony and I had known each other years ago. I think he enjoyed making Tony wait.
But guys like Tony Gerard don't like to wait for their money, do they?
Tony didn't kill him. I told you what happened in this room.
Yes, you told me. But you knew something. I'd like your friend Tony to tell me, too.
Yeah, I know you are. You're the lawyer.
That's right. I thought we should get together, Mr. Gerard.
Why? You're not my lawyer, you're hers.
Yes, Mrs. Haven is my client. I thought you might be interested in helping her out.
I'm the one that's sitting in jail.
I'm sure you know that the district attorney is considering a conspiracy charge against Mrs. Haven. So it might not be too long before she's in jail, too.
Ah, come on, that's crazy. Adrian couldn't have killed that creep. She was at a party, 20 miles from the house. Look, I know she didn't do it.
When I said conspiracy, Mr. Gerard,
Meaning that you and she were in this together.
Well, that's even crazier. Me and Adrian haven't been together in any way for 5 years.
Why don't you talk to me?
Okay. All right. What do you want to know?
You know, to start with, what happened that night?
Walter owed me $15,000. He dropped the 15 in Vegas on credit, and he didn't pay. I bought the debt from my buddy at the club, and I tried to collect. Boy, I liked having that creep owe me something. Anyway, he got a little nervous about it, especially when he had the nominating convention coming up. So he said he'd pay. And that's what I was doing out there that night, coming to collect. He sent Adrian off to some dinner party, saying he had to work on his next speech. He knew I was coming there. He told me to come in by the garden so I wouldn't have to use the front door. It was a cold, wet night, and dark, too. I couldn't find the stone path to the doors right away, so my shoes got all muddy. But I didn't care if I messed up his fancy carpet. I saw a light on. I pushed open the doors. For a minute, I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Haven was at his desk. There was blood all over it. Blood on the papers, blood dripping down the sides. There wasn't much left of his head. I knew it was a bullet that did it. I felt sick when I saw him, but I walked up to the desk and I saw the gun lying there, and I knew that he must have shot himself. And you know what I thought? That the guy had waited for me. That he had planned to kill himself that night and figured I might be blamed. I thought any minute the cops would bust into the place and arrest me. Only I wasn't going to wait for that to happen. Oh, no, thanks. I turned around and got out of there just as fast as I could. And that's all. That's all. Understand?
Mr. Gerard, did you see the suicide note?
No.
You do know that Adrian says her husband left a note.
Well, if she says it, it's true.
And you actually saw the gun. The one she says she threw in the river.
Oh, it was there, all right.
But you realize how it looks, don't you? It looks like murder because that's the way she wanted it to look.
It was suicide. He knocked himself off.
Why?
How should I know?
Because somebody's got to know. You can't think of any reason in the world why Walter Haven might have been unhappy?
Are you kidding? He had Adrian, didn't he?
Well, if you young folks will excuse me, I think I'll go up to bed.
Oh, Dad, I think you should. I'm sorry dinner was so late.
If you ask me, young lady, you're the one who should retire early. You don't look well at all.
Well, I'm all right.
Well, say good night, then.
Good night, Dad.
Good night, Doctor. We still don't have a lead on a suicide motive.
Oh, that reminds me. I found a few more things in Walter's desk. A few bills and an invitation.
It doesn't sound too promising, but I might as well look through them.
Here they are.
It's just bills, as you said. And this invitation. You are cordially invited to attend a piano recital featuring the works of Bach, Beethoven, and Chopin. July 24th, 8:30 p.m. Please bring this card with you. Black tie, donations, 909 St. Andrews Avenue. The Friends of Joachim. Oh, there's nothing too unusual about that.
Well, there is one thing.
What's that?
Walter didn't like music.
The Friends of Joachim. That's a funny name.
Maybe Joachim was a composer, a pianist.
I wouldn't know.
Anyway, Walter wouldn't ever have gone to a recital.
Well, maybe that's why it's important. Hey, you know something?
What?
The date. Today is July 24th. This piano recital is tonight.
What are you thinking of?
Maybe it's time I got a little more musical education. Maybe I ought to meet the friends of Joachim.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, good evening. This is the residence of the friends of Joachim?
This is Mr. Joachim Fry's residence, sir. Please come in.
Thank you.
Your invitation, sir?
Here you are. Sorry I was late. Had a little trouble finding the house.
That's all right, sir. The concert hasn't started yet. Would you please put your mask on?
My what?
Your mask, sir.
But I don't have a mask.
Well, you better have, buddy, or you ain't getting in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was a costume party.
You mean Mr. Fry didn't tell you?
No, he didn't.
That's funny. Well, okay, buddy. I think I got one here. Yeah, here it is. All right, put it on. Then go inside and sit down.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's quiet in here, isn't it? Oh, excuse me. Is this seat taken?
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you come here often?
How do I can help it?
It's not too big a crowd, is it? And I suppose there are more than half a dozen of us here? Did Mr. Fry tell you to bring your mask?
Of course.
What's the idea, anyway? I mean, I feel a little foolish sitting around with a bunch of masked men.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
Who's that?
Joachim. You mean you don't know?
Welcome, friends of Joachim. Thank you for your attendance this evening. I've planned a very special program tonight. My first offering this evening is a familiar group of preludes and fugues called The Well-Tempered Clavier by Johann Sebastian Bach. Thank you, gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed this evening's concert. And now I shall be pleased to accept your donations. Mr. Sawyer will collect your envelopes.
Yeah, you first, mister.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good night. And you, sir? Thank you very much. Good night. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good night, now. Thank you. Good night, sir. Well, you're the last one.
Oh, how much is the usual...
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, this is my first recital. I'm afraid I didn't come prepared.
Are you kidding me?
No, it's true.
Let's have that mask.
Yeah.
Fry! Come out here!
What is it, Sawyer?
We got a gatecrasher here. Do you know him?
I never saw him before.
Well, the truth is that it wasn't exactly me who was invited.
He had an invitation. He gave it to me. Where'd you get that invitation, buddy?
I found it.
How dare you do this? This is a private recital. Sir, show the gentleman what we think of intruders.
It'll be a pleasure, Mr. Fry.
Now, wait a minute.
You like music, huh? Okay, fella, get set to hear some birds.
Much as we deplore violence, I'm sorry to say C. Thomas Hendricks has just become the victim of it. What's even worse, Tom Hendricks has taken this punishment without coming much closer to the solution to his problem. What connection is there between the suicide of Walter Haven and a piano recital attended only by men wearing masks? Perhaps when Tom recovers consciousness, he'll be able to make that connection. We'll find out when we return with Act 3. Hendricks doesn't really remember how he got from the brownstone house of Joaquin Fry to the suburban home of Adrian Haven. But when he came to his senses, he found that he had a ministering angel at his bedside. But Tom was lucky. It was only his cheek, his nose, and his ego that were bruised. And when he was well enough to think, he found that his aching head was still clear enough to make some interesting assumptions.
It has to be the answer. Everything points to it. Don't you see?
No, I don't. All I see is black and blue. Tom, shouldn't you do something about these people?
Adrian, I figured it all out. I know why your husband killed himself.
You do?
Well, almost. You see, I know what was going on at that so-called recital.
What?
Well, it wasn't for the sake of the music, I can tell you that. The name of the song Joachim Fry was playing was Blackmail.
Blackmail? How do you figure that?
Those guys handed over their donations because they were forced to, not because they wanted to. Mr. Fry gave them a reason to make donations, a better reason than his questionable talent.
But why the recital? Why the friends of Joachim?
Well, probably to cover the traces of blackmail, to give them some legitimate reason for their donations, something Joachim can justify when it's income tax time.
But why the masks?
Well, that's the most obvious part of all. If you were a blackmail victim, would you want the rest of the world to know?
No, of course not.
Therefore, the only way Fry could bring his victims together in one place was to require them to wear masks. So there was no chance of recognizing each other.
Tom, what you're saying is that Walter may have been blackmailed.
That's what I think, Adrian. Your husband was also a friend of Joachim.
But why?
I'm afraid I still don't know. But maybe I can find out.
Tom, you wouldn't go back to that place, would you?
I have to go back. I'll never find out what we have to know.
But what makes you think they'll tell you anything?
I'll just have to be very convincing, won't I?
Good evening, sir. Won't you? Hey, what is this? Are you back again?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Sawyer.
Maybe you didn't get the message the last time.
You're right. I didn't have the whole message, but I know a lot more now than I did then.
Let me give you some advice.
Do you have another recital tonight?
Maybe, but you're not invited.
Even if I brought a donation...
A what?
Here. Have a look at this.
What is it? Hey, what's this all about?
It's all about you, Mr. Sawyer. It's your rap sheet. A friend of mine at police headquarters was good enough to give me a copy of it. So, you see, I know more about you than you do me. I know you've been arrested 4 times for dealing in what they refer to as toxic substances. Drugs to you, pal.
Hey, who are you anyway?
A friend of Joachim, that's all. Tell me, Mr. Sawyer, is that how you and Mr. Fry develop your list of blackmail victims? Through their drug purchases?
I think you better talk to Mr. Fry about this.
I was hoping you'd say that.
In here.
What is it, Sawyer? You know I don't like to be...
Look who's back, Mr. Fry.
You again?
I think he's a cop.
Police? Well, what has the police got to do with me? I'm a musician.
You're a blackmailer, Mr. Fry.
That is ridiculous. Everyone who attends my recitals is here voluntarily.
They're here because they're users, Mr. Fry. And they don't want the rest of the world to know about it. Or because they've gotten so mixed up in things involving drugs that they want to keep quiet.
Get rid of him, Sawyer.
Now, wait a minute. I want to hear what he has to say, Fry. I don't want to get him mixed up with cops.
He can't be police. He would have flashed his badge the last time he was here.
You're right, Mr. Fry. I'm not with the police. But I can blow a whistle as loud as any cop. And maybe I will. If you don't answer one question for me.
And what is that?
You were blackmailing a man named Walter Haven, weren't you?
No. I never heard of him.
Well, he was one of the friends of Joachim. It was his invitation I used the last time I was here.
It is not true. I never heard of Walter Haven, and he was never at one of my recitals.
Now, look, you've got nothing to lose by telling me the truth. Walter Haven is dead.
Dead or alive, we don't know the guy. What the devil? What do you want in here?
You've given your last concert, Fry.
Sir, he's got the gun. Take it easy, mister.
You're never gonna play another note.
Give me that gun, you crazy...
Then they're dead? Both of them?
That's right, Adrian. They're dead. Both Sawyer and Joachim Fry. Killed by one of their blackmail victims.
Now we'll never know what Walter's secret was.
But I do know.
You what?
I know the answer, Adrian. You see, the secret of Walter Haven is that he had no secret.
What on earth do you mean?
I mean, the secret was yours, Adrian.
Mine?
I thought it was him at first. That he was a user of the stuff, or had been once, and that would have killed his chances in politics. But it's you, Adrian.
How can you even think that?
I began to remember things about you. Your sudden illnesses, your reliance on pills, the long-sleeved dresses you always wear.
Really, Tom?
Can you honestly tell me that there aren't puncture marks on your body?
As a matter of fact, there are. You can ask Father. I need vitamin injections all the time. Those funny little B vitamins and iron and liver and all that. I may be a human pincushion, but I'm not one of those... What's that awful word?
Junkies? Yes, it wasn't easy to apply the word to you, Adrian. You hired me. You wanted me to find out the cause of your husband's misery, but you really knew it all the time.
No, I swear I didn't. I never heard of Joachim Fry.
But obviously your husband heard of him. You became Sawyer's customer. And whatever Sawyer knew, Joachim knew.
I swear I never heard of either of those two men before you mentioned their names.
And you also swear that you're not a user?
No, I'm not.
In fact, you look very much in need of something right now, Adrian, don't you?
No.
Well, I'll tell you what, then. Suppose we just stay here in this library for the next 4 or 5 hours, huh?
Are you crazy?
I'm not sure you can even last that long without your next fix, Adrian.
You are wrong. You're completely wrong.
In fact, why don't I make sure that we're not disturbed? Huh? I'll just shut this door.
What are you doing?
Locking us in, Adrian. I'm closing the door against the outside world.
You can't keep me a prisoner in here.
You're not my prisoner, Adrian. You're a prisoner of your own habit.
It's not true. It isn't true. Daddy! Daddy, help me!
Yes. Yes, it was Daddy who helped you, wasn't it? He was a doctor once. He could get prescriptions filled. All sorts of prescriptions.
Daddy, help! He's locked me in!
Your father knows all about you, Adrian. He's the one who's been keeping you normal, if that's what you call the torment you're in.
Daddy!
Adrian, what's going on?
Daddy, please help me. He's got me locked in here. He won't let me out.
It's just an experiment, Doctor.
Help me, please, Daddy. I'm sick.
Please, open the door.
All right, Dr. Sims. I'll open it. Your daughter needs you.
Please try to understand. I love my daughter. She's all I've got in the world. When she left home 5 years ago, it was as if the sun went down and the stars never came out.
And when she came back home, Dr. Sims, she was an addict, wasn't she?
Yes. Can you imagine what I felt? I was a doctor, and I knew what addiction meant, what an addict's life could become.
Didn't you try to cure her?
Oh, I tried. She was hard to handle. She didn't want cures. She wanted peace. I couldn't bear her anguish.
So you supplied her?
Yes, yes. At the time, drugs were easy for me to obtain. She didn't have to consort with criminals to get what she did. But later, after I lost my practice...
You didn't just lose your practice, you lost your license, didn't you?
No, I was charged with misuse of drugs, but I resigned before there was any public scandal. And then I had a more difficult time keeping poor Adrian supplied. Then I had to deal with these criminals.
So you were Sawyer's contact?
Yes, I had to deal with him.
Walter Haven didn't know the truth, did he?
Walter didn't know. I bore Adrian's secret myself, and her expenses as well. It was no small burden.
And after she married Haven, did you still have the burden?
An even greater one. Because this man Sawyer brought someone else into my life. Joachim Fry.
Joachim Fry?
I was the friend of Joachim. He threatened to tell Walter and the whole world about my poor child's affliction. He forced me to contribute $1,000 each time he staged one of his recitals.